Plan took a turn, though, when they found themselves on the far side of a town called Holly Springs. What happened to the road? Patrick asked, peering down over the jagged edge of an overpass. There's some down there, Ben said, pointing to a pile of asphalt and metal rods on the surface road below. And some more over there and some there. Man, what is it with idiots blowing up bridges? Looks like this one died of natural causes, Patrick said, inspecting the edge. The overpass showed no signs of being blown to bits. It had just collapsed. Your tax dollars at work, Ben said. They could just barely see the far end of the overpass through the yellow cloud. It seemed to be intact. They slid down the embankment and crossed over the lower highway to the other side. They climbed up the hill and once again stopped dead in their tracks. Okay, now this is the work of explosives. The entire stretch of 78, as far as the eye could see, was pitted with massive craters in both lanes. Each crater had to have been between 50 and 100 feet in diameter, with a new crater starting every 10 or 20 feet. Dark shadows through the fog indicated similar holes stretching to the horizon. Now, what's the point of that? Seriously, who would do that? Crazy Harry, Patrick suggested. Ben sighed. All right, I'll bite. Who's Crazy Harry? You know, that wild-eyed Muppet with crazy hair that goes around blowing everything to Kingdom Come. How do you know that? You'd be amazed at what I know about Muppets. Amazed. What do we do now? Patrick sighed. The highway cut through what looked like a national park or a forest reserve. The destroyed road was flanked on both sides by dense forest. He pulled the baton from his pocket and flicked it open. Now we go back into the woods. Despite the explosions on the highway, the forest here seemed largely untouched. Only a very few leaves clung to the branches, but the trunks stood tall and strong, and, more importantly, they were free of broken bodies. They walked parallel to the highway, or at least as close to parallel as the rough underbrush would allow. So, do you want to talk about what happened last night? Patrick asked tentatively. Ben shot him a sideways glance. Do you? I just mean that, well, you know, you kind of killed a guy. Having never killed a person myself, I just don't know if it's the kind of thing one needs to talk about or not. Ben thought for a few moments. It sounded stupid, but he hadn't really considered it murder. That guy straight up murdered like 300 people, and he got a third of the way to killing you. He was probably the textbook definition of a homicidal maniac. I'm pretty sure that rates him in the monster category, not the real human being category. Hey, you'll get no arguments from me, Patrick said, raising his hands defensively. It was easily the most intense thing anyone's ever done for me. And I say that knowing that my mother was in labor for 23 hours. I just want you to know that if you feel the need to talk about it, you know, we can talk about it. That's all. Well, thank you, Maury. I'll keep that in mind. Also, I want to make sure you're not addicted to murder now. Yes, Patrick, I have the bloodlust. Well, Patrick exclaimed, I don't know how it works. You get the taste for blood, who knows what you're liable to do. Are you being serious right now? Ben asked. It happens in the movies, Patrick pointed out. I am not addicted to murder, Ben insisted. You know who else didn't think he was addicted to murder? You know who? Jeffrey Dahmer. You could be the next Jeffrey Dahmer. You know, now that you mention it, I do sort of feel like committing a murder. He slugged Patrick on the arm with the bat. I knew it! Bloodlust! He cried, spinning away from the bat. There's only one way to cure you. You'll need to rub poison oak on your nethers and put a live bumblebee in your mouth. That's the only cure for the bloodlust. My imagination has made it so. I'll be happy to find you some poison oak, but I'm not applying it. But Ben wasn't listening. He had stopped short and was now looking around the forest in alarm. "Shh!" he whispered. Patrick grew still, and the two men listened. "Do you hear that?" Patrick listened harder. He heard only the occasional rustle of leaves above. "I don't hear anything," he said, shaking his head. "What do you—" But then he did hear something. The rustling wasn't coming from above. It was coming from somewhere behind them. "What is that?" he asked. "It sounds like footsteps. Someone running." Someone or something. Whatever it was sprinting through the woods, coming in fast. "Do you see anything?" Patrick asked, craning his neck to see around the trees. Ben squinted into the mist. "I can't see a damn thing in this fog." "It's definitely coming this way." Patrick tightened his grip on the baton. Ben did the same with the bat. "Get out the machete," he hissed, "just in case." Patrick shook his head. "I can't swing it well one-handed, especially not left-handed. I can control my left hand about as well as I can control a slinky. I'm less likely to put more holes in myself with the baton." They stood there facing west, listening to the rapid crunching grow louder and louder. And then they could hear another sound, the wet, gasping snarl of a feral animal. "Cripes, it's a wolf," thought Patrick, and he severely wished he had a gun. He didn't generally go in for firearms as a rule, but he heard they did wonders against wild animals. He and Ben both started backing away instinctively, not lifting their eyes from the western horizon for an instant. The sounds grew louder, echoing all around them in the fog. And then, suddenly, there it was. It was no more than a shadow at first, a dark silhouette against the curtain of yellow mist. It materialized as if the fog itself had formed it. One second it was a shadow, the very next it was a wild-eyed man bursting from the yellow mist and running at a full sprint. He was skinny, incredibly skinny, even compared to Patrick. His denim overalls hung loosely from his gaunt frame. A long, shaggy bird's nest of hair flowed behind him as he ran, teeth bared, a string of saliva dripping from his lips. He was running directly at them. "What's he running from?" Ben asked, panicked. "What's he running to?" Patrick countered. Then he gasped. "The Running Man." And then, faster than they could believe, the rabid man was on them. He leapt through the air and slammed headfirst into Ben's chest. The bat fell from his hands, and they hit the dirt and rolled, the man snarling and snapping his teeth. Ben punched and kicked wildly. He landed a blow to the man's face, but the attacker didn't flinch. He wrestled Ben's arms to the ground with surprising strength. He opened his mouth and lurched in to bite, but Ben got his feet planted firmly on the man's chest and pushed off with all his power. The man stumbled backward. Ben threw a kick at his face. The man caught Ben's shoe and attacked it with his teeth, tearing frantically into the leather. Patrick ran up behind him and swung the baton as hard as his left arm would allow. It glanced off the running man's shoulder blade. "Damn it!" Patrick spat. "Stupid left hand!" Ben tried to kick free, but the man had a firm grasp on his shoe and was ripping through the sole. Patrick tossed the baton away and picked up Ben's bat. He took the bat in both hands, ignoring the screaming pain in his right palm, took a running leap, and swung the bat directly into the back of the man's head. It connected with a sickening crack. The bat snapped in two, and the man dropped Ben's shoe and stumbled forward, falling face first into a tree trunk. He tottered on his knees, stunned for a second, long enough for Ben to reach into his knapsack and pull out the wrench. He brought it down hard on the crown of the man's head again and again, but the man didn't fall. Instead, he pushed off the tree and dove at Patrick, who ducked and rolled just in the nick of time. "Holy shit!" Ben said. "Who is this guy?" The running man screamed savagely. He lunged again. Patrick pulled out his hammer and slammed it against the man's kneecap as they toppled to the ground. He might as well have been swinging a feather. The man clawed at Patrick's face, teeth gnashing. Ben surged forward and drove his shoulder into the man, sending him flailing to his back. Ben cried out in pain. "I think I just broke my shoulder," he said, bewildered. "You don't need your shoulder to run," Patrick cried. He picked up the baton, humped his backpack higher up on his shoulders, and took off through the woods, sprinting blindly through the fog. Ben scrambled after him. They could hear the footfalls of the madman just behind them. They ran down a hill covered in dead leaves. Patrick almost lost his footing, and they heard the man take a tumble behind them. Ben looked back to see him sprawling forward down the hill toward them. He clawed the earth, scrambling to get back to his feet, his face red with fury. Patrick led them across a small creek and up a hill on the other side. They hurdled piles of brush as they ran. The man chasing them just crashed straight through them. The branches tangled around his feet, and now and then he would go down, screaming and spitting, but he always scrabbled to his feet. Patrick spun around frantically, searching for something, anything, to offer shelter. "There!" he cried as they broke into a clearing in the woods. Across the open field, shrouded in fog, sat a long, low cabin. They bolted across the clearing, the madman tearing close behind. Ben reached the cabin first. He was moving too fast to stop and slammed into the screen door. The screen ripped and caught his flailing arms in its net. He disentangled himself just as Patrick ran up behind him, threw open the screen door, and, to his amazement, turned the main doorknob to find it unlocked. They dove into the cabin and slammed the door shut just as the man plowed into it full force, pushing it back open. They were both knocked to the floor. Ben scrambled back up and threw his good shoulder into the door, avoiding the swiping claw reaching around from the other side. He slammed the door back into the jamb. The man snarled and drew his arm back and pushed with both hands. Ben took the chance and heaved the door closed. He threw the deadbolt and turned the knob lock, then sank back against the door, wheezing. Patrick lay on his back, propped at an awkward angle by his backpack. His chest heaved with labored breaths. "I haven't run that much since ever." He grabbed at his chest. His heart hammered away like a sledge. "I think I'm having a heart attack. Oh my God, I'm having a heart attack." The man was beating and clawing at the door. They could hear him scraping the wood with his fingernails. The sound raised goosebumps on the back of Ben's neck. "See? This is why you need a secret knock, to keep out the rabid hill people." They took stock of the cabin and found it to be an abandoned ranger station. A poster tacked to a cork board on the opposite wall welcomed them to Holly Springs National Forest. Beneath it, a large map showed the cabin's position on the western edge with a gold star, along with the locations of several other stations. 3 display tables formed a long U along the edges of the cabin, their protective glass tops smashed in. Most of whatever had been inside had been taken, leaving only historic photos and newspaper clippings, old hiking guides, and a handful of rock samples. A wooden bear-shaped placard behind the middle counter informed them that only they could prevent forest fires. A podium stood against the opposite wall, facing 3 small benches. The door to the ranger's office hung broken off at one hinge. Inside, the floor and desk were strewn with papers and file folders. The cabin's windows had been boarded up, and the only real light filtered down through a trio of skylights in the ceiling. They heaved one of the heavy display tables over to the door as a barricade. The locks were holding strong against the man's fervent hammering, but there was no use taking chances. Ben pulled off his shoe and held it up to the light. "Holy hell! Look at this thing!" The man outside had ripped right through the sole with his teeth. It hung down freely in the front. Ben shook the shoe so it flopped around like a tongue. "He tried to eat my foot." "Not the body part I'd go for," Patrick admitted. "Give me a good cut of cheek any day." The pounding at the front door ceased. They heard the man's footsteps moving around the perimeter. They moved their eyes along the walls, following the sound from the inside until the creature stopped beneath one of the boarded windows. The slats there had been nailed haphazardly into place, and a 2-inch slit ran between them. The man stuck his eye into the space and screamed. He pounded at the boards in a rage, snarling and huffing with frustration. He clawed at the wood until his fingernails peeled off. His blood flecked against the wood and through the hole. "Oh, gross!" Ben said, squinting at the droplets hitting the floor. "Is he bleeding yellow?" Patrick slipped the hammer from his belt loop and cautiously approached the window. The man tried to squeeze his hand in the opening, but it was too small. He howled with his fury. Patrick swung the hammer through the opening and brought it crashing against the bridge of his nose. The man stumbled back a half step, but dove right back against the window, scrabbling and screaming, completely unaffected. Patrick turned to Ben and shrugged. "That's it. I'm out of ideas. Oh, but yes, he's definitely bleeding yellow." "What the hell is it?" Ben asked, disgusted. "Let's look at what we know. He's human, or human-ish. He bleeds yellow. He's skeleton thin. He has an insatiable hunger for feet. He's an awfully determined runner. He seems more or less impervious to pain. Anything else?" "Yeah, he's got skin made of cast iron," Ben said, rubbing his shoulder. "Talk about body armor," Patrick said, stifling a laugh. "Get it? Do you get it? Skin of iron? Body armor?" He nudged Ben in the ribs. Ben rolled his eyes. Patrick slid into his serious face. "Okay, so a super thin human with irregularly colored blood, insanely determined to consume human flesh. I think we have to face facts, as weird as it sounds. It can only be one thing." "A zombie," Ben breathed. "Huh? No, I was going to say a politician." "Wait, what about that makes you say zombie?" "What about it doesn't? A mindlessly angry man-creature bent on devouring human flesh? Pat, that's a freaking zombie." "That is not a zombie, and I'll tell you why. Because zombies don't exist." "That's what zombies want you to think," Ben said. "Even if they did exist, they wouldn't have strong, healthy skin. They would be decomposing. That guy out there? Not decomposing. He's doing the opposite of decomposing. He's becoming some weird, thick-skinned evolutionary freak. Definitely a politician." Ben glowered. "Whatever it is, how do we kill it?" Patrick gasped. "See? Bloodlust. Oh, for God's sake, wait." Patrick held up a finger for silence. "Do you hear that?" Something was scratching at a window on the other side of the building. The blood drained from Ben's face. "Oh, God," he whispered. "Do you think it's—" Patrick nodded gravely. "Frankenstein. Maybe Count Chocula." "Will you knock it off?" Ben crept across the room to the back window. The slit between the boards here was thinner. He leaned in close and peered through the space. Another man, angry and slobbering like the first, was scratching at the boards. "Shit, it's another one," he hissed. "In the interest of total honesty, I want to say that I think we're in serious trouble," Patrick said. "What do we do?" "See if we can hurt this one." He pulled out the machete and approached the second window. The man was right up against the boards, clawing and gnawing on the wood. Patrick set the blade of the machete on the top edge of the bottom board and gripped the handle tightly with his left hand. He jabbed the blade through the boards and pushed it into the man's chest as hard as he could. It didn't even break skin. The man stared down at the blade, eyes furious, and grabbed it with his bare hands. He tried to wrestle it through the boards. Patrick let go in surprise, and the thing outside pulled the blade until the handle stuck between the boards. It jerked on the machete, trying desperately to pull it through. It screamed in frustration and began attacking the metal with its teeth. "Okay," Patrick said, bobbing his head nervously. "It's official. This is a problem." "What do we do?" Ben said again. "Do you think they'll go away?" "Politicians never go away. They keep coming back till they've bled you dry." "Will you cut that shit out? I'm serious. We're in serious fucking trouble." "Yes, Ben, I realize that. Excuse me for trying to maintain a sense of levity about our current terrifying goddamn situation." He stormed off across the cabin. He ducked into the main office, kicking stacks of paper out of the way. There was a metal storage cabinet in the corner across from the desk. He opened the doors and nearly squealed with delight. "What?" Ben said, running around the corner. "Grenades?" "Better." He held up a large white plastic box with the words First Aid stamped across the front. They ignored the pressing issue of the creatures outside for a few minutes while they cleaned and rebandaged Patrick's hand. The wound looked pretty awful. A wide pink halo had spread around the hole, but there was enough antibiotic cream in the kit to last them a few weeks, barring any other serious injuries, and, despite the excruciating pain of applying the ointment directly to the insides of his palm, Patrick's spirits were somewhat lifted. He might be able to keep his hand after all. "It's too bad napalm isn't included in first aid kits," Ben remarked. "We could really use some of that right now." "Why don't we dump the rest of that Canadian mist on their heads? It's basically the same thing." Ben stroked his chin and made a show of considering this option. Patrick smiled and smacked him on the arm. "Come on, I have a thought." They moved back into the main room. The creature in the front had returned to the door and was beating on it with his fists and his feet. The one in the back was still wrestling with the machete. Patrick examined the room. Finally, he said, "Help me push that table over here." In a few minutes, they'd made an amazingly unstable elevated platform out of the table, the podium, and the rolling office chair. Patrick did his best to hold the thing steady with one hand as Ben climbed to the top. He balanced himself precariously on the rolling chair directly beneath the center skylight. He thumped it with his fist. "Feels like plexiglass. See if you can break it with this." Patrick tossed him the baton. Ben almost fell off the chair reaching for it. He flicked it open and hammered it against the window. It gave a little, but remained intact. Ben looked down and shrugged. "How about your feet? Lay on your back and kick through it, Chuck Norris style." "Are you kidding me?" Ben sighed, tossed the baton to the floor, and carefully adjusted his position. The chair rolled back and forth precariously, but he managed to steady it. With a loud grunt, he hauled back and kicked his feet through the hole in the ceiling. The plexiglass popped off and went skittering across the roof. "Good thing that guy didn't eat your feet. We need those feet," Patrick observed. "Har, har. Now what?" "Now we take a look at our surroundings." Patrick gripped the table and began his perilous one-handed ascent. "You know the old saying, if you can't beat 'em, run the hell away." "Run? Run where?" "Exactly, Ben. Exactly." They hoisted themselves up to the roof and peered over the edge. The sight of the forest floor caused their jaws to drop in almost perfect unison. Dark silhouettes were emerging from the fog on all sides, dozens of them, most of them running, some of them apparently injured and staggering, arms thrown out for balance. The first line of them was just approaching the cabin. None had yet noticed the two men standing on the roof. There had to have been 50 or 60 of them in all, men, women, and even a few who looked scarcely old enough to drive. Every last one of them was emaciated, with fiery, furious eyes. They growled like wild animals, some of them literally diving into the cabin, mindlessly trying to break through its thick wooden walls with their hard, bony skulls. Some still wore clothes, others were naked or close to it, with scraps of torn fabric wringing their necks or waists. More monsters sprinted in from the darkening fog, and in less than a minute, the entire cabin was swarming on all four sides, the wall of rabid human creatures extending 3 or 4 bodies deep in some places. Those in the back rows ripped and clawed at the ones in front of them, trying to tear through to the warm human bodies they thought were inside. Ben let loose a string of curse words, each one filthier than the last. Patrick shushed him, but one of the maniacs below had heard him. She looked up at them with her sunken, bloodshot eyes. She raised a stick-thin arm and pointed a clawed finger at Ben. She shrieked loud and long, and soon all the creatures were screaming and pawing at the walls of the house, trying to climb up now instead of in. "Shit, shit, shit, shit!" Ben spat. "What do we do?" Patrick looked down helplessly at the hissing, clamoring crowd below. "I guess we watch and wait," he shrugged. "I'm getting something to eat." They ate their dinner of canned tuna and peaches on the roof. Neither spoke through the meal, but both cast regular, gloomy looks at the ground below. More of the creatures seemed to arrive every 10 or 15 minutes. Some of them had come within a few feet of reaching the roof by climbing on the backs of others, but the flesh-eating maniacs didn't seem to work well as a team. As soon as one leapt onto another's back, she was slammed back to the ground and trampled by the others. The weakly filtered moonlight made them look ghoulish and even more grotesque. Ben finished his tuna and hurled the can at the throng below. It glanced off the forehead of one of the assailants, who didn't seem to notice. "I don't think I'm going to sleep tonight," he sighed. "We should try. We have to keep watch in rotating shifts. I'll take the first shift, and probably all the other ones, too." Patrick lay down on his back and stared up at the dark fog above. "I remember a time when a man could go to Disney World without fear of being eaten by savages." "You obviously never flew American," Ben said. "How's your hand?" It's okay. Hurts like the dickens, but I think it's getting better." "You think they can smell the gash?" he asked, nodding toward the screeching crowd below. "That is the most disgusting-sounding sentence I've ever heard," Patrick said, wincing. "You always were a prude," Ben said. He hopped up and walked around the perimeter. "I don't know how you and Annie ever—" He broke off. "Ever what?" Patrick asked, still staring up into the mist. His friend was silent. "Ben? You fall off the roof?" He rolled over and saw Ben crouching near the corner of the building. "What's going on?" "Come here," Ben whispered, beckoning him with his hand. Patrick stood and looked over the side. A family of deer had just walked into the edge of the clearing, a doe and 3 fawns. They sniffed cautiously at the grass, their eyes alert, tails pointing straight up in the air. One of the monsters below, one of the injured ones, noticed them first. He spun around and staggered toward the deer on unsteady legs. More of the creatures looked over and saw the deer. They began to turn one by one, and soon the entire horde was swarming the animals, the limping gimps falling well behind the sprinters. The deer fled into the woods, and the massive creatures flooded through the clearing like a tidal wave, draining en masse into the trees. "Let's go!" Patrick cried. He ran to the skylight and dropped through the hole with such awkward force that he slipped right off the chair and crashed to the table below. He rolled off to the floor with a groan and hobbled over to the bags. Ben wasn't far behind. He hopped down more gracefully and unbolted the front door. Patrick tossed him the knapsack and shouldered his own bag. "Which way?" Ben asked, frantic. "The opposite way." They cracked the door and peered out, making sure the coast was clear. The last unsteady walker was just plunging into the forest on the far side of the clearing. Ben threw open the door and ran out in the other direction, Patrick close on his heels. They dove into the trees, and the world became black as tar. They forged onward blindly, taking branches to the face every few steps, but not slowing. After a few 100 yards, they ducked behind a massive, gnarled tree trunk. They listened closely, but there wasn't a sound to be heard. "Do you think we're safe?" Ben asked hopefully. "I think the second you ask a question like that, we're doomed," said Patrick. To accentuate the point, a soft scuffle of feet rose somewhere nearby off to their left. "God damn it, Ben!" They picked themselves up and sprinted on, already breathing heavily under the weight of their packs. "I changed my mind," Ben gasped as they leapt over a shallow gully. "I don't want to go to Disney World. I want to stay in Chicago." "Okay, you go back. I'm going this way." They pushed on blindly through the darkness for several miles, stopping every few minutes to listen for footsteps. Sometimes they heard them, sometimes they didn't. Whatever the auditory outcome, they plunged deeper and deeper into the woods. Almost a full hour after they'd fled the ranger station, they broke into another clearing. Right in the middle of it stood a house, a single-story ranch with candlelight flickering in the space between the window boards. They stopped at the edge of the clearing, wheezing and sweating. "One solitary house in a clearing in the middle of the zombie-infested woods? How can this go badly?" Ben asked between breaths. I think it's better than the alternative, Patrick said. Better than running until we find a military base where we'll be protected by overbearing men with crew cuts and AK-47s? Better than running the 4 more feet until my heart explodes, than getting ripped apart by Taka and Razar, Pat said, nodding at a couple of injured man-creatures clawing their way out through the woods. Ben sighed. So it was settled then. They huffed their way to the front door and knocked. "Who is it?" sang a sweet female voice from the other side. "Please, we need help," Ben cried. A small group of remarkably uninjured runners burst into the clearing just then and sprinted toward the house. Ben pushed forward and pounded on the door. "Please, let us inside!" The voice behind the door mumbled something they couldn't understand. The slathering savages were closing in quickly. Patrick pulled Ben away from the door. "Amateur," he muttered, shaking his head. He cleared his throat and pressed his palms together. "Madam, we hate to disturb you, but it's rather urgent." They heard a lock slide back, and the door cracked open. "Yes?" asked the woman on the other side, pressing her eye to the slit. "Let us in! Let us in! Let us in!" Ben cried, absolutely frantic. He moved to enter, but she held the door in place. "I don't know you, do I?" "No! Lady, look! There are man-eating zombies right behind us! For the love of God, please let us in!" The woman peeked over their shoulders and saw the wild humans sprinting toward them. "Your friends certainly seem rambunctious," she said cautiously. Lady, they're trying to eat us!" Ben screamed. "Mary, who is it?" asked a man's voice from somewhere inside. "2 boys who want to come in," she said. "Do we know them?" "No, dear, they're strangers." "Did they say what they want?" Ben slapped the door with his palms. "Lady, please!" "No, they just said they want to come in," she said, unperturbed. "They're probably just Jehovah's Witnesses, dear. Go on, let them in." "They're not Jehovah's Witnesses, darling. They're dirty." "For crying out loud!" Ben screamed. "I did not come all this way to die on a porch." He lowered his shoulder with the aim of driving it through the door, but suddenly the lead runner was on them. The madman dove forward, knocking into Patrick, who collided with Ben, who fell into the door, which flew open under the combined weight. "Oh!" the woman cried, pinwheeling back into the foyer. The 3 men went down in a heap in the entryway, Patrick scrabbling for the runner's throat to hold his teeth at bay, Ben floundering under their weight. Patrick managed to get his feet planted on the runner's chest, and with a strength he'd never known he had, he pushed off and launched the creature back through the doorway. It crashed into 2 others just jumping onto the porch, and the 3 of them went down like bowling pins, screaming and snarling. Patrick scrambled for the door, slammed it shut, and threw the locks just as the monsters outside came smashing up against it. "What is the meaning of this?" the woman demanded, stamping her foot. They could see her easily despite the night's darkness. Candles burned everywhere, on every tabletop, in converted wall sconces, even in the stately chandeliers above. The entire house was as bright as dawn. The woman herself practically glimmered. She was a little shorter than medium height and slim, wearing a sleeveless blue and white polka-dotted dress cinched at the waist and poofed out in a wide skirt. Her yellow hair framed her thin, pretty face perfectly, with well-coiffed ringlets pinned back over her ears. Her dark blue eyes, her full red lips, and her small pointed nose completed the package of a 1950s middle-class housewife to a T. She had her fists planted firmly on her hips, scowling down at the 2 men on the floor. Even looking angry, she was uncommonly attractive. And exceptionally clean. "Well?" she said, tapping her heeled shoe on the hardwood floor. They struggled to their feet. "Those things, they were—" "Miscreants, from the look of them," she finished sharply. "Barging into my house like animals. I should have you arrested. In fact, I think I'll do just that. Warren, ring the sheriff," she called over her shoulder. A man in an argyle cardigan appeared behind her. He wore dark slacks with a sharp crease and a crisp white shirt under the sweater. His black hair was perfectly parted over his left eyebrow, rising in a slight wave in front. "Now, now, Mary," he said, patting his wife on the shoulders. "Let's not be so rash. Look at them. Can't you see how scared they are? Something's got them in a tizzy. Nothing a good meal couldn't fix, am I right?" He leaned in conspiratorially. "Or, if not that, a stiff sip from the bar," he said with a wink. "Not until the children are in bed," Mary said hotly. "Please excuse me while I have a word with my husband." She took him by the elbow and led him back down the hall. They spoke in hushed tones, hers frantic and punctuated by quick sweeping hand gestures, his calm and, they hoped, soothing. "This place gives me the creeps," Ben whispered. The entire house was spotless. The floors were scrubbed and polished, the furniture was dusted, the stairs were vacuumed, pictures still hung evenly on recently painted walls, little knickknacks were organized perfectly on their shelves. Aside from a few necessary post-M-Day renovations like boarded windows and padlocks on some of the doors, the house looked like it was ready to be photographed for a pre-apocalyptic issue of Home and Garden. It was eerie as shit. Ben said as much. "And what's with Betty Draper and astronaut Darren? Did we just walk onto the set of Leave It to Beaver?" "Stop mixing your references," Patrick said. "It's confusing." Their hosts finished their discussion. Mary marched off in a huff. Warren walked back to the entryway, giving the two men a broad, easy smile. "I apologize for my wife. She can be a little high-strung sometimes." No, it's completely fine," Patrick said, waving his hands in the air. "We barged into your house. She has every right to be upset." "It's just that we were about to be savagely eaten by mutants," Ben added helpfully. Warren laughed. "We'd be happy if you boys would be our guests tonight. We're just finishing up dinner, but there's some soup left over if you're hungry. We'll keep it warm for you. Why don't you go clean up? The guest bathroom's just down the hall there. You'll find plenty of water. We draw it from our own well," he said with a proud wink. "When you're all cleaned up, join us in the dining room, right back down this way. The last room on the left, right back there. All right now? Welcome to our home." The soup was easily the best thing Ben had ever tasted. Carrots, celery, onions, kale, white beans, basil, and thyme, seasoned with healthy amounts of pepper and unhealthy amounts of salt. The flavors danced together in a symphony of flavor unlike anything he'd tasted in the last 3 years. Even the fresh venison of the night before couldn't compare, especially not in hindsight. Paired with the fact that he'd just had his first hot bath in over 3 years, thanks to his host's well and well-stoked fires, he now felt perpetually on the verge of grateful tears. "The soup is amazing," he managed to say between spoonfuls. Warren grinned. "The vegetables and herbs are grown right here in our own little garden. Mary's got a heck of a green thumb. A heck of a green thumb." "Oh, stop it," she said, blushing. "It's true. Isn't it true, kids?" 2 young children, 1 boy and 1 girl, sat across from Patrick and Ben. The boy was older, maybe by a year or 2, and was dressed like his father, in a red cardigan over a white turtleneck. His hair was parted the same way, too, left to right with a gelled wave in front. The girl wore a pleated jumper over a light blue blouse. Her dark hair was pulled back and tied with matching ribbons that streamed down her back. "Your father asked you a question," Mary said sharply. "Yes, father," they answered in unison. The boy rested his head on one hand and drew imaginary pictures on the tablecloth with the end of his spoon. The girl wriggled uncomfortably in her seat, which had been boosted up with dictionaries so she could reach the table. "May we be excused?" she asked. "You may not be," their mother said. "It's not polite to leave the table while others are eating." "Oh, no, please, we don't mind," Patrick said through a mouthful of kale. "It's not polite," she repeated firmly, "nor is it polite to speak with your mouth full." "Mary!" Warren said. "These men are our guests." She frowned. "I'm glad you're enjoying the soup," she said. Ben stole a questioning glance at Patrick, but his companion was taking a passive approach to their host's tone by ignoring it completely and hurrying up with his dinner. Ben did the same. "Now you may be excused," Mary said when Ben had finished slurping the dregs from his bowl. The children beamed and exploded out of their chairs. They scampered out of the dining room with squeals of delight. "Help your mother clear the table!" Warren shouted after them, but they were already bounding up the stairs. He shook his head and chuckled. "Kids these days, huh?" He stood and began clearing the dishes from the table. Patrick and Ben moved to help, but he shooed them away. "It's impossible to teach them any sort of decent value in today's television culture," Mary said, shaking her head. Warren agreed. "Television culture?" Ben mouthed to Patrick. Even televisions run on generators were useless. The stations had almost all stopped broadcasting. The only active channels they knew of were the ones set to blast pre-recorded emergency information on loop. The information was completely useless, advising people to take shelter in their basements, as if those vulnerable to the monkey dust could have survived by hunkering down in a cellar. And even those emergency broadcasts were probably dead by now. It was hard to imagine someone keeping them powered this long. There sure as hell wasn't any television culture infecting the youth. That was an extinct concern. Patrick just shrugged. Warren reappeared in the dining room. "I hope you don't mind. I moved your bags and things over to the guest room. That's quite a little arsenal you boys have," he said, more with curiosity than concern. "I suppose you must be, what, some sort of bounty hunters?" Not exactly," Ben said. "What an exciting life that must be," Warren continued, his eyes growing glassy with imagination. "Dedicating yourself to tracking down all manner of miscreants and ne'er-do-wells, sleeping under the stars, traveling to exotic locales, all that excitement and adventure, bringing criminals to justice. I do envy you boys." "Well, it's not all it's cracked up to be," Patrick said, his voice dropping a whole octave. "It can get pretty dangerous out there, but we like to think we do some good." Ben rubbed at his temples. Warren shook his head and smiled. I do envy you," he said again. "Come on, why don't we head down to the study?" He led them to a small, comfortable room at the corner of the house. The dark leather of two overstuffed couches matched the stained oak bookshelves that lined the walls. About half of the shelves were full of books, the other half held family portraits, various plaques and awards, and polished wood carvings of horses, sports cars, and contemplative Native Americans. "Have a seat," he said, gesturing to the couches. They plopped down and sank into the cushions. "Ooh," Patrick said, bouncing a little. "Very nice." Warren lit a fire in the hearth. Its light still paled in comparison to that given off by the plethora of candles spaced around and above the room, but the warmth was nice. He crossed over to a bar cabinet against the far wall. He pulled 3 glasses and a bottle of 4 Roses small batch from inside. "I'm afraid our ice maker's on the fritz just now. Do you fellas mind taking it neat?" They toasted to good fortune and sipped their drinks quietly in front of the fire. Warren seemed deeply lost in his own thoughts as he swirled the drink in his glass. "This is a pretty classy man cave," Ben said, breaking the silence. "Put in a pool table and you'd never have to leave." "Is billiards your game?" Warren asked. "I've never been much for it myself. Too mathematical billiards, all angles and speed. I'm more of a links man myself. Do you boys play golf?" "I hit a guy with a putter once," Ben said. "Remember that, Pat?" "Yeah, I do. 'Cause that guy was me, you jackass." Ben smiled at the memory. "It sure was." "I used to play," Patrick volunteered. You know, before everything happened. Warren gave him a queer look. Before what happened? You know, everything. M-Day, the flying monkeys and all that. The end of the world. Warren grimaced and shook his head. "I'm afraid I'm not much for politics," he said by way of apology. "I've always been of the mind that a man should do his duty to his family, provide for them by earning an honest paycheck, and let the rest of the world sort itself out. I don't even bother watching the news anymore. It's gotten so I don't need to listen to a couple of talking heads to know how far the country's fallen. Why, take a look around you. I'm sure you've noticed the board on our windows. The neighborhood kids have broken them so often with their bats and their stones. Heck, some of them just drive their fists right through the glass. I got tired of replacing them and just up and said, enough. Young hooligans running around screaming and destroying things like that, with complete disregard to a man's private property? Well, I ask you, what kind of world is that? Where's the humanity? It's gotten so we don't feel safe sending the children to school anymore. Just last month I walked the children to the schoolhouse myself. I wanted to discuss their progress with their teachers. William's in 3rd grade now. He has the sour-faced old woman, Mrs. What's-her-name, Leidwanger. I tried to have a conversation with her about William's lessons, just casual conversation, you understand. But she just sat there at her desk, ignored me completely, ignored the entire room. It's no wonder the other parents have stopped sending their children to school. Even the teachers have given up on the youth. Of course, that's why they're all vandals and hoodlums. They're not held accountable. There's no discipline anymore. Mary handles the children's education now, and I think she does a fine job. A fine job. We don't leave the house much because of it either. Well, they don't, anyway. A man has to work, of course, but there's not much cause for a woman and children to go wandering about the neighborhood, not with such reckless violence happening everywhere. Having 2 calm, rational boys like yourselves in the house is a comfort to me, a real comfort. Mary refuses to accept that the neighborhood teenagers have gone feral, some sort of motherly defense, I guess. But they have, oh, mark my words, they have. They're the ones who are chasing you, and I knew you two were on the up and up. The ferals don't chase each other. It's dangerous times out there, I tell you. I don't know what's gone on with the world. Patrick and Ben sat wide-eyed as Warren finished his speech and sipped thoughtfully from his glass. Patrick elbowed Ben. Ben elbowed him back. The unspoken message was clear. Holy shit! Warren finished his whiskey and smacked his lips, savoring the flavor. Would you boys excuse me? It's about time to put the children to bed. Make yourselves at home. Pour another drink if you'd like. I'll be back shortly. He left the room and closed the door behind him. Ben jumped to his feet as soon as the door clicked. What the fuck is he talking about? He whispered hoarsely. Neighborhood vandals? Watching the news? Dear God, he sent the kids to school up until last month? That teacher was fucking dead, probably rotted to a skeleton. These people are out of their minds. Yeah, but they have excellent refreshments, Patrick pointed out, sipping his drink. Are you out of your mind? We have to go. Go where? Back out into the woods? At night? With those man-eating psychopathic politicians running around? No, I don't think so. You go right ahead. I'm going to sit here by the fire and drink more whiskey. He proved this by remaining by the fire and by drinking more whiskey. Patrick shifted nervously from one foot to the other, racked with indecision. Patrick was right. If those emaciated man-things were still out there, there was practically no way they'd survive the night. But being inside this house was just as unsettling. Will you sit down? Patrick asked. You look like you have to pee, and that makes me have to pee. And I don't want to go pee because this couch is really comfortable. Are you sure cardigan wearer wasn't one of the old lady's warnings? No, she never said anything about being attacked by Mr. Rogers. Ben sighed helplessly. Okay, We stay here tonight, but one of us should keep watch at all times. Seriously, we can take turns sleeping." Once they'd said their good nights and headed up to the guest room, they decided to rotate the watch every 3 hours that night, with Ben taking the first watch. The plan was successful for exactly 3 hours and 12 minutes, at which point Patrick lost a poorly fought battle with exhaustion and fell into something just bordering on a coma on the floor. He awoke to a not-so-soft nudge in his ribs. "Muff," he said, bolting upright. The little girl jumped back, startled. She wore a different-colored jumper this morning, but the blouse and the ribbons were the same. "Mommy says breakfast is ready," she whispered shyly. Then she turned and ran out of the room. Patrick yawned and shook his head clear of its cobwebs. He reached up onto the bed and poked Ben in the forehead. "Wake up!" Ben slowly came to, mumbling something about fig trees and popinjays. He opened his eyes and looked bewilderedly around the room. "What time is it?" he asked. The room was still dark, illuminated only by 3 candles on the dresser that someone had apparently lit while they were still sleeping. "A little after 6, Pat said, checking his princess watch. "Time for some bee-fest." "Did you keep watch all night?" Ben yawned. "Yeah, obviously," Patrick lied. "You looked so peaceful I figured I'd just let you sleep." "Huh. Thanks." Breakfast consisted of mixed dole fruit, homemade bread, and sweet potato hash. These nut jobs set a fine table, Patrick thought. "Think you fellows'll stick around another night or two?" Warren asked, wiping his mouth with a neatly pressed cloth napkin. Mary shot him a look of alarm from across the table, but he gave her a reassuring wink. "We hadn't really thought about it," Patrick admitted. "We probably won't," Ben said. "Lots of ground to cover and all." "Nonsense! Mary, what's for dinner tonight?" She gave him an annoyed glower, but answered, "Lentil and spinach pie." "Lentil and spinach pie," Warren said, as if that settled the matter. "You don't want to miss that. Plus, you're in no condition to hunt your bounty right now, Patrick. Let Mary take a look at that hand of yours this morning." He wiped his mouth and pushed his chair back from the table. "Well, I'm headed to the office." He stood and kissed Mary on the cheek and the children on the tops of their heads. "You 2 troublemakers be good for our guests now, you hear? Don't give your mother any problems. What are you working on today?" "Multiplication," William said miserably. "States!" the girl cried. "That's the spirit, Lucy." He smiled and tousled her hair, shaking a few strands free of their ribbon restraints. "It took me 20 minutes to get her hair just so. You stop that and go to work." Mary scowled, swatting at Warren. He grinned and danced away from her reach. Patrick and Ben cleared their plates from the table and dumped them in the sink. "I don't want to stay here," Ben whispered. "I know, baby Ben, I know," Patrick cooed, patting the shorter man's head. Ben slapped his hand away. "You 2 make yourselves at home today," Warren said, placing his own dishes in the sink and straightening his thin tie. "Don't let Mary talk you into sweeping the floors now. You're our guests." He headed out into the front hall and grabbed a smart leather briefcase from beneath the entryway table. He beckoned Patrick closer. "The little lady gets a bit disquieted about strangers in the house. You 2 feel free to hide out in the study if things get a little uncomfortable for you," he said. "Sure, no problem." They shook hands awkwardly, Patrick grabbing Warren's right with his own left, and the master of the house unlocked the door. "Should you really go out there?" Ben blurted. "A man's got to do his duty, hasn't he?" Warren smiled, jangling his keys. "The bread doesn't put itself on the table. Besides, it'll be a long day in winter before a few neighborhood bullies get the best of Warren Tinder." He gave them another wink, then pulled open the door and walked out, calling a final goodbye to the family. Patrick held the door open behind him. Where do you think he goes?" Ben shrugged, but they didn't have to wait long to find out. Warren turned off of the brick walk in the opposite direction of the driveway. Instead of heading to the garage, he rounded the far corner of the house. Ben and Patrick exchanged confused looks, then followed him out into the yard. They peeked around the corner just as Warren disappeared down a set of steps into the house's cellar, pulling the storm doors closed behind him. "I don't like this," Ben said. "I want to leave. Today." Patrick admitted he might be onto something there. Maybe that'd be best. Mary was waiting for them in the foyer when they returned to the house, her arms tightly crossed. "You should know the sheriff lives next door. Any sign of trouble and he'll come running." "There's no trouble," Patrick said. "We're not trouble. Do you feel troubled?" "Let's just lay our cards on the table. I'm a woman with 2 children, left alone in a house with 2 strange armed men. My husband seems to think there's nothing wrong with that. God knows why. I want to make it perfectly clear that if you try to assault me or my family in any way, you'll be in handcuffs before I finish screaming for help." "Well, not to split hairs here, but you're not exactly alone in the house with us," Patrick pointed out. "What is that supposed to mean?" she demanded. "Your husband," Ben said, confused. "He's downstairs." "Downstairs?" "Right?" Patrick asked. "In the cellar?" "We don't have a cellar," Mary said quickly. "Now, if you're going to stay, you might as well be useful. You can bring in some firewood from the pile out back. Follow me." She led them down the hall and around a corner, past a door secured with a padlock. Cold air drafted from beneath as they walked past. Patrick turned to Ben and mouthed, "Cellar?" Ben nodded. What the hell was going on here? They brought a few loads of firewood into the house, after cautiously inspecting the grounds for runners, then politely requested to retire to the guest room to put their things in order. Mary consented, suspiciously, and then hustled back to the room and closed the door. Ben set right to work stuffing his blankets into his knapsack, but Patrick stood thoughtfully by the door, tapping his cheek and staring blankly into space. "What do you think he's doing down there?" he asked. "If Hollywood has taught me anything, it's that Warren is creating an army of self-sustaining, man-eating vampire plant hybrids in that basement. We should get the hell out." "Maybe he's conducting experiments on sedated politicians," Patrick mused, "or working on some sort of organic madman antidote with beakers full of bubbling green potions." He inhaled sharply. "Ooh, maybe he has a Tesla coil down there," he said excitedly. "I don't care if he has a petting zoo down there. I'd rather take my chances with the runners." Ben zipped up his knapsack and slipped the wrench and the knife into his pockets. "Get your stuff together. Let's go." But Patrick barely heard him. He was getting that warm, tingling feeling that he always got when he was about to make an exciting decision. "Let's go see what's in that basement," he said. Ben threw his knapsack on the ground. "You know what I hate about you the most?" "My naturally trim physique?" "The fact that you're so predictably maddening." "So you do want to go see what's in the cellar?" "No, I want to leave. I want to go back into the woods because I think we're safer with the freaking zombies than we are with these wackos. They give me the fucking creeps. I just want to go to Disney World and get done with this stupid trip and not end up being cut into pieces by Ward Cleaver." Patrick pressed a hand to his chest. "You think this trip is stupid?" "Well, no. It's actually been pretty exciting," Ben admitted. "And I like the fact that I'm not the one with a hole in his hand, so it could be worse. But really, I want to get the hell out of Stepford." "We will, Benny boy, we will," Patrick promised, chuffing him on the chin. "Just as soon as I find out what's in that basement." The plan was simple. Ben would distract Mary while Patrick slipped out and tried the storm doors. If Ben was good for anything, it was a distraction. But no fire this time, Patrick warned. Mary and the children were in the living room down the hall. They could hear the little girl babbling happily as the boy struggled with his numbers. "As long as they stay in the room, we're fine," Patrick said. "But if they come out, you go into action." "What sort of action?" "Distraction action." "What should I do?" "Be a master of disaster." "What kind of disaster?" "The kind that stops wops." "They're not Italian." "I know, but I had a good rhyme scheme going." "It was racially insensitive." "We live in an insensitive world," Patrick said sadly. "Do whatever you need to do. Just keep her in the house and not looking for me in it." He strapped on the machete and gave Ben a little salute. "I go to discover the truth." "You go to discover your arm severed from your shoulder. If you're not back in 10 minutes, I swear to God I'm leaving without you." "Better make it 20. If there's some sick science experiment happening down there, I'm liable to get engrossed in it." "You're likely to become part of it." Patrick thrust a finger into the air. "Then I go for science." Ben winced as Patrick closed the front door. He was sure Mary heard the click. But the lessons continued in the room down the hall, and after counting to 10, he let himself breathe again. He looked around to make sure no one was looking, then he slipped into Warren's study. Why he thought there might be anyone around to catch him, or why anyone might care, he couldn't say. He just felt jittery. The Tinder family was batty, even the kids. He could have sworn that he'd woken up in the middle of the night to find the girl staring at them from the doorway. It had freaked him right the hell out. When he rubbed his eyes and looked again, she was gone, and it could have been a dream, but still, these people weren't right. He opened the liquor cabinet and perused the bottles. Warren might be batshit, but he had good taste in booze. He pulled out a bottle of Grey Goose and a bottle of Kahlua and set them on the bar. He poked around the lower shelves and was delighted to find a container of Coffee Mate. He set to work mixing himself a White Russian. It wasn't quite the same without ice. Definitely not a White Siberian, he cracked to himself. But lordy, did it do the trick. He was generous with the alcohol, sure, but the real high was in the familiar comfort of the creamy drink. He tossed it down, the whole glassful, and mixed up a second. Then he stashed the bottles back in the bar and closed it up. He wandered around the study, drink in hand, examining the carvings on the shelves. Why on earth someone would collect so many sad-looking Indians for a personal collection was beyond him. It was like the Trail of Tears ended in Colonel Mustard's library. He inspected the books lining the walls, looking for some concrete evidence of mental instability, something like American Psycho or Mein Kampf, or anything by the Marquis de Sade. He was surprised to find a host of classics, peppered with a little science fiction and a smattering of humorous essay collections, mostly from Sedaris and Burroughs. The real sick shit must be in the basement, he decided. Warren probably kept the Necronomicon down there, or the Blood Koran, or maybe both. Patrick was probably being literally eaten alive by books written in blood. Speaking of Patrick, where the hell was he? Ben didn't have a watch, so the 20-minute deadline was pretty meaningless, but it had to be getting close by now. He knelt down and pressed his ear to the floor, but he couldn't hear a single sound coming from the basement. That could be good or bad. He took another sip of his drink. As much as he wanted to get the hell out of Dodge, and as much as he would love to just grab his bag and run, he wasn't about to leave Patrick behind. And Pat knows that, damn it. So the 20-minute deadline was even less meaningless. He decided to calm his mind by doing a lap of the house. He needed to check in on the classroom anyway. He and his drink meandered out into the hall. He turned the corner and froze dead in his tracks. Mary stood just outside of the living room, her back to him. The kids were scurrying around the corner toward the kitchen. Snack time? Lunchtime? Damn it! He was frozen with indecision. Should he back away and slip upstairs into the guest room and hope she would just not think to bother them? Or should he take the initiative and create a diversion right now? If he did the latter, what would he say or do? His brain wasn't working properly. It couldn't tell him to move forward or backward, so he just stood in place. For a moment, he thought maybe Mary would follow the kids and make the decision for him, but instead, she turned around and caught him standing in awkward mid-crouch, morning alcohol in hand. She gave a little gasp of surprise, then her face quickly fell to annoyance. "Do you need something?" she asked icily. Make a diversion, he thought. He held up the White Russian. "I found this in the kid's bedroom." Patrick crept along the front of the house, instinctively ducking as he moved past the windows, which was stupid because they were all boarded up from the inside. He slid around the corner and approached the storm doors. He carefully reached down and pulled at one of the handles. The door raised freely an inch or two. It wasn't locked from the inside. He set the door back down noiselessly and looked around. He was alone. No kids, no angry wife, no flesh-eating politicians. He blew in his hands to warm them. The air was cold, colder than usual, and he needed to be warm and springy in case evasive bodily maneuvering became necessary. The fingers on his right hand still felt numb, and the whole injury put him at a serious defensive disadvantage. He hopped from one foot to the other and shook out his arms. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a voice that sounded suspiciously like his late wife's whispered something about going back inside the house and forgetting about the cellar. But that voice had a way of steering him away from the more exciting things in life, so instead of heeding it, he gripped the metal handle and pulled open the door. It was dark as night in the stairwell. Patrick squatted and peered down into the cellar gloom. Dim candlelight flickered around the walls. He stepped down onto the stairs and pulled the storm door closed behind him. He sat on the third step for almost 2 whole minutes, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. When they did, he could see that the stairs led to a shallow hallway, which opened up into the main basement room. The walls were heavy stones held together by cement that was beginning to flake away, but the structure seemed sturdy on the whole. The candles were hidden from view, tucked back behind either side of the entry tunnel, but their glow flickered across the hard earthen floor. Patrick could hear Warren humming from somewhere in the darkness. He eased his way down the stairs and crept slowly along the tunnel. He stopped at the mouth and held his breath, listening. Warren's humming seemed to be coming from somewhere behind him, on the other side of the concrete. He crossed the tunnel and ducked around the opposite wall. He could just barely see the outline of the staircase ascending to the padlocked door in the hallway above. Why bother locking that door when the storm doors were completely unguarded? The obvious answer sent a chill through Patrick. Tinder wasn't trying to keep people in the house out of the basement. He was trying to keep something in the basement out of the house. The staircase bisected this half of the room. Flanking it on either side were U-shaped series of metal file cabinets. There were enough drawers to hold all the paperwork for an entire law firm and then some. A tall candle holder stood in the middle of each section, both of them mounted with thick, squat candles that sat at eye level. He tiptoed toward the file drawers directly ahead and inspected the first tower. The labels were meaningless to him. Case number 115AT, Abbott-Paulson. Case number 1444PO, McKinney-Avondale. Case number 13BSP, Belmont-Luna. Carefully, quietly, he slid the button on the top drawer and pulled it open. Metal squeaked against metal. He stopped and listened. Warren still hummed, hidden from the other side of the cellar. Patrick plucked a file from the drawer and opened it near the candle. The top piece of paper contained a poem written in hasty script. My baloney has a first name. It's Oscar. My baloney has a second name. It's Mayer. I love to eat it every day, and if you ask me why, I'll say, 'cause Oscar Mayer has a way with Bologna. He turned the page. The second paper in the stack was a piece of withering loose leaf, yellowed at the edges and delicate to the touch. The words on this sheet were written in careful block letters, crisp and precise, placed exactly in the center of the page. I was drunk last night, dear mother. I was drunk the night before. But if you'll forgive me, mother, I'll never get drunk any more. What in the name of Grayskull? Patrick mumbled aloud. Then he heard a chair scrape against the dirt floor. He nearly knocked the candle over in surprise. Footsteps echoed toward him. He flipped the folder shut and stuffed it into the drawer, then dove into the corner where the tunnel wall met the outer wall and huddled in the darkness. Warren came around the edge of the tunnel carrying a piece of paper and humming his ditty. He strode purposefully to a file cabinet somewhere along the stairwell, popped it open, and thumbed through the contents. He found the folder he was looking for and slipped the paper inside. He slammed the door shut with a quick flick of his wrist and started back toward the other side of the cellar. On his way back, he noticed the open file drawer and cocked his head at it, frowning. The humming stopped. He approached the drawer and inspected it. He looked around the room, but saw nothing in the gloom. Then he shrugged, closed the drawer, and hummed his way back to the chair. Patrick wiped a line of sweat from his brow. He stood and crept softly to the drawer Warren had just visited. It was labeled Case Number 5589DM, Abernathy-Pickle. He pulled it open quietly and picked a random paper from the bunch of folders. I want your drama, the touch of your hand. I want your leather-studded kiss in the sand. I want your love. Love, love, love. I want your love. He slid the paper back into its place and closed the drawer. Warren said something from the other side of the room, causing Patrick to jump again. You finished that Drake report yet, Tomlinson? Let me see it. Then footsteps, the rustling of paper, a long pause, and more paper rustling. Good start. Don't forget the bit about waking up being the best part, etc. How about you, Davis? How's that invoice coming along? More footsteps, more paper rustling. Let's reword this fourth line item. Use diamond instead of sparkler. Like a diamond in the sky. That's much better. They can't dispute that charge. No, sir. Good work, Davis. Warren walked back to his desk and squeaked into his chair. Patrick made his way slowly back to the tunnel and peeked his head around the wall. What he saw made him gasp audibly. He clamped his hand over his mouth and spun back behind the tunnel wall. Warren's chair squeaked once, then was silent. He went back to shuffling his papers. Patrick peered around the corner again, trying not to lock eyes on the decomposing body sitting at the desk directly to his left. The corpse had been dead for a while and was more skeleton than flesh. Warren sat at his own desk against the far wall, and a third desk was positioned just to Patrick's right, back in the corner, barely visible by candlelight. It, too, was manned by a rotting corpse. Warren hummed happily, making notes and checking his papers against each other. 20 more minutes till lunch, fellas. Let's try to get this Marcus case knocked off before noon, he said. The dead men stared hollowly through their empty sockets and did not reply. Warren was officially insane, but it wasn't fear that gripped Patrick. It was pity. He watched the scene for another 10 minutes. Warren hummed away at his work, stopping only occasionally to check in on his colleagues. When Patrick had seen enough, he crept back out through the storm doors. 9. I can't believe you talked me into staying 3 nights with Norman Bates and family, Ben whined once the door was closed behind them. They weren't dangerous, Patrick insisted. Here we are in one piece, or rather 2 separate whole pieces, and they sent us on our way loaded down with vegetables and water. How can you not be grateful? Easy for you to say. The wife didn't verbally assault you every time she opened her mouth. You did try to convince her that her 7-year-old had a drinking problem. I panicked. Be that as it may, you don't come across so well. You've got Jim Anderson copying down song lyrics for 8 hours a day in his cellar full of rotting corpses, and I don't come across well? Who's Jim Anderson? Father knows best. Wow, you really know your 50s TV, Patrick said admirably. Warren's not a homicidal psychopath. He's just taking a break from reality. He's having a permanent severance from reality, Ben grumbled. I feel bad for him. That little girl had to be, 2 or 3 on M-Day? Can you imagine dedicating your whole life to keeping your family safe and provided for, having these 2 kids just full of all this incredible potential, and your whole family has this entire life to look forward to, and there's all that excitement about getting to watch your kids grow and change and become these amazing, actual people? Then you wake up one day and realize the world is tearing itself apart? You've failed completely, and everyone you love is in serious mortal danger. I mean, I don't know what I would have done if Izzy had survived. Do you explain to your 5-year-old that the world is over? Or do you try to carry on like always so her little head doesn't implode? The mental weight of it all. Christ! They broke their minds so they wouldn't have to live with it. It's cripplingly heartbreaking. They walked a few more yards in silence before Ben piped up. You know what else is cripplingly heartbreaking? That I didn't swipe the whiskey before we left. Patrick sighed and patted his friend on the shoulder. I can always count on you to ruin a beautiful thing. Calico pressed his knife against the old woman's throat. If you won't talk to me, you won't talk to anyone, he warned. Her lips trembled, but she remained resolute. Calico snarled and nodded toward a man in a red cap across the room. The red cap looped his chain around the tall, thin man's neck and cinched it hard. The man gurgled in pain, his eyes bulging from their sockets, his hands struggling uselessly behind his back against their bonds. Blood seeped out from under the metal links as the red cap pulled harder. The man's face flushed dark purple. His choking was heavy and wet. Beads of sweat popped from his forehead, and his legs kicked out wildly until his inflated eyes rolled up into his skull. The red cap let the chain go with a satisfied gasp. The thin man fell to the floor. Calico smiled and turned back to the old woman. You're running low on friends. There's only so many times I can ask. He dug the point of the knife into her throat. It punctured her skin and started a trickle of blood flowing down her chest. She squeezed her white eyes shut and turned away. Oh, come on, Mama Sequo. Which way'd them boys head out? Holy shit, we made it to Tupelo! Let's go find Elvis, Ben cried. Will you stop talking about Elvis? Screw Elvis. You know what's better than the king of rock and roll? The king of the motherfucking jungle. There's a joke in there somewhere about the jungle room, said Ben, putting a finger to his lips. Give me a minute, I'll think of it. You think. I'm going to go feed the bears. Pat dashed across the road toward the low green-shingled building behind the faded wooden sign that read, Tupelo Buffalo Park and Zoo. Ben followed at a slower pace, lost in thought. Elvis was a lion in the jungle room? No. King of the jungle room? With his pale scepter? No. Pale scepter's pretty good, though. Heh, pale scepter. Meanwhile, Patrick was in and back out of the building before Ben was halfway across the parking lot. Don't go in there, he said. Everyone's liquefied. It's depressing. Let's go find the monkeys. You do realize that the monkeys are also dead, right? And the bears, and the lions, and the zebras, and the... Ooh, they had wallabies? He said, noticing a dusty, crumpled pamphlet lying open on the ground. Wallabies are fucking awesome. Not anymore, they're not. They're dead. Everything's dead. Caged animals don't not die after being trapped without food for 3 years. No. Patrick turned and squinted into the bright yellow cloud that hung over the property. There's life in that zoo. I can feel it. I'm going in. He took a running leap over the low wooden fence separating the zoo from the parking lot. His back foot got caught up on the top beam and he went tumbling to the ground. He threw out his hands on instinct and screamed bloody murder when he came down hard on his wounded right palm. Ben shook his head with a sigh and climbed casually over the rails. "This is why the machete has a sheath," Patrick spat through the dirt. As an engineer, shouldn't you be able to estimate the necessary velocity required to propel yourself over embarrassingly low obstacles? The counterweight of my bag is throwing me off, and now it's pinning me to the dirt. Help me up, please. Apocalypse or no apocalypse, the Tupelo Buffalo Park and Zoo was the most depressing damn menagerie either of them had ever seen. True, they had high standards, having grown up in St. Louis, a city with one of the top-ranking zoos in the country. But even by Chicago's depressing Lincoln Park Zoo standards, or hell, even compared to Wisconsin's Henry Vilas Zoo, which Patrick had visited once on a drunken Halloween college bender in Madison, and which had been the genesis of a certain long-running, if tasteless, joke about Henry Vilas Zoo penguins with slit wrists being black and white and red all over. Even by those god-awful standards, the Tupelo Buffalo Park and Zoo was a horrible wildlife park. The earth was hard and gray, the paths were made of hard-packed dirt instead of decent synthetic rubber, there were no abandoned snack stands, no fake rocks or plastic palm trees to give the appearance of some specific natural habitat or other, no tram lines or train tracks, just flat, gray, bland earth as far as the bored eye could see. It was like visiting a zoo in Chernobyl circa 1989. Patrick bemoaned the animal skeletons they passed along the way, or at least the ones that looked like they might have once belonged to the more impressive animals. He sighed sadly at the neck bones of a giraffe and said a quick prayer over a skull that had been either a zebra or a llama, or maybe a camel. He didn't really know imported animals. But he blustered right past a cracked tortoise shell because, come on, a turtle? He would spare no tears for a turtle. At the far end of the property, they finally came upon a deep concrete crater with smooth, angled sides that still seemed mysteriously scalable from the bottom of the pit. Resting in the center of the crater were the remains of either a lion or a donkey. Probably a lion, since it was kept in a giant concrete hole. Patrick saluted the poor demised creature. Then, having traversed the entire property without encountering a single living creature, they turned and headed out of the zoo. I know this is getting to be such a common theme for this trip that I probably don't need to even say it anymore, Ben said with no small amount of glee. But I told you so. Patrick frowned. I guess I knew in my heart that they were all dead. I just wanted it, Ben. I wanted it so much. Ben inspected his friend carefully. You're using your more dramatic than usual voice, and you look clammy. Maybe we should eat something. Patrick agreed. Let's get out of the zoo first, though. It seems wrong to flaunt our food in the presence of those who starved. They headed southeast across a dirt road lined with trees and came out the other side face to face with a small, soggy hedge of decomposing hay bales. Judging by their deflated shapes, they had once been the large and cylindrical breed of bale, at least 6 feet tall, maybe more. Now the piles of damp straw barely came up to their knees. It was all rotted and putrid, stained vivid yellowish green from the ever-present fog, and in terms of aesthetics, the decomposing straw was not in itself terribly exciting. The fact that the lines of bales stretched and zigzagged their way through the field to form a 1-acre hay maze wasn't all that exciting either, though, to be fair, in its prime it was probably one heck of a labyrinth. No, The exciting thing about the rotting piles of hay was that standing in the center of it all, like a devolved minotaur, stood a shaggy, dew-eyed buffalo chewing lazily on its cud. "Hoo-wah!" Patrick hollered, jumping up and down in place. "I knew it! There is an animal! The spirit of the Illinois has led us to this place." "I don't think the spirit of the Illinois spends much time in Tupelo. Her benevolence is far-reaching." Patrick slipped out of his backpack and threw the machete to the ground. He loosed the hammer and baton from his belt loops and tossed them down, too. He held his hands out at his sides in a show of peaceable intentions. He took a step toward the buffalo. Ben grabbed him by the arm. "I'm pretty sure I'm not going to like the answer to this question, but what the hell are you doing?" "Ben, do you remember Carney from college?" A quick, explosive breath burst through Ben's lips. "Do I remember Carney? Are you serious? Do I remember her? Dude, I was in love with Carney. I wanted to marry her. I wrote 3 novels about Carney Cant. I dug her name into my thigh with a straightened paperclip. She threatened me with a restraining order, and then took out a restraining order. Do I remember her? Seriously?" "She once told me that the buffalo was my spirit animal." Patrick ambled over the first row of hay. "Ben, this animal is in my soul." Ben buried his face in his hands. "And so I ask again," he said, his voice muffled by his palms. "What the hell are you doing?" "Earning her trust." He walked slowly toward the massive prairie animal, stepping gingerly over the soggy rows of hay. The buffalo simply stood and watched him approach. When he was just 2 hay rows away, Patrick gently raised his left arm, fingers outstretched. He locked eyes with the buffalo. He saw acceptance in those eyes and, he thought, maybe love. He moved almost imperceptibly, so slow and careful were his motions. He crept over the last 2 rows, and then he was standing face to face with the creature. He reached out and pressed his palm to the buffalo's shaggy nose. The buffalo gave a quick bob of her head, as if nodding her approval. Patrick patted the beast, rifling his fingers through her coarse, matted fur. "Ben," he whispered over his shoulder, "bring me the rope." "Why? So you can lash yourself to the stupid thing and be bonded forever?" "No, but that's a good idea. But no, I need to make a harness. I shall ride this buffalo to Disney World." The lunch that Ben physically forced into Patrick's mouth was small, but it seemed to do some good. The canned pineapple slices brought his blood sugar back up to a reasonable level, and he no longer demanded to ride the buffalo. But he still refused to leave it behind. "Fate has brought us together, I know it. This gentle beast is meant to join us on our journey." By this time the argument had been going on in one form or another for almost an hour, and Ben finally had enough. "For the love of God, Patrick, fine. If you can get the stupid thing to budge and miraculously follow us, she can come." Patrick pumped his good fist into the air in silent triumph. As it turned out, leading a 1-ton buffalo was really quite simple. Neither of the men knew a single thing about buffalo aside from what they'd learned from Dances with Wolves, so it was impossible for them to tell if this buffalo was acting rationally or not by standing still and letting Patrick paw all over her face. When it came time to pack up the utensils and move on, Pat merely took the creature's muzzle in both hands, stared deeply into one eye, and said, "Come now, Paunch," giving her a little pull in the proper direction. That's all it took to get his new pet moving. Paunch began hoofing slowly behind them. "Paunch?" Ben asked. Patrick nodded. "The spirit of the Illinois told me her name." Ben shook his head in bewilderment as they walked. "Look, I'm not going to say this is the single dumbest idea you've had on this trip, because I think we both know that's not true, but it's definitely up there. How is it up there? Patrick asked, tearing a clump of grass from the earth and feeding it to the placid bison. Look at her. She's harmless. She weighs as much as a Chevy Malibu. That's instant potential for harm. What if she stampedes? She absolutely will not stampede, 100% guaranteed. How do you know that? Because one animal cannot stampede. You need a whole herd. Paunch here is a gal without a tribe. Whatever, you know what I mean. She can still run. Over people. Look, if she starts acting up, we'll put her down with the machete. You can't kill a buffalo with a machete. Are you nuts? The Indians killed them with pointy rocks. I think they can be put down with a machete. No, I know they can be killed with a machete. I just don't think you could do it with a machete. Because of my attachment to her? Patrick asked, rubbing Paunch's nose affectionately. Because of your general physical ineptitude. Pfft, Patrick said, shooting streams of spit from his lips. I've seen Apocalypse Now, Ben. I think I know how to kill a giant mammal with a machete. Then we'll have meat and fancy new buffalo coats, and we'll eat the heart and gain the strength and wisdom of the bison. 10 of your worthless American dollars says she eats you first. You're on. They plodded along, the three of them, moving in a generally southeastern direction. Paunch slowed their pace a bit, stopping here and there to munch on grass or low brush, but, as Patrick pointed out, they were in no real hurry. Disney World would be just as wrecked in a month as it would be tomorrow. Complain as he might, Ben eventually conceded to a better mood. The fog was thin, the sun was particularly bright, the day was unusually warm, and the northwestern Mississippi woods had given way to mostly open fields. For the first time in a long time, they could see for over a mile in each direction, which made it especially surprising when they finally realized they were practically surrounded by runners. There were 4 of them, 3 moving up swiftly from the south, 1 jogging toward them from the northeast. Ben was the first to notice them on the peripheral. He raised a panicked alarm and drew the wrench from his pocket. "Oh, this is not good," Patrick said. "They're moving more slowly than the other ones," Ben noted. They were quick, but none of them were sprinting like the first runners they'd encountered. Maybe it was the sight of the buffalo that made them approach more slowly. Maybe it was the clash of 2 mini-tribes, but for whatever reason, they looked almost cautious. Maybe they're a different breed. Right. Maybe they don't try to eat shoe leather and human flesh. You go say hi and see if it's true. Patrick drew the machete. It felt clumsy in his left hand. Paunch pawed at the ground with her great hooves as if she sensed trouble brewing. "Maybe Paunch will save us," Patrick said, his voice quivering with the fear he tried to shove back down into his stomach. "Sure. Maybe she's one of those military tactical buffaloes. I'm sure she'll come through." They didn't have to wait long to learn how Paunch handled herself in a fight. The runners, tired of circling the prey, finally made a collective mad dash for the trio. They acted at the same time, all 4 of them, like an organized flock, despite their apparent partisanship. Ben let loose a gasp of fright and gripped the wrench in both hands. Patrick raised the machete. The madmen flew into a furious attack. And Paunch snapped into action. She reared back on her hind legs and crushed the first runner in the face with a massive cloven hoof. The force of the kick nearly exploded the runner's head, spraying yellow blood and gore into the air in a fine mist. Paunch stamped forward and shouldered through the next 2 runners, knocking them to the ground, then turned and charged at the 4th, coming in from the north. The runner screamed in anger and leapt at the buffalo. Paunch jerked her head and thrust a long, curved horn straight through the runner's right eye. It lodged in the subhuman creature's brain, killing it instantly. The runner hung limp from the horn as Paunch turned to the other 2 runners, who were just clambering to their feet. She charged and trampled them underfoot, the gouged runner flying from her horn like a windsock. Paunch crushed right through one runner's leg bones and stamped on the other's skull, flattening it in an explosion of yellow goo. The one with the broken leg hissed in fury and clawed his way toward the buffalo. Paunch shook her head, dislodging the hanging runner, and pawed at the ground. She trotted over to the remaining runner, which was now a crawler, and plopped its entire body weight on the thing's head with a sickening crunch. The entire fight was over in 17 seconds. Ben and Patrick stood speechless for at least 3 times as long. "Okay," Ben finally said. "We can keep her." 10. Leanne stuck the knife into the deer's carcass just under the tail and sawed up through its pale belly to the chin. She yanked back the skin and held the flaps open against the rib cage with a pair of stones. She grabbed the hatchet and straddled the prostrate animal. With one quick, strong swing, she cracked through the breastbone. She flung the hatchet into the ground, grabbed the deer's front legs, one in each hand, and pulled them apart, separating the halved plate and opening the chest cavity. Using her knees to hold the cavity open, she picked up the knife and severed the windpipe just below the jaw. She tossed it and the torn gullet into the open chest cavity and moved on to the rib cage. She pried it up and slipped the knife through the abdomen muscles quickly and delicately, exposing the stomach and intestines, taking care not to nick them. She cut down to the pelvic bone, then switched out the knife for the hatchet once again and cracked right through it. She nearly sliced into the urinary tract and cursed herself for being so careless. For the next 10 minutes she sawed at the deer's diaphragm, changing position every so often to push different wet, sticky organs out of the way of the knife. She was about to cut the intestine free from the pelvic area when a twig snapped somewhere in the woods. She froze immediately, squatting perfectly still over the mutilated carcass. Her eyes darted quickly and efficiently through the tree line with the skill of a practiced hunter. When she was finally satisfied there was no movement in the brush, she turned back to the deer and sawed at the large intestine. When she was done dressing the deer, she trimmed the edible meat from the muscle and bone and dropped it into a nylon sack. She tied it off with baling twine and dropped the little sack into a larger nylon bag and tied it off too, leaving the twine long. She hefted the bag over to the creek, tied the excess length of twine to a tree root curling out from the bank, and dropped the whole package into the cold, yellow water. The surface disturbance caused ripples of fine yellow monkey dust to pile up on each other, creating a thick, wet crust that eddied and swirled down the rapids. She clenched her jaw and watched the crust slip away with hollow eyes. Once it flowed out of sight, she plunged her hands into the water and washed them clean of the blood and gristle. Back inside the house, everything was quiet. She pricked up her ears suspiciously. Not a sound. The pantry door was padlocked securely. The tripwire at the base of the front door was undisturbed. Nothing was amiss. She returned to the backyard and dumped a load of firewood into the pit. In a matter of minutes she had flames flaring up through the kindling and licking at the heavy logs. She tossed the deer's stomach and intestines onto the fire and backed away from the stench. When they'd burned down to cinder flakes, she threw in the other organs. She watched with a wicked grin as the blood still inside the heart started to sizzle and boil. It came spurting out the valves in hot, steaming jets, spraying the ground around the pit crimson. She stalked over to the back door and grabbed the stew pot. She dunked it into the river, upstream of the deer meat, just in case. She lifted it out full of gray-green water and hauled it back over to the fire. Once she'd kicked the logs flat with her heavy combat boots, she set the stew pot down in the center of the fire. By the time the water started to boil, it was raining. The storm came on quickly, and soon it was falling in sheets. Leanne spat curses at the sky as she grabbed the tarpaulins and erected 2 makeshift tents, one over the fire, the other over the wood stack. She was just tying off the second tarp when she heard another loud crack from the woods. It rang clearly in the air, even through the gentle roar of the rain. She flicked her head around like an owl. Between the rain and the fog, visibility was low, extremely low, but another crack shot through the mist, and then another, and she knew for certain something was out there. She hurried with the tarp, latched it into place, took 3 long strides to the house's rear overhang, and grabbed the shotgun leaning against the wall. The rustling from the woods grew louder and closer. She raised the gun to her shoulder just as 2 men broke through the fog 20 yards to the west. 2 men and... Sweet Martha's tits, was that a buffalo? "Y'all hold it right there," she called out, leveling the gun at the one with a head the size of a pumpkin. The 2 figures stopped immediately. "Recite the Pledge of Allegiance." The 2 figures turned to each other. One of them shrugged. They turned back toward her and, in unbalanced unison, began the pledge. "I pledge allegiance to the flag of the Leanne lowered the gun. "That's enough. Y'all can come in. Get yourselves out of the rain." She turned back toward the house, then stopped. "The buffalo stays outside." Patrick prodded Ben forward toward the house. "You go first." Ben shook his head. "You're taller. I can use you as a shield. You go." He practically had to shout to be heard over the rain. Patrick frowned thoughtfully. "Maybe we should stay with Paunch. And drown? Good plan." "Fine. We'll go together." Patrick patted Paunch on the nose and whispered some heartfelt words of parting. "It's harder for her to shoot us if we're zigzagging. We should zigzag." Patrick conceded that this was a fine idea, so the 2 of them plunged through the woods, running and hopping at jerky, awkward angles, colliding with each other and with trees as they went. It seemed to work. They made it all the way to the fire without getting shot. "What the hell are you creeps doing?" the girl demanded from the patio. "Get your asses in or keep your asses out." They hustled onto the patio and she shooed them inside. Ben grimaced as he inspected the house. "I think I'll go back out and drown," he muttered. The whole house was dark, with no candles lighting the space despite the growing dark of the storm outside. It was a small structure, just a handful of rickety rooms making up a building not much larger than a double-wide trailer. They stood in what Patrick assumed was the living room, mostly through process of elimination. It definitely wasn't a kitchen, and he was almost positive it wasn't a bathroom. Warped wooden boards underfoot slanted down toward the center of the house. An oily bath towel provided the only comfortable space in the room, if the word comfortable could be defined so loosely. The room opened up to the kitchen, which was little more than a dry sink, an oven topped with a stove, a rickety prefab shelving unit, and a small circular picnic table covered with a stained, formerly white bedsheet. The oven door was open, and through the gloom they could see an outline of logs. Next to the shelving unit was a padlocked door, presumably a pantry. A hallway led off the living room in the other direction, where there couldn't be more than 2 more rooms. The whole house smelled like wood smoke and urine, but the house itself wasn't what prompted Ben's concern. No, the catalyst for that was the copious number of sharp metal objects that hung from the ceiling like hog legs in a butcher shop. Suspended from little hooks above them hung a few machetes, 2 hatchets, a full-size axe, a pitchfork, an entire arsenal of hunting knives, spades, shovels, trowels, and a wide, hard metal garden rake. A scythe was mounted on the far wall. A chainsaw lay in the corner. The kitchen was relatively clear. It supported only a set of butcher knives and a pair of hedge clippers. A rifle lay across the table. Another axe lay buried in a short stack of wood near the kitchen window. The glass door slid shut behind them with a chunk. "Who are you?" the girl demanded. Patrick whirled to find her standing with her feet set and a hunting knife splotched with red stains clutched tightly by her side. "Nobody, really. I'm Patrick. This is Ben. Ben gave a weak little wave. We're going to Disney World, he said helpfully. The girl squinted at them, sizing them up. Then she noticed Patrick's bandaged hand. Her grip on the knife seemed to tighten. Name's Leanne. What happened to your hand? You bit? Yeah, by a railroad spike, Patrick said, rubbing his injured hand gently. It only hurt now when he was conscious of the wound, which was basically all the time. We had a run-in with a crucifixion-happy preacher a few days ago. I think it's getting better, though. What about you? She asked Ben, cutting Patrick off completely. You bit? Ben tilted his head. No. Why? By what? By a duster, she said irritably, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Patrick and Ben looked on blankly. Like a crop duster, or... Patrick asked. A dust freak, the girl snapped. Skinny-ass, hungry little fuckers. Dusters. Jesus, ain't you two dumber than a bucket full of shit? Patrick brightened with enlightenment. Oh, you mean the politicians. I ain't talking about no grass-snaking politicians. I'm talking about rabid goddamn dust freaks. Runners. Yeah, no, we came across some, but we weren't bitten, Ben said. She stuck the knife into a leather sheath at her belt, apparently satisfied. Come on, y'all might as well make yourselves helpful while you're here. Why don't you light a fire in the oven? Logs is there. I'll get some kindling. She opened the door and disappeared out into the storm. Patrick ran his fingers through his increasingly wild hair. His hand bumped against a trowel blade. Is everyone besides us a complete psychopath? He mumbled. He made his way to the kitchen, ducking the sharp, swaying metal above, and began to load up the oven. Ben lingered in the living room, testing the various implements for sharpness. Damn, son, she's not screwing around, he said, drawing his thumb across a shovel blade. This shit is lethal. The girl reappeared with an armful of kindling, her wild brown hair tangled in a wet rat's nest on her head. She had ruddy cheeks flanking a face full of sharp features. Her jeans and olive-green army coat were baggy and blood-stained. She must have caught Ben staring at the red splotches as she pushed past him. Dear blood, she muttered. Y'all are safe enough, long as you mind yourselves. In another minute there was a fire crackling in the modified oven. The kitchen brightened into a warm orange glow that threw long, swaying shadow daggers against the far living room wall. The girl hopped up on the table and pulled her feet up Indian style. She picked up the rifle and set it across her lap. Why don't y'all tell me how you ended up in these woods, she said, especially unbit and all. Patrick relayed the story of their trip, hitting the highlights in a quick summary, with Ben offering color commentary along the way. She listened without much expression, though her eyebrows crept up a notch when he got to the bit about Ponch's massacre. The parts about the preacher and poor, insane Mr. Tinder didn't seem to faze her. She even seemed to take a bit of delight in the specifics about how Patrick had gotten the hole in his hand. Y'all been lucky with them dusters, she said when he'd finished. Real lucky. You have a lot of experience with them? Ben asked. The girl nodded. Are they made of metal? We broke a bat over one of them and he hardly flinched. Course he didn't, she said with a snort. I swear to hell you Yankees are so fucking stupid. You Yankees are so fucking stupid, Ben corrected her. Patrick elbowed him hard. What are they? Patrick asked. We have a bet going. Ben thinks they're zombies, but I say they're just incredibly ambitious politicians. Zombies is about right, she shrugged. Else they're near enough as makes no difference. I knew it, Ben said in triumph. When hell is full, the dead will rise. I didn't say they was zombies. I said they's about zombies, she said sharply. Come see for yourself if you want. She hopped off the table and walked out the patio door. See for ourselves? Patrick asked uncertainly. Don't go out there, Ben hissed, grabbing Patrick's arm. "Let's just run away instead." Patrick shrugged out of Ben's grasp and headed after the girl. "You're like a broken record, you know that? Run away! Run away! We'd have no fun at all on this trip if you had your way. Besides, whatever she's got out there can't be nearly as dangerous as leaving us alone in a room full of slicey things." He ducked through the living room and out the door, dodging the cutlery above. Ben cursed under his breath. Hell, Patrick was right. If he so much as sneezed in here, he'd cut his own head off. He hurried out after them. The girl hustled across the yard to the shed on the edge of the little river. She fished a key from inside her army coat and unlocked the padlock on the door. There were no windows in the shed, and inside was complete darkness. She disappeared into the inky black. Ben and Patrick looked at each other doubtfully. "I'm not going in there," Ben said. "No way." "I'm sure it's safe," Patrick lied. "All the shed weapons are in the living room." "You go on then. Let me know how it feels to die." But just then a match flared in the darkness, and the girl lit a kerosene lantern hanging on the wall near the door. She made a circuit of the shed and lit 6 lamps in all, 1 on each wall and 2 on the makeshift table in the center of the space, a huge piece of plywood supported by 3 sawhorses. A lantern sat on each end, and lying long ways in the center was a human body. On its back, the skin of its chest and arms flayed and held open with small rocks. Patrick put a hand to his mouth. Ben ran out to vomit in the rain. "Don't cry for him none," the girl said, blowing out her last match and nodding to the dead man on the table. "He weren't human no more when he ripped my sister part with his own teeth. Leastways not human enough to cry for." "You have a sister?" Patrick asked. Upon immediate reflection, he decided perhaps he had worded that question indelicately. "Ain't you got no fucking ears?" she snapped. "I had a sister. Now get your asses over here if you want to learn something." Ben crept back into the shed, wiping his mouth, and together they approached the desecrated corpse. Now that his eyes were adjusting to the dark, Patrick noticed a few more implements of mortal destruction scattered around the shed. Most of the standard tools had indeed been moved inside the house, but there were still plenty of dangerous items to spare. A rubber mallet and chisel lay on the table near the creature's ruined head. The apparent cause of death had been a shotgun blast to the face, as did another hunting knife. A fireplace poker rested against the sawhorse beneath the thing's legs, and on the corner of the plywood table sat an oily old chainsaw. Its blade and guard were thick with dried, yellowish blood. Lumps of the same hard stuff had splattered across the table and onto the floor. "You cut him open with a chainsaw?" Patrick asked, equal parts impressed and horrified. The girl nodded. "You gotta. Ain't hardly no other way to break through. Broke the teeth off 2 chains cutting this'n open." She picked up a lantern and swung it over close to the dead man's sternum. She beckoned them over with her free hand. They slunk over reluctantly, shielding their eyes from the crater that used to be the creature's head, and peered cautiously down into the crusty maw of his opened chest. She pointed to a section just below the shoulder, where a thick layer of skin had been pulled back, revealing rotting muscle and sinews. She took the chisel and pushed some of the muscle aside. "See right there? Them little yellow tubes? Them's the arteries." "They're yellow," Patrick said, confused. "That's what I just said, genius. So's they blood. Take a crack at it." She held the chisel out toward Patrick. He looked at it uncomfortably. "Go on, take it." He did, but he only frowned down at the cadaver. "You want me to cut into it?" "If you can," she leered. Her teeth were broken and a little yellow in the lantern light. Patrick sighed. He reached down and prodded one little yellow tube, expecting it to give like a gelatinous straw. Instead, it held firm. The point of the chisel knocked against it with a soft chink. The artery didn't budge. He pressed harder. Still, it didn't give. He hauled back and chipped at the artery with considerable force. He might as well have been chiseling at a mountain. Hard as diamond. Every one of his blood vessels is harder to break than a steel rod. That's how come your bat broke in half when you hit it on the head. Lots of blood vessels in the head. How does it happen? Patrick asked, his natural curiosity eclipsing his horror. The evolutionary goddamn zombie virus, said Ben, whose natural terror refused to be eclipsed by anything. I told you they ain't no zombies. It's the dust that does it. What dust? What dust? For fuck's sake, what dust? Open that door, she demanded. The shed door had swung shut. Ben pushed it open, revealing the soggy yellow mist outside. That dust, shitbrains! How is that possible? I don't understand, said Patrick, his mouth screwed up in confusion. The monkey chemical causes the exact opposite reaction of hardening. People melt out of their own skin. Plus, we all inhale the vapors and we're not rock solid. He slapped Ben's arm for reference. Ben yelped in pain. See? Soft as a baby. Jesus, you two really are a couple of fucking Yankees, ain't you? Wait here. She grabbed an old coffee mug from a shelf along the wall and ran out into the rain. A few minutes later she was back, the mug full of murky brown river water. Yellow monkey fog particles floated on the surface. She picked up a rag from the floor. It looked like it might have once been a dead man's flannel shirt, spread it on the table, and dumped the cup onto it. The water seeped through the cotton and dribbled across the plywood and onto the floor. She picked up the shirt by the edges and shook the wet yellow dust down into the center. Then she poured out the little yellow clumps onto the table, broke them up with her fingers, and arranged the fine powder into a long, thin line. "You're kidding me," Patrick breathed. "They snorted it? This here's the South, Mr. Lincoln. If it can be snorted, smoked, or shot, it has been." So the concentrated dust hardens the blood vessels over time, basically giving them an exoskeleton protecting their vital organs. But you'd think those would shut down. If your arteries turn to stone, your heart must do the same, and every other organ inside. If the heart turns to stone, it can't possibly pump. He picked up the girl's chisel and poked around in the dead thing's chest. Sure enough, the heart had turned hard and yellow. He slammed the chisel into it like a wooden stake into a vampire heart, but it just flaked off a bit of the outer layer. The girl shrugged. "I just know what I seen," she said, nodding at the body. "They's hard as iron, and when they do bleed, it's with yellow blood." "Maybe they operate at shockingly low blood pressures," Patrick continued, millions of theories beginning to spin themselves into existence somewhere in his frontal lobe. "It's fascinating." "It's terrifying," Ben corrected him. "Invulnerable drug addicts starved for human flesh? How is that not the most horrific thing in the world? And why in God's name are they starved for human flesh?" "Ain't invulnerable," the girl said. "Can't get the organs, but you sure as shit can get the brain." She pointed at the dead man's eye socket, which was only barely visible amid the ruin of the creature's face. "It's near enough the only way to kill 'em. Skull's hard as shit, and the blood vessels don't make it no easier, so the best way is to shoot 'em through the eye. Yep, gotta go for the brain." Ben smacked Patrick's arm. "I told you, zombies." "I seen some duster fuckers stagger around on their legs like they ain't never used 'em before," the girl said, prodding the eye socket with her finger. "We saw a few of those," Patrick said, remembering the horde at the ranger station. "Near as I can tell, they somehow got their legs broke, bones snapped right in half, but the blood vessels, your exskeleton or whatever, it keeps 'em walking upright, broken bones and all." "Jesus," Patrick and Ben muttered in unison. A hard enough blow to the leg could shatter the bone. Patrick nodded. The sheer force would send a literally bone-shattering shockwave through the leg. The girl just shrugged. Leastways, they're easy to tell from real people. Stick out like a handful of sore thumbs. Can't speak or nothing. All they can do is run and bite. You boys see a stranger on the road, you all make him recite the Pledge of Allegiance, and if he can't do nothing but moan, you shoot him right through the eye. Or trample him with your buffalo, Patrick said. Leanne locked up the shed, and they dashed back into the house, ducking low to avoid the swinging cutlery. She headed for the kitchen and stirred the fire in the oven. Patrick remembered something their host asked earlier that didn't sit well. Why did you ask if we were bitten? Whatever sickness the dust causes, it can catch if it's bad enough. Gets in your bloodstream, and a few hours later you're a duster yourself, without never snorting no dust. Ben threw up his hands in frustration, narrowly avoiding an axe blade. For crying out loud! Can they be any more zombie-like? Can we all just take a few seconds to acknowledge the fact that I was right? Especially you, he said, leveling a finger at Patrick. They ain't zombies, Leanne snapped. They ain't dead. They still alive. That's a big difference. For all practical purposes, there's absolutely no difference at all. If they ain't dead, they can be cured. Patrick nodded thoughtfully. Was this girl working on a cure herself? Some medicine or salve she kept samples of locked in the pantry? Not that he expected her to carry a degree in pharmacology or to be able to spell the word pharmacology. But she did show some sort of natural scientific instinct, the way she dissected the runner in the shed. Maybe she was smarter than she looked. Later that evening, after a meal of charred venison, Leanne asked them about their destination. Y'all said Disney World, right? That's correct. Patrick nodded, wrapping a new dressing around his wound. He winced as he pulled the rag tight. Wait here. I think I got something for y'all. She stood up and disappeared into the back hall. When she returned, she was holding a stack of pamphlets. She handed them to Patrick. I knowed these was somewheres. Found 'em under my bed. Them's the maps to Disney World, most of 'em anyways. Couldn't find the Magic Kingdom map, but the rest are there. Oh, goodness. Thank you. That's really very nice. Leanne shrugged. I ain't got no use for 'em no more. Might as well, right? Course, I can't imagine what sort of use you might have for 'em either. Disney World's a stupid-ass place to go. She crossed into the kitchen and stoked the fire one last time. Y'all gonna be okay in here? Sure, sleeping under a canopy of knives, what could go wrong? Ben muttered. We're fine, Patrick said. All right, then. I'll lock the door behind me so's you know I ain't gonna murder y'all in your sleep. Why would she say that? Ben said, alarmed. Why would you say you weren't going to murder us in our sleep unless you were going to murder us in our sleep? Why would you say that? Patrick, why would she say that? But Leanne just gave him a wink and closed the door. Well, isn't she a peach? Patrick declared, spreading his blanket on the floor. What a nice young lady she turned out to be. Nice young psychopath, Ben said in a low tone. Who cuts up a zombie, then leaves the fucking thing on display? We're staying in the house of Dr. Moreau. Oh, please. She hunts. She's a hunter. Huntress. Whatever. She catches deer and butchers them. It's natural. No, what's natural is keeping your body in one unflayed piece. That's natural. If it'll help ease your little baby mind, I'll stay up and keep watch for a while, Patrick said, stuffing the Disney World maps into his backpack. Would that make you feel better? Yes, it would, Ben said indignantly. Thank you. He burrowed under his blanket and stamped his head down on his knapsack. As soon as he was out, Patrick laid down on his own pillow and gave in to exhaustion. Ben woke to the sound of a rattling chain. At first he thought it was just part of his weird Dickensian dream wherein he was being chased down the streets of Industrial Revolution London by the ghost of a transvestite Jacob Marley. His eyes shot open just as Marley wrapped his fishnet-stockinged legs around Ben's waist. But even awake now, he could hear the chains. He sat up and peered into the darkness. The fire in the oven had burned down to embers, and the living room was exceptionally dark. The sound was coming from the kitchen. Someone was doing some mighty fierce chain rattling in there. There was another sound, too, a snarling, slurping sort of sound. It sounded like a starving wolf tearing at some sort of prey. All in all, they were sounds that should not be coming from a kitchen in the middle of the night. Ben decided to panic. He shook his sleeping companion. When Pat gave a confused blurb of sleepy grunts, Ben slapped him in the face to wake him up. It did the trick. "What the hell do you want?" Patrick cried. The rattling stopped, and Ben would be damned if he didn't hear the sound of something sniffing the air. "There's something in there," he whispered. Patrick scratched his head. "Say what now?" But before Ben could respond, the thing in the kitchen, whatever it was, sprang into action. The chains rattled across the floor and into the living room, and the creature's snarling grew louder. Ben screamed and leapt to his feet, bringing his head right up into the points of a pitchfork. He howled in pain and reached up, yanking the fork down from its moorings. The chains clinked louder, and the creature's snarling filled the room. Ben could see it now. A figure in the darkness, a thin, bony animal scraping toward them on all fours. He grabbed the pitchfork and struggled with its ceiling hook. With a cry of desperation, he ripped the whole thing down from the ceiling, fork and hook alike, and stabbed the sharp tines down toward the shape of the thing's head. There was a soft gloosh sound, and the creature screamed in agony. Then suddenly, everything fell quiet, and the animal dropped to the floor, dead. "What's that?" Patrick yawned, his hair sticking up at weird angles. Ben slumped to the floor and tried to catch his breath. "Where's that lighter?" he asked. Patrick motioned toward his backpack. Ben dug through it and pulled out the little plastic bic. He held it gingerly out toward the dead creature and flicked it to life. "Jesus Christ!" Patrick cried, scrabbling away from the heap of flesh on the floor. It was a man, a rail-thin, sharply boned man with a thick iron collar around his neck attached to a heavy chain that ran back into the kitchen. The man wore a pair of denim coveralls that hung loosely on his gaunt frame. The second tine on the pitchfork had stabbed right through his eye and deep into the brain. "It's a fucking zombie!" Ben cried. "Why is it on a leash?" Patrick asked, trying to shake the sleep webs from his head. Just then the chain pulled taut. Someone had picked it up on the other end. The chain hauled back toward the kitchen, pulling the dead man's head back up and over his body, twisting his neck grotesquely back over his waist. The person on the other end yanked hard, and the thing's head and shoulders flew back over its legs so it was dragged backward, belly up, the pitchfork still lodged in its eye socket. Patrick and Ben watched in dumbfounded amazement as the body of the runner disappeared back into the darkness. They stood up and followed it cautiously. They arrived in the kitchen just in time to see the thing's feet disappear around the corner into the pantry. They were still standing in front of the oven, baffled, when the sliding door opened from the outside. Ben grabbed Patrick and pulled him to the ground where they were hidden from the living room by the kitchen counter. They heard the door slide shut again, then the sound of soft footfalls moving through the living room and into the kitchen. Ben pressed flat against the counters, praying the darkness would hide them from the intruder just 3 feet away, when suddenly the person stepped into the red glow of the oven embers. Ben leapt to his feet. "What the hell are you doing?" If there were hatchets hanging down from the ceiling in front of the stove, Leanne would have sliced her scalp in half when she jumped and screeched. She punched blindly in the air, connecting with Ben's shoulder and his rib cage. He swatted her hands away. She scrabbled in the darkness, grabbing for the hunting knife in her belt. She pulled it out and stabbed it forward, just as Patrick cracked her on the back of the head with the stock of the shotgun he'd picked up from the table. She crumpled to the ground with a whimper. I got to pistol whip someone, he cried excitedly. That's not a pistol, moron. The principle is the same, Patrick insisted. What the hell was she doing? Ben asked. He towed at her forehead to make sure she was really unconscious. Dragging rabid politicians around the house, apparently. "Bemmy lighter." Ben handed it over. Patrick flicked it on and cautiously poked his head into the pantry. "Yep, take a look." Ben craned his head around Patrick's thin shoulders and peered into the small room. It was completely empty except for the dead man on the floor. What food had once been stored inside had long since been removed, leaving all the shelves absolutely bare. The chain attached to the dead man snaked out through a hole in the wall about 2 feet off the floor. Where does it go? Outside, obviously. Probably secured around a tree stump or an AC unit or something, so she could let it out for exercise without being in the house. Pretty smart. Okay, but why? Patrick shrugged. We'll have to ask her when she wakes up. Ben raised an eyebrow. Hey, I think I found a use for that rope. 11. The rain had more or less stopped by the time they finished tying Leanne to the tree. Patrick tugged at the loop around her neck. Think she can breathe okay? Ben shrugged. She's not dead yet. Fair enough. I knew this rope was going to come in handy, Patrick said proudly, wiping his hands on his jeans. Think she'll be able to get free? Probably, but not before we're halfway to Florida. Aren't we already more than halfway to Florida? I mean from here. Oh. Patrick reached down and gently tapped the girl on the forehead. She stirred and raised her head groggily. She tried pulling away from the tree, but the rope held taut against her throat. She gagged and spat into the mud. Patrick smiled down at her. Hi. Sorry to wake you. We're going to head out. We just wanted to say thanks for the hospitality. What'd you do to him? She said, her speech slightly slurred. To who? To the human flesh-starved maniac on a chain? We killed him. Were we not supposed to? You sons of bitches! The girl lashed out with her foot and brought it up hard into Patrick's crotch. He let out a squeal of pain and fell backward on the ground. He did it! Patrick groaned, pointing at Ben. The girl kicked out at him, too, but he was well out of foot range. You killed my daddy, you murdering sacks of shit! She burst into tears. Ben screwed up his face at her. Okay, I'm going to need clarification on 2 points here. He was a zombie, right? Not just a really hungry hillbilly. I mean, you had him locked in a closet on a chain. Also, you dissected one in your shed. I usually try not to use idioms, but I feel like you're kind of calling the kettle black right now. That one killed my sister, she snarled, her voice thick with rage. I didn't have no choice. I cut him open so's I could figure out what was wrong with him so's I could find a cure. She spat a thick gob of mucus at Ben's head. It splattered against his neck. Classy. He wiped the wet green ball away with his sleeve. Look, I'm sorry about your dad and all, but first off, he's not your dad anymore. He's a zombie, and you can't cure zombie. And second, he was going to eat us, so really I guess I'm not sorry. At all. Leanne screamed again and strained against the rope, scrabbling at it with her short, dirty fingernails. But the trunk was too large for her to reach the knot with her back to the tree. Ben nudged Patrick with his shoe. Pat, can we go? She looks really pissed. I want to grab a couple knives and go before she hulks through the rope. Right behind you, Patrick groaned, rolling slowly to his feet. He grabbed his bag and pulled out the folded Disney maps. I'm keeping these, he said indignantly. Oh, yeah, that's right. They're mine now. He shoved them back inside, threw the pack over his shoulder, picked up his machete, secured his hammer, and thumbed his nose at the angry girl tied to the tree before wandering off to collect his buffalo. Paunch turned out to be an incredible duster. She wiped out 2 more drug-addled lunatics that evening, and no less than 23 more over the next 5 days. Whenever they came to a creek or a river, Patrick spent at least half an hour washing the caked yellow goo out of her fur. But if there was no water nearby, Paunch didn't seem to mind. She walked with her giant head held tall, wearing the duster blood like a coat of sticky arms. It was her badge of honor for saving their lives on a daily and sometimes hourly basis. Between the bond Patrick felt with her and the wondrous benevolence with which she saved them from the runners, it was with considerable and heartfelt horror that the 2 men watched her fall horns first into a giant sinkhole in the middle of nowhere, Alabama. "Paunch!" Patrick screamed. He dove onto the edge of the sinkhole just as the bellowing buffalo splashed into a pool of water hidden deep inside the earth. "Paunch! Paunch! Paunch!" The chamber below was dark, but the sun provided enough light to see the buffalo splashing around in slow, confused circles down below. "Ben, we have to go after her!" he cried. "Yeah, let's just drop into a dark cave and lift a buffalo out of it." "Good, we're agreed." Patrick shrugged out of his backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out a sweater. "Here, put this on. That water's going to be cold." "What are you, nuts? We're not jumping down there." "We have to do something." "Fine, I'll say a few words. I'm an internet-registered clergyman." "She's not dead," Patrick roared. "Don't you dare give her last rites. Don't you dare." "We're coming, Paunch." "Pat, she's a 30-ton animal trapped down a narrow hole. We'd need a super winch to get her out of there." Patrick looked up with thoughtful, glassy eyes. "I could build a super winch," he decided. Ben rolled his eyes. "No, I could. We need to find a scrapyard. Quick, pull out your iPhone." "You keep saying that. You know I never even had an iPhone, right?" "Ah, yes, you communicated by carrier donkey, if I recall." "I don't like technology," Ben huffed. "When you write my biography, don't take unfair jabs at me for being a technophile. When I write your biography, I'm telling everyone you were a hermaphroditic hairdresser who had a love affair with a wild buffalo." "It is bordering on love, isn't it?" Patrick asked with a frown. "Come on, Ben. We have to at least try to get her out of there. How many times has she saved our lives?" "I don't know. About 100. "That's right. 100 times exactly. And we've only known her a week. I've known you for 17 years, and you've only saved my life once." Ben swore he could actually feel his spirit crumpling in on itself. "Fine," he grumbled, "but we can't just fall in after her. Let's look for another way in." They set off in opposite directions, plunging through the undergrowth, pushing aside brush piles and saplings in search of a second entrance to the cave. They tramped a wide circle around Paunch's hole, never going far enough from the center to be out of each other's sight. "Hey, remember that scene in Batman Begins where little boy Bruce falls into the Batcave for the first time?" Patrick asked, digging through a pile of branches on the forest floor. "Yeah." "Paunch is like Batman," he said. "She's the buffalo Gotham deserves, but not the buffalo it needs right now." "She would never fit into a bat suit." "She'd look great in a bat suit." "Schumacher's bat suit, obviously, with built-in buffalo nipples." "Don't ever talk about buffalo nipples again." Oddly, this is not the first conversation I've ever had about buffalo nipples. "Stop talking about buffalo nipples." They were still searching for another way into the cave when they heard chanting in the distance. Patrick held up a hand to signal for quiet, which Ben misinterpreted as a call for a high five. "Knock it off," Patrick said, swatting Ben's hand away. "Listen, do you hear that?" Ben pricked up his ears. The chants were growing louder now. Whatever voices were undulating were doing it in their direction. "O ye blade Domine," hymned a male tenor. "Soma di ba du ba de," intoned a host of male basses. Daso fomos cardine, vosto uvi martine. Patrick and Ben exchanged confused glances. I might be wrong here, Benny boy, but I think we're about to get into a street fight with St. Francis. The chanting grew louder, and soon the strangers were upon them, cresting the wooded hill. And they did look something like monks. They wore coarse blue hooded robes cinched at the waist with shiny silver ropes. Their hoods were deep and floppy, like giant manta rays that had attached themselves to the back of each brother's head. Tonde la fe aridos, sacro sancto formidos. The brothers were split into two columns, with a solo tenor leading the pack. Because their hoods were too big for their heads, the front hems hung down to their noses, obstructing their collective view. As they chanted, the leader walked witlessly into tree after tree after tree. Ole malte domi, smack! Kiri me o weary, smack! But he plodded on, bravely weathering each blow to the face. Eventually, the monks meandered toward the sinkhole and passed blindly within 2 feet of Patrick. He reached out and tapped the leader on the shoulder. The brother screamed and flailed his hands in the air. His brethren, uncertain about this new ululation, but loyal nonetheless, shrugged and followed suit, screaming in a chorus of high-pitched shrieks and wiggling their hands to the heavens. "Goodness me!" the leader cried, yanking back his hood. His wiry brown hair exploded outward in a ring around a gleaming bald pate. "Strangers in the woods!" Strangers in the woods. The 2 columns of friars whispered to each other, "Strangers in the woods, Yet not a single one of them removed his own hood, so they could not actually see the strangers in the woods. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you, but we're having a bit of a problem. Maybe you can help us. You seem to wind your way around these woods pretty well," Patrick lied. "These woods are the corn upon which we thrive," the leader said with a curt but not unpleasant nod, "and we naught but pilgrims upon which nibbling knowledge does tread." "What is he saying?" Patrick hissed to Ben over his shoulder. "I think he's agreeing," Ben whispered. He turned back to the leader and thrust out his hand. "I'm Patrick Dean. This is my comrade in arms, Ben Fogelvy, and the furry one stuck in the cistern over there is Paunch, our stalwart companion, whose aforementioned imprisonment in aforementioned cistern is the source of our aforementioned problem." The unhooded brother shook his head. He seemed physically pained. "I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time understanding you. We're not used to such expressive epithets of the common tongue," he explained. "The common tongue?" Ben asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes. English, you probably still call it. We in the Post-Alignment Brotherhood find solace in the communicative power of lachish." It was Patrick's turn to send his eyebrows skyward. "Lachish? Yes. The lost language of the ancient Marus, bequeathed to us in the chaos of the alignment." "Thukos Marus," the brothers murmured. "Your English sounds fine to me," Ben said. The monk bowed. "Thank you for your kind if counterfeit words. I am Brother Trident, Holy Father of our order. It is a true pleasure to make your acquaintances, Brother Patrick and Brother Ben, and we shall assist you with Brother Porch if we are able." "Paunch," Patrick corrected him, "and she's a sister of the order Patribenicus." "A member of an order? A fellow true believer?" the monk asked, his eyes wide. He rubbed his hands together. "Then let us not delay. Take me to Sister Porch." "Paunch." Patrick escorted Brother Trident to the edge of the sinkhole and pointed down at Paunch's calm, quiet figure. "That is Sister Paunch. We require her replacement onto the Earth's upper crust." Brother Trident frowned. "She is a buffalo." She is the buffalo to end all buffaloes, Patrick said. Is that right? Buffaloes? Or is it buffalo? Buffaloes, Ben said. Buffaloes. Buff-a-loes. Huh. Sounds weird. It does sound weird, Brother Trident agreed. Are you sure? I'm sure. Patrick shrugged. He's sure. Wait, now I'm not sure, Ben decided. Buffaloes? Buffalo? Buffaloes? Buffali? Patrick guessed. Buffali. We'll take it under advisement, Brother Trident said. But regardless, that down there is a singular buffalo. It is. Brother Trident nodded slowly. Yes, I think we can take care of this for you. Brother Mayhem! He called to the group of monks huddled off to the side. One of the friars from the front of the line hurried over to the sinkhole. Brother Mayhem, please take care of this beast of burden. She is not a burden, Patrick gasped. Yes, Brother Trident, of course, Brother Mayhem said, bowing respectfully and ignoring Patrick completely. He hurried off and began speaking to his brethren in hushed tones. Meanwhile, Brother Trident placed his hand firmly on Patrick's shoulder and squeezed. The post-alignment brotherhood will take care of your buffalo, but let us retire to the friary. You gentlemen must be hungry. 12. The friary turned out to be a system of shoddy tree houses connected by a poorly designed series of rope bridges. As far as Patrick could tell, Brother Trident's tree house was the only one with a full roof overhead. Settle yourselves in here and meet us down in the dining pit for dinner, he said, pointing at a picnic table set into a dip in the earth below. Then he disappeared across a bridge and into the chapel, an especially rickety tree house with a poorly angled cross nailed to a branch near the door. Go on, Patrick said as they hefted their bags onto the crude wooden floor. Give me a 6-hour rant about how this is dangerous. We shouldn't stay here. Are you kidding? It's a society built around tree houses. Tree houses! Throw in a ball pit and a grilled cheese castle, and we're pretty much staying in my childhood fantasy town. What's a grilled cheese castle? Patrick asked. But Ben was already out the door and on his way down the flimsy rope ladder. Brother Mayhem and his fellow rescue monks were just returning by the time Patrick and Ben sidled up to the dining pit. Domino vos homine, they chanted. Patrick was dismayed to see they had returned sans buffalo. He approached one of the brothers and tapped him on the shoulder. The brother jumped in surprise. "How'd things go with Punch?" he asked. "Oh, very well," the friar said. "Very well indeed. We managed to salvage your buffalo." "Salvage?" Patrick asked doubtfully. "Yes, salvage. Isn't that right? I'm sorry we have such a difficult time with your English. What might be a better word to use? Saved? Ah, saved, then. Can we go see her?" "Oh, no," said Brother Mayhem. "She's being prepared." "Prepared?" Patrick asked doubtfully. "Prepared, yes. She is being made presentable, is that the word?" "Presentable for what?" "For her introduction into our camp." Patrick frowned. "I don't know. I'd feel much better if I could see her." But Brother Mayhem just laughed. "Animals may not enter here without proper preparation," he said. He patted Patrick on the shoulder and disappeared up into the trees. "Must be some sort of religious purification thing," he said to no one in particular. Ben shrugged. "I'm sure she's fine. She killed a whole football team's worth of zombies. I'm sure she can handle some Gregorian weirdos." They feasted early on beefsteak that evening, and by the time the last rays of sunshine drained from the foggy yellow air, the plates had been cleared and Brother Trident had retrieved a giant bladder flask from his treehouse. He squeezed a stream of light purple juice into his mouth, swallowed happily, and passed the flask to his right. He smiled at his guests from across the fire. "Center wine," he explained. "Our own concoction. Please help yourselves." The flask passed from brother to brother, each man taking a gulp of the wine before passing it on. Patrick took the bladder gingerly and inspected it in the firelight. "What is it?" he asked. Brother Trident frowned. "Center fruit and other various fermentations." Ben nudged him gently. "Don't piss them off. They wield the God force," he whispered. "I don't think you know how religion works," Patrick whispered back. But he nodded his thanks to the Holy Father and squeezed a jet of wine into his mouth. He gagged instantly and spat the whole mouthful onto the table. "What's it taste like?" Ben asked nervously. "Good?" Patrick's face soured as he forced himself to swallow a second swig. "Moldy Windex and Braunschweiger," he decided. He handed the flask to Ben, who held it like he would a rotting skunk carcass. He pinched his nostrils shut and squirted a quick spray into his mouth. He swallowed with a grimace, his face shading a deep purple. "My God!" he gasped, shaking his head. "What is that shit?" He handed the bladder to the brother on his left, who grinned a broken-toothed grin and squirted a gulp happily into his gullet. Brother Trident smiled too. "Center wine stimulates mammalian development," he said. Patrick tipped his head to the side. "Beg pardon?" The one called Brother Mayhem cupped his hands in front of his chest. "It augments the bubular region," he explained. "Bazoombas." Patrick and Ben both groaned. "That's very thoughtful," Patrick said, wiping pale pink spittle from his mouth, "given the importance of a healthy bust and all, but we don't have bubulars, bazoombas. We have testiculars, generally housed in this area." He swirled a hand near his genitals. "It is customary for brothers of the post-alignment order to consume the center wine in the hopes of achieving gender transmutation," Brother Trident explained. "Gender transmutation?" Ben asked, concerned. The friary suddenly didn't seem quite so much like his fantasy kingdom anymore. Brother Trident crossed his legs under himself and leaned forward, almost excitedly. "We are a strictly male sect, as you can see," he said, gesturing to the brothers around the fire. "But we wish to actively encourage the survival of the order, a pursuit that seems more and more unlikely as we continue to fail to discover worthy acolytes. The Great Alignment, it seems, has claimed the majority of our planet's males in an effort to right the natural injustice of humanity." "The Great Alignment?" Patrick asked. "You mean M-Day?" "Ah, Monkey Day, yes. Give it what sinful secular title you will, it was a day of great salvation and alignment for the human faithful. But our order was left without women to assist in procreation. Therefore, with the guidance of the prayers of the aligned, we strive to transmute our own selves into the femalular sex so that we might procreate and spread the word of the aligned into future generations." "Let me get this straight," Ben said, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. "You're all trying to turn yourselves into women?" The brothers nodded. "So that you can have sex with each other." More emphatic nodding. Patrick jumped in with both hands. "And you're hoping that this questionably alcoholic beverage will do that?" "We do not hope. We believe," said Brother Trident. "Why on earth would you believe that?" Now it was Brother Wayward's turn to speak. He was a bookish man with horn-rimmed glasses and a boyish face. Are you familiar with the scientific fact that some West African frogs are known to spontaneously switch genders without any warning at all? Why, yes, I did see Jurassic Park, Patrick answered. Oh, Jesus, Ben said, his face flushing light green. If you tell me I just drank frog sperm, I'm throwing up on every single one of you. Goodness, no, Brother Wayward exclaimed. No, not sperm, just blood extraction. Center wine is frog blood? Ben asked, clapping a hand over his mouth. Among other things, yes. That's the main ingredient. We also use wild boysenberry for flavor, explained Brother Trident. You know, I thought I tasted boysenberry, Patrick said, wagging a finger at the Holy Father. Ben looked as if he might actually be sick, at least on himself, if not on everyone else. Patrick, however, was more scientifically intrigued than physically ill. Has this screwball plan shown any signs of success? He asked the hooded scientist. Well, not yet, Brother Wayward admitted sadly. But as we all know, life finds a way. Of course it does. You know, human physiology is a bit more complex than amphibian physiology. Does that concern you at all? Make you think, hey, maybe this, I don't know, won't work? If the order is fated to succeed, this is the manner in which it will achieve future greatness, Brother Wayward said simply. If it does not work, then it should not work. Interesting, Patrick said, tapping a finger to his lips. Religious zealousy with a strong fatalistic bent. My Aunt Margie would have loved you guys. How long have you been drinking this center wine? About 2 years now, Brother Mayhem said. And tell me, how do you feel? Me? Well, I must admit, personally, I don't feel much different, Brother Mayhem said. Oh, that's nonsense, cried Brother Halfstaff from across the fire. If you ask me, you're much more sensitive now than you used to be. Was I not sensitive before? Brother Mayhem frowned. You were always a bit of a human tinderbox, Brother Halfstaff admitted, but you're much more empathetic these days. I'd say the same for most of us, piped up Brother Wildgarden. We're all much more sensitive. Brother Bickdraft snorted, Too sensitive, if you ask me. It gets worse every week. There's no such thing as too sensitive. There's only complete and utter insensitivity, Brother Halfstaff cried. You see, this is exactly what I'm talking about, Brother Bickdraft grumbled. How dare you insinuate, Brother Wildgarden exclaimed. Brothers, please. Brother Trident lifted his hands and waved them gently at the assembly. Be centered. Kyrie Dominos, he intoned. On cue, the other brothers immediately relaxed and chanted their answer in unison. Doma doa Ephrae. That's beautiful, Patrick said with a short round of applause. What's it mean? In each one we find a center, and in the center we find all, said Brother Trident. Wonderful. Better even than Pig Latin. Just wonderful. Brother Wildgarden raised his hand. Brother Trident called on him. I thought it meant, whensoever the sun doth rise, therefore too are the children of the wicked crickets. That is a wildly blasphemous translation, Brother Wildgarden, Brother Bickdraft screamed. I command you to the centrifugation chamber. The other brothers nodded their emphatic agreement. It was unanimous. Brother Wildgarden's blasphemy must be punished. The friar snuffled, collected the folds of his robe in his hands, and walked primly to the edge of camp, where he reached down and pulled up a hidden trap door covered with sticks and brush. He held his breath and jumped into the hole with a loud splash. Then the trap door fell shut, and the brothers turned back to the fire, each of them brooding on Brother Wildgarden's failure. Ben broke the silence by clearing his throat. So, what else do you guys do, besides hope for spontaneous sex changes? He asked. Brother Halfstaff opened his mouth to respond, but Patrick cut in, his voice high-pitched with incredulity. "Wait! Where on earth did you find West African frogs?" he demanded. Brother Trident and Brother Halfstaff exchanged looks. "Well, we haven't exactly managed to locate West African frogs as such," Brother Halfstaff said slowly, tenting his fingers in front of his robe. "Yet," he added. "But our frogs are just as good," Brother Bickdraft insisted. Patrick leaned forward, clasping his hands under his chin. "Let me get this straight. You're hoping for a widespread, irrational sex change from taking a few shots of blood from a species of frog that is not the one known for getting surprise gender reassignment surgery? If the great centralizer hears our prayer, anything is possible." "Swell!" Patrick cried gleefully. "That is excellent! Crackerjack of a plan you got there." He gave thumbs up all around. The flask had made its way back around the circle. He took it happily and squirted another shot into his mouth. You're right. You can really taste the ovaries. What do you think, Ben? Ovaries? He asked, handing him the center wine. Ben pushed it away in disgust. Brother Trident stood and stretched his hands out over the table. "Brothers," he boomed, "it is time for the feats of adulation." "O me forte lawnie," the brothers chanted. "Oh, my 40 lawn yards," Patrick echoed, making a religious sign with his hand. Ben leaned over and hissed, "What's the matter with you? Are you drunk? Are you becoming a woman?" "This is easily the single silliest situation I have ever encountered," Patrick whispered back. "I'm drunk on incredulity." "Let us adjourn to the fire," said Brother Trident. He led the group to the friary's fire pit, around which the men sat down cross-legged in a large ring. "The first feat belongs to Brother Toldus and Brother Bickdraft." The two monks stood and bowed to the Holy Father. "Duce porto mongrosate," they mumbled in unison. Then they turned to each other and bowed again. Brother Bickdraft motioned for Brother Toldus to go first. The latter folded his hands into his sleeves and cleared his throat loudly. "Tonight I adulate the great centralizer with this cedar twig which I discovered underfoot upon my morning constitution." He retrieved a small branch from within the folds of his robe that still had a few of what Patrick was fairly certain were oak leaves and not cedar needles. Brother Toldus held the twig over his head in both hands, closed his eyes, rolled his head back on his shoulders, and undulated in a proud and powerful Xena warrior princess battle cry. His hands flew into a flurry, maniacally shredding the leaves from the twig. Then he broke the tiny branch into a dozen pieces, spun around, and hurled them into the woods. He turned back to the fire, bowed low to the flames, and said, "In its name I adulate." He sat down to the approving murmurs of his brethren. Now it was Brother Bickdraft's turn to adulate. He drew his hands into his sleeves, just as Brother Toldus had done, and stood straight and tall before the fire. "Tonight I adulate the great centralizer with the gift of my tremendous broadsword, which I carved from the trunk of a muling mulberry tree." He turned and picked a small wooden sword from the ground behind him and held it aloft before the flames. Ben leaned in toward Patrick. "I'm not a Pop-Goes-the-Weasel expert," he whispered, "but mulberries grow on bushes, right?" "Yes. I am completely amazed by these lunatics' ability to be scientifically inaccurate about absolutely everything," Patrick said. Brother Bickdraft took the small wooden sword in both hands and began to perform a choreographed sword dance routine that could only be described as mesmerizing, in the way that a hairless drunken yak stumbling in a hoof-sucking muddy swamp might be mesmerizing. He swung the sword in frantic circles over his head, kicking one knee up and hopping on the other foot. He drew the sword back in a lunge attack position and squatted low, bouncing and rocking on the balls of his feet. He fell to the ground, side-planking his body with one arm and holding the sword straight out from his hip into the sky. He rolled across the dirt, sword clutched in both hands, and stretched above his head like an armored wheel spoke, nearly spinning his way into the fire. He leapt from foot to foot, bobbing a wide circle around the ring of brothers, the sword twirling arrhythmically, accidentally slapping into a hooded pate every 6 or 7 steps. He soft-skidded through a pile of dead leaves, swinging the sword from his hips like a clumsy codpiece. He flipped the sword into the air, end over end, clapped his hands 3 times, then yelped in pain as it smacked against his poorly timed fingers and fell to the ground. He picked it up and stabbed the air 3 times, let out a squeaky cry of what Patrick pegged as constipated irritation, then bowed to the fire and said, "In its name I adulate." The brethren nodded and murmured approvingly among themselves. Brother Trident stood and quieted the brothers with his outstretched palms. "The champion of the first feat is Brother Bickdraft." Brother Bickdraft raised his sad little sword in triumph. The brethren nodded their support. "Brother Toldus, step forth and receive the agony of defeat." Brother Toldus stood and humbly approached Brother Trident at the head of the fire. Brother Trident ceremoniously removed Brother Toldus's hood. Then he reached into the fold of his own robes, retrieved what appeared to be a rotten peach, and crushed it down upon Brother Toldus's head. Dark brown juice and bits of blackish pulp trickled down the friar's face and neck. He bowed low and said, "Thank you, Holy Father." "Domus arle fantoro," Brother Trident said, nodding. "E grief no halimus," Brother Toldus replied. He returned to his seat, rotten fruit flesh drying into his beard. "The second feat of adulation belongs to Brother Mayhem and Brother Spindthrift," Brother Trident announced. Brothers Mayhem and Spindthrift stood and bowed to the Holy Father. "Dose porto mongrosate," they said. It was decided that Brother Mayhem would adulate first. "Tonight I adulate the great centralizer with a wholly accurate moose call which I perfected just this afternoon." He spread his feet and squatted down a bit, then brought his fists to his mouth to form a hand trumpet. He took a deep breath, then with all his might blew a long, low groan into the tunnel of his fists. He turned and bowed to Brother Trident. The monks all acknowledged the astonishing accuracy of his call, and some even applauded lightly, though the squealing moan sounded more to Patrick like a gagged hyena than a moose. He clapped politely anyway. Ben did not. Brother Mayhem's moose call was so well received that Brother Spindthrift was visibly nervous as he buried his hands into his sleeves and addressed the group. "Tonight, I adulate the great centralizer with a poem that I wrote before lunch." A few of the brothers audibly groaned. Waxing poetic was not a new hobby for poor Brother Spindthrift. He ignored their premature criticism and began his recital. "The woods of yore, yon sickly saps, the braided heartache bring. A schumer, a shoner, the dead leaves whisper in my ear. Thy trees of habit grow stagnant in oily pools of befuddled wisdom. Were they ever, sad Atlas asks. Wisdom is slow and viscous as sap. It freezes and pleases nobody but none. The owls lament the fruit of their lives. Were they ever, I ask, were they ever?" Brother Spindthrift concluded to complete silence. He turned and bowed low to the Holy Father. He returned to his seat and waited nervously for Brother Trident's judgment. "Boo!" Brother Halfstaff cried. "Boo!" "Boo!" agreed the monks of the Post-Alignment Brotherhood. "Boo!" Someone threw a rock across the fire. Brother Spendthrift ducked with practiced ease. His poetry had fallen flat before. Brother Trident stood and calmed the dissenting clan. "The champion of the second feat is obviously Brother Mayhem." Whoops and cheers went up around the fire from all but Brother Spendthrift, who looked not particularly surprised. He stood and met Brother Trident's rotten peach punishment with as much dignity as a tortured poet could muster. "And for the third and final feat of adulation, we call upon Brother Halfstaff and Brother Bicon." The two monks rose, and the others leaned forward in tense anticipation. Brother Trident acknowledged their excitement and nodded. He reached behind his seat and pulled up a hollow gourd. "The third feat of adulation is the great test, and tonight's test shall be—" He reached into the gourd, trudged around with his hand, and pulled a piece of bark from within. Something must have been written on it, for he glanced at the bark, nodded again, and said, "A feat of rhyme." Wild cheers went up around the fire. Despite their collective distaste for Brother Spendthrift's particular brand of poetry, the feat of rhyme was a popular choice among the men. Brother Halfstaff shook out his hands, while Brother Bicon rolled his head around on his neck. Brother Trident gave them 30 seconds to loosen up, then called their feet to order. The two men faced each other across the fire and shook hands over the flames. "This looks pretty serious," Patrick whispered to Brother Bickdraft. "Oh, it is," Brother Bickdraft assured him. "He who fails to adequately adulate in the great test is thoroughly punished." Brother Trident cleared his throat. It was time to begin. "Yesterday I packed my van." He motioned to Brother Halfstaff to go first. "It was driven by a rather merry man," he said. "He was the leader of the caravan," Brother Bicon shot back. "His name, I soon learned, was Dan," said Brother Halfstaff. "He had the most luxurious tan," replied Brother Bicon. "He received it in the Caribbean." There were murmurs of protest regarding Brother Halfstaff's pronunciation, but Brother Trident dismissed them with a wave of his hand. He would allow it. And so they continued back and forth, the rhymes flying faster and faster. "The man in the van was my biggest fan," said Brother Bicon. Patrick wondered if extra points were rewarded for multiple rhymes or if he was just showing off. "He, like I, was born in French Sudan," which reminded me at once of my master plan, one I'd concocted playing Settlers of Catan. It had to do with the nation of Iran and the wayward policies of the nation's Taliban. The man from Sudan with the tan in the van was content to sit and scan, while I relayed my plan about Iran on the divan. Both men were growing red in the face. Brother Bicon's hands were clenched in fists of concentration, while Brother Halfstaff's fingers stiffened from his palm like metal rods. "But now I saw the plan was wan," said Brother Bicon. "So I thought I might as well move to Japan. Or better yet, maybe Kazakhstan," Brother Bicon huffed. "I could live on a farm of the variety pecan," Brother Halfstaff puffed. "Or spend my days on a catamaran. Against hard work I would levy a ban." Brother Halfstaff was grasping at straws now, and everyone could see it. Brother Bicon may have been faltering physically, but his mind was still sharp. "The trip might be over before it even began." "The natives, I think I would be better than," said Brother Halfstaff weakly. "I wonder if you could watch reruns of Roseanne." I could watch them while making dinner in my pan," Brother Halfstaff wheezed. "At least you'd be far from the Ku Klux Klan." Brother Halfstaff's face was chalky white and damp with sweat. "And I could buy a house near an alluvial fan," he gasped. "Fault!" cried Brother Tridet. "Repeated use of the word fan. The title of Great Adulator falls to Brother Bicon." The brothers gave him a rousing applause. "Well done, brother. The great centralizer is fittingly adulated, and yea, art thou bright in his eyes. Ufre dictus hominu." Brother Bicon bowed low to the Holy Father and responded in the order's gibberish. Brother Tridet blessed him with the sign of the wobbly circle, then clapped 3 times. "Brother Mayhem, bring forth the Book of Failure and Disgrace." Brother Mayhem shimmied up the trunk of a great oak tree and returned with a heavy, leather-bound book the size of a tombstone. He lowered himself to one knee and presented it humbly to the Holy Father. Brother Tridet took the tome and flipped it open to what seemed to be a random page. "As Fortimus did shame his family with the forfeiture of his larger-than-average genitalia in exchange for a piddling sum, so too are we shamed by the catastrophic failure achieved thence by one of our own cloth." He closed the book with a heavy thud and beckoned Brother Halfstaff forward. "Step 2, pillar of embarrassment, and receive the divine shaming." Brother Halfstaff fell to his knees before the Holy Father. Brother Tridet cursed him with a reverse wobbly circle, then lifted the book high in the air and brought it crashing down on Brother Halfstaff's shoulder. The pillar of embarrassment was knocked to the dirt. "Thomus dontus farci nom," he said. Brother Tridet turned to the other members of the order. "Come, brothers, and form the line of severe and direct punishment." The monks stood and shuffled toward the prostrate failure. Patrick and Ben followed, casting each other questioning glances. They squeezed themselves into the line that formed behind Brother Spindthrift. Brother Tridet handed Spindthrift the book. He hauled off and whacked Brother Halfstaff in the leg. "Thomus dontus farci nom," said Brother Halfstaff. "Is there anyone left in the world who's not roundly insane?" Ben whispered to Patrick. Brother Bickdraft overheard him and intervened. "Only one of our number receives the divine shaming each night during adulation," he explained quietly. "It's practically an honor." Patrick watched doubtfully as the other brothers took their turns battering the inadequate rhymer with the heavy book. Wham! "Thonus dontus farci nom." Whack! "Thonus dontus farci nom." Whomp! "Thonus dontus farci nom." Woof! "Thonus dontus farci nom." And so on. Soon it was Ben's turn to bludgeon the poor bastard. Brother Toldus handed him the book. Ben almost fell under its surprising weight. He hefted the thing and cast an uneasy look at Brother Tridet. The Holy Father nodded, urging him forward with his hands. Then Ben looked down at Brother Halfstaff, splayed out awkwardly in the leaves and brush. He too nodded up at Ben and even gave him a thumbs up. Ben shrugged. Then he hauled off and whacked Brother Halfstaff in the head. "Well done!" Brother Tridet exclaimed. "You shame as well as any practiced member of our order." The other brothers bobbed their heads in agreement. Ben beamed. He handed the Book of Failure and Disgrace to Patrick, who nearly dropped it. The damn thing was heavy, and he only had one good hand. He looked down on poor Brother Halfstaff, who gave him an encouraging smile. Patrick bent down and lightly tapped him on the shoulder. Then he handed the book back to Brother Tridet. The Holy Father frowned. "Not the strongest shaming I've seen," he said bluntly. Patrick shrugged. "I'm not really a shaming kind of guy. The road to true centralization is paved with tiles of great shame," Brother Tridet pointed out. Soon it was roundly considered late enough to call it a proverbial night. The brothers stood and bid good evening to their guests before ambling up the trees. Ben stood and stretched. "You turning in?" he asked. Patrick shook his head. I think I'll keep the fire company a little while longer. You know how lonely fire gets. It's the fourth loneliest of all the elements. They high-fived goodnight, and Brother Toldus led Ben off to the guest treehouse. Aside from Patrick, only Brother Trident remained. Thank you again for putting us up. He pointed to the trees. Get it? Up? That wasn't even on purpose. You are most welcome, friend Patrick. The great centralizer has sent you to us, and we heed its providence. Patrick flexed the fingers of his injured hand. They still tingled numbly, and they refused to straighten all the way. But the infection didn't seem to be spreading through the hand. That was providence. Tell me, continued Brother Trident, your friend, Ben, is he a man of steadfast beliefs? He's a man of much steadfastness, Patrick admitted, though it's generally more accurate to say I have a steadfast belief in him. Yes, Brother Trident said, stroking his chin. Patrick reached for the abandoned flask of center wine and squeezed down another gulp. It's getting better with age, he groaned. Brother Trident quickly scanned the area for any lagging monks, then reached into his robes and retrieved an honest-to-goodness metal flask. He screwed off the lid and raised a toast. Is that the real deal? Patrick asked. Brother Trident nodded. It gets no realer. He tipped Patrick a salute. Heavy is the head that wears the hood, he said before knocking back a swig. Could I have some of that? My head's naturally heavy. Brother Trident handed him the flask. Patrick glugged from its tinny depths. Gah! He hissed as the drink burned its way down and possibly through his esophagus. That is not the real deal, he gagged, handing the flask back to Brother Trident. The monk frowned as he took the little metal container from his guest. I made this fermentation with my own hands, he said, his feelings obviously hurt. How could it possibly be more real? That's true, Patrick conceded, scrubbing the tears from his eyes. The only way it could get more real is if Bruce Lee jumped out of the bottle and roundhoused you in the face. He shook his head, cleared his throat, and took a deep, cleansing breath. The red in his cheeks slowly started to fade. Say, let me ask you something. Where are you guys from? Oh, here and there. I'm from southern Wisconsin myself. Brother Halfstaff and Brother Spindthrift are from Illinois. Brother Toldus is from Mississippi, I think, or Louisiana. Brother Mayhem hails from Arkansas. We're a motley group. Midwesterners all, Patrick said. And you? St. Louis originally. A place of heathens, Brother Trident said with no further explanation. What brings you men to Alabama? Ben mentioned something of a quest, I think. You could call it that, Patrick said, nodding. In some ways, I suppose it's the ultimate quest. A quest to reclaim a misspent childhood. A quest to scrape through the rust of apocalyptic ruin and let pre-M-Day chrome glimmer in the light of hope. A quest to determine if the reasonable shelf life of an overcooked concession stand hot dog could possibly be more than 3 years. Brother Trident, we quest for Disney World. Truthfully? Fully of truth. May I ask why? You may. Brother Trident looked expectantly at Patrick. Patrick looked expectantly at Brother Trident. Why? The monk finally said. Glad you asked. He reached around and pulled the worn paper from his pocket. Maybe it was the hooch. Maybe it was the center wine. Maybe it was the gender transmutation starting to take effect. But Patrick realized he wanted to share it with someone. Not with Ben. Not yet. But Brother Trident was a loon, and there's a sort of protective comfort in lunacy. He handed the paper to the monk. I see, Brother Trident said when he had read the faded words. He handed the paper back to Patrick. You must feel extremely... He searched for the right word. Misaligned. Patrick nodded slowly. Misaligned. That actually sums it up pretty well, he said. Brother Trident crossed his arms and leaned toward the fire. The M-Day, as you call it, as the entire wasteland calls it, I suppose, wasn't a day of destruction, friend Patrick. It was a day of centrifugation. Before the great event, I was a pre-owned vehicle salesperson. Brother Bickdraft was a high school gym teacher. Brother Spindthrift was a traffic attorney, and Brother Halfstaff was a night clerk at Dunkin' Donuts. All of us, so far in our former lives from the beings we have realigned into, and so different from each other. Yet we had one thing in common. We felt displaced. Do you ever feel displaced, friend Patrick? Only when Ben puts me away in the wrong toy chest. I can see that you do. We all did as well. We all knew there was something else we were meant to be. We'd lost our way, both as individuals and, I believe, as a species, and the alignment brought us back to ourselves. It started with the Mesopotamians, of course, and their modern notions of civilization. Ridiculous. Man wasn't meant to live in collective housing, and certainly not in encampments made of stone and mortar. We were made to live in the trees, just as our winged ancestors did before the evil magician Tumralan cursed us with arms of flesh and unfeathered skin. We didn't know this truth before the Great Alignment. How could we? We were born into maladjustment. But the alignment, the alignment. The great centralizer brought us back to ourselves. It reminded us of the true Latvish tongue. And again, I do apologize for my horrendous English. I'm sure you don't understand half of what I'm saying. But the great centralizer revealed to me the truth of our existence, friend Patrick. And in the dozenth year of the post-alignment calendar, I have seen that we shall all break free of these human shackles and return once more to our proper sparrow state. I only pray we're able to transmute enough of our men into women in order for my bloodline to live long enough to experience this tremendous centralization of being. A gulf of silence passed between the men. It became obvious that Brother Trident was anticipating a response. He kept jiggling his eyebrows up and down like hairy jump ropes. Finally, Patrick just said, "Well, we all have our quests." Then he snatched back the flask, held it high in salute, and drank down its entire contents. 13. Ben awoke early the next morning to the sounds of shouting and splashing from somewhere below his tree. He rolled blindly out to the rickety wooden balcony and squinted through sleep-crusted eyes at the world below. All was quiet. Not a single hooded brother stirred. Yet the hollering and the splashing continued. Then Ben saw the trap door in the forest floor and remembered Brother Wildgarden's banishment to the Chamber of Secrets, or whatever the hell it was called. Someone else seemed to remember it too, because just then a wooden slipper was flung from a tree across the clearing and clattered against the cistern's door. "In the name of the great centralizer, shut the bloody fuck up!" Ben rolled back into the treehouse and tried to fall back asleep, but it was useless. All that splashing had snapped his bladder to full attention. He looked over at Patrick, who was snoring softly, one arm flung crazily over the sack of rotted leaves that served as a pillow, his head awkwardly propped between the floor and the wall. Ben shuffled out the door, slip-fell his way down the rope ladder, and wandered off into the woods to relieve himself. When he returned to the clearing, Brother Trident was up and re-energizing the fire. "Good morning, Brother Ben," he said, already chipper. Hi. Just Ben really is fine." Ben plopped down on one of the logs and held his hands out to the growing flames. Brother Trident smiled sweetly at him from across the fire. "Of course, my mistake. Though, if I may say, you certainly do have the feel of a post-alignment brother about you." Ben's face grew hot. Evangelization. Perfect. I'm not religious, he said quickly, dropping his eyes to the ground. He wondered what the best way to slink away from this conversation might be. Clubbing Brother Trident over the head with a log would be a little obvious. Maybe he should just make a run for it, dash into the woods, catch up with Patrick after breakfast. Oh, I wouldn't call what we do religion, Brother Trident said, still smiling. No, don't think of it as religion. Think of it as a cult. Ben blinked. I'm not. That's also. I don't. Just. No. Thank you. Do think about it. Promise me that at least. We were none of us always keen to the idea of centralization. It is a difficult discernment, but one that often comes with time and reflection. You'd make an excellent female breeder. You're gifted with wonderful birthing hips for a being of your stature. Will you at the very least drink more center wine, see if it gives you a tingling in your genitals? He asked hopefully. Just then Patrick stumbled out of the treehouse. He sifted dry coffee grounds into his mouth from his fist. "Morning," he said through a mouthful of grit. "Good morning," Brother Trident called, beaming. "I'm just having a talk with Brother Ben here about our order. He has some questions, but it looks like you might be continuing your quest on your own." Ben shook his head violently from side to side. Patrick smiled. "That makes sense. Ben's very religious." Ben's face darkened. "What do you say, Benny boy?" Patrick clambered his way down the rope ladder. "You want to stay with the Lost Boys? I'll be fine going on alone," he promised. Ben was caught between the sheer terror of staying with these nut jobs and the equally sheer terror of pissing them off. They'd stuck one of their own in a well for speaking out of turn. What would they do to a complete stranger who roundly snubbed them? "I don't want to be a woman," he said awkwardly. "None of us wants to be a woman, Ben, but it's not for you. It's for the order," Patrick said. Brother Trident nodded in agreement. Ben wanted to reach out and smack Patrick's giant head. "No, seriously, no." Brother Trident shook his head sadly. "Well, perhaps your personal alignment is yet to come. The great centralizer may return you to us yet, and it would be a great providence." He traced the backs of his fingers down Ben's cheek. Ben froze and pleaded with his eyes for help. Patrick just shrugged. "Supportive as always," Ben glowered. The rest of the brothers slowly began to stir. Soon the fire was once again surrounded by disheveled men in heavy blue robes. Ben thought Patrick's eyes would pop out of his head when Brother Toldus noticed him shoveling coffee grounds into his face and suggested he might have better luck with the order's percolator. "Brother Wildgarden is in charge of utensil detail," he said. "He'll know where to find it." Patrick leapt up, sprinted over to the wooden trap door, and pounded out a mighty tattoo on it. "Coffee!" he screeched. Through a series of splashes and near hysterics, Brother Wildgarden managed to impart the location of the percolator. Patrick dashed off, ignoring Wildgarden's desperate pleas for mercy and salvation. After breakfast, the pair decided it was time to be back on their way. "Disney World waits for no man," Patrick said. Ben was too desperate to be rid of these blue-robed yahoos to point out that Disney World had nothing to do but wait. "Let us collect our buffalo and we shall be off," Patrick said, shaking Brother Trident's hand. "Of course," said the Holy Father. "Brother Mayhem, please gather the buffalo and bring it hence to our guests." He turned back to Patrick. "Gather? Is that the right word? The English language, it is so confusing to me." "Sure, gather works. You could also say bemmy." "Bemmy? Bemmy the buffalo." "English is indeed a strange tongue," Brother Trident said, looking troubled. "Its mysteries are not for us to understand," Patrick mused, patting the monk on the shoulder. By the time they had gathered their belongings and girded their weapons, Brother Mayhem was returning from the forest. He had a burlap sack slung over his shoulder, but Paunch was nowhere to be seen. He sidled up to Patrick and handed him the sack. "Here's the beefsteak left over from last night's dinner," he said. "We smoked it so it'll keep. It should feed the two of you for a few weeks. There was quite a lot left over." Patrick opened the sack and looked in. "Oh, thanks," he said, eyebrows furrowed. He closed the sack and tied it to his backpack. "So, where's Paunch?" And suddenly Ben understood. "Oh, Christ." "What?" Patrick asked. Ben took his friend's head in his hands and held it firmly by the ears. "Look at me. You need to take some deep breaths." Patrick squirmed in Ben's grip. "Why?" "Because you're about to lose your shit. Breathe, okay? Like this." Ben demonstrated with an exaggerated expansion of his lungs. Patrick tried to swat his hands away, but Ben held firm. "Stop it. Listen to me. You're gonna figure this out in about 6 seconds, and you need to stay calm." "Figure what out?" Patrick asked. "I just want to get Paunch and go." "I know you do. The weirdo said he was going to get Paunch, and then he came back." Patrick shook his head as much as Ben's grip would allow. "Yeah, with a sack of meat, not with Paunch." Ben winced. He counted down to complete understanding. 3, 2, 1. Ah! Patrick's scream shook the entire world. "Okay, calm down. Calm down, Patrick, calm down. Listen to me. It's fine." "It is not fine," he wailed. "They killed Paunch. They killed her. Oh my God, and we ate her. Ben, we fucking ate Paunch." He broke free of Ben's grasp and reached into the leaves. Ben rubbed his back awkwardly. Brother Mayhem looked at Ben, bewildered. "They were close," he explained. Patrick wiped the spittle from his mouth and wheeled around. "How could you?" he gasped, leveling an accusatory finger at Brother Trident. "How could you?" Brother Trident's eyebrows knit themselves into webs of confusion. "I'm afraid we may be experiencing the complications of our unfortunate language barrier," he said. "I'm not sure what you mean." "I mean, how could you? How could you?" He reached behind him and slid the machete from its case. "How could you?" "Great demoralizing centralizer," Brother Spendthrift cursed. He turned and fled into the woods, followed closely by Brothers Toldus, Bickdraft, and Bicon. Brother Mayhem stumbled backward in surprise, tripped over a log, and crashed into the fire. He screamed and rolled out of the flames, hammering his smoking robes with flat palms. Brother Trident stood frozen in fear. Brother Halfstaff pulled his hood down low over his eyes and crumpled into a noisy ball on the forest floor. "What's going on?" Brother Wildgarden demanded from his soggy hole. "I want to see." "Patrick, please don't," Ben sighed, shaking his head. Pat swung the blade wildly around his head. "I will!" he cried. "How could you?" He smacked the broadside of the machete against the nearest tree. The metallic ring was nowhere near as shrill as Patrick's screams. "How could you? How could you?" He started hacking at the trunk like a psychopath. Bits of dry wood flew through the air like spittle. "How could you? How could you? How could you? How could you? How could you?" Brother Trident was no less confused. "I'm sorry. In our culture, when an animal is offered for sacrifice to the great centralizer, it is custom to distribute the meat among the brothers as sustenance after killing the beast in the most embarrassing, painful, and inhumane manner possible. Was Paunch not meant for sacrifice? Because you never said that he wasn't." "Yeah!" Patrick screamed. He threw the blade aside and lunged at Brother Trident. The two men went down in a heap of flying fists and feet. Ben looked on with mild interest. A better man might have broken up the fight, but Ben knew that Patrick hit like his fists were made of marshmallows, even when he had two good hands, and Brother Trident's assaults seemed equally impotent. Plus, live entertainment was hard to come by these days. So he decided to let them go ahead and work out their differences. In the meantime, he picked up the burlap sack and plucked out a few strips of meat. He was still hungry, and damn it all if Paunch wasn't delicious. 14. Calico shook out the last few drops and zipped up his fly. The steaming urine had left a pollock trail in the hot ashes. "Find anything?" he hollered over to the group of redcaps digging through the rubble. "Something in the basement," one of them said, wiping a sooty forearm against his brow. "Bodies, looks like." Calico grinned his sharp-toothed grin and began dancing little circles in the ruins. "Not ours, I hope. Ain't no fun in that." Two redcaps burst through the charred storm door like resurfacing miners. They heaved two brittle corpses onto the cold ground. The second one popped into pieces when it hit the earth. The head jerked loose and rolled over to a bearded man on the perimeter who stopped it with his boot and stared down at it with calm, disinterested eyes while Calico examined the torso. "Nah, them ain't our boys," he said with a smile. "Them's too old. One of 'em's a woman. Piker, you want to let her make a man out of you?" The other men laughed. The one called Piker turned dark red. "Go on, boy. Take her in the woods. We won't watch none." He picked up a splintered piece of lumber charred with fire and glowing red embers at the tip and pointed it at the family huddled together in the lawn. "Why you got two dead bodies rotting in your basement there, friend?" Warren shook his head. "Those are my associates. Dear God, you've killed them." Calico squinted through his mismatched eyes. "Crazier'n a shithouse rat," he muttered. The bearded man on the perimeter gave a curt nod. Calico refocused. "Hey, shit rat, I'm getting tired of asking. Why don't you tell me where them boys are headed?" Warren shook his head. "I don't know where they're going, honest. They never said." "It's true," the woman screamed. "We don't know anything." She picked up the folds of her dress and dabbed at the blood running down Warren's puffy, purpled face. His once green sweater vest was now a Rorschach of vile crimson. The two children cowered behind them, whimpering and wiping at their little wounds. Calico shrugged. "Well, hell, we done burned your house down and raped your wife. I reckon you'd have told us by now if you did know it. Guess we'll have to keep going the way we're going." He danced over to the frightened family, burning stick in hand. He did a little jig, then jammed the wooden poker through Warren's left eye. The heat cauterized the wound instantly, and no fluids drained from the man's seizing brain while Calico yanked the stick back out. He soft-shoed his way over to the little boy and picked him up by the hair. He screamed and scratched at the larger man's hands, but Calico held tight. "Hey, Piker, this one's live and probably more your style. Why don't you take him back in the woods instead?" He flung the boy into the smoldering rubble. "Now you, missus, we still got plenty of user for," he said, tapping Mary with the toe of his boot. "But what about you, girlie? You gonna be any use for us? You got any grass on the field? Plunkett, check her out. She got grass? Play ball." He tapped her on the head with the gory stick and shuffle-stepped his way over to the man at the property edge. "Trail says they went southeast. Should be able to track 'em down easily enough." "Kill the others. We need to move. I want to be out of the territory by nightfall. We're losing ground." "Don't you worry none," Calico said with a grin. "There ain't nothing old Calico can't track." "Okay, I admit it," Ben said, pulling his new coat tighter around his shoulders. The temperature had been falling steadily since they'd left the post-alignment brotherhood a week earlier, and even with the new layers they'd swiped from a sparsely stocked dicky bub, he was still feeling the chill of chemical winter. "I did it. I ate more paunch." "Aha! Patrick cried, whirling around. "I knew it!" "Well, what do you expect? She's delicious. Someday I'm going to say that to people about you. Yes, I ate my best friend, but what do you expect? He was delicious." "I probably would be delicious," Ben considered. "And if I met with horrible, horrible death, I'd want you to eat me, for the greater good. I would want to make that sacrifice." "You might just get your chance," Patrick said through narrowed eyes. "I'm giving you 3-to-1 odds of waking up tomorrow in my belly." "Shh! Be still now, Tauntaun Patrick." "I'm going to forgive this slight," Pat decided, "because I think Paunch would have wanted you to be the one to eat her, almost as much as she would have wanted to not be eaten." "A fair assessment." Patrick sighed. "What's done is done. Yoda taught me that. Speaking of Yoda, is it just me or are we smack dab in the middle of a swamp?" he asked, lifting his foot out of a puddle of thick mud with a sucking floop. "Definitely swamp," Ben agreed. "Do you think we're in Florida yet?" "I don't know, great navigator who gets to lead the expedition because he knows Lake Michigan isn't to the south. What does your magnificent internal compass tell you?" Patrick stuck his tongue through his lips and squinted into the bright green glow of the mid-morning fog. "My magnificent internal compass tells me that yes, we are in Florida. I just Ponce de Leon'd the hell out of this state." "I bet we're in Georgia," Ben said, surveying the land around them. "That looks like a peach tree." "You have no idea what a peach tree looks like." "Yes, I do." "What does it look like?" "Like that." "Yes, well, I suppose I set you up for that one, didn't I?" "You did." "You know what I've been thinking?" Patrick mused. "If we had a tall staff of just the right height and a map of Florida, we could put the map on the ground, sit my hand right on top of the staff, and the sun would just burst right through the hole in my palm and show us exactly where to find Orlando, all Indiana Jones style." Ben furrowed his brow. "Of all the things in the world you could think of, that's what you've been thinking? And you would be Short Round," Patrick beamed. "Okay, time to feed you," Ben said warily. He tossed his knapsack on the ground next to the highway and began rummaging through it. "I can't watch you eat paunch," Patrick whined, plopping down in the loose gravel of the shoulder. "Every time you take a bite, another piece of my soul will dump a can of gasoline on itself and light a match." "Cheer up, she's almost gone." Ben pulled out the sack of buffalo meat and tossed it at Patrick's feet. "That's the last of her. Go on. I bequeath it to you." Patrick frowned. "I'll have beans, thank you." "No, you'll have paunch," Ben said. "Beans'll keep. We have no idea how long the meat'll stay fresh, and we're not letting it go to waste." "They smoked it. It'll keep. It'll keep longer than your heartless cannibal teeth." "Yeah, they smoked it all right. You know what else they did? Made each other drink frog blood in the hopes they'd all lose their balls and get knocked up by other dudes. They did that, too. They also told you Paunch was fine, when in reality they'd hacked her to pieces. And you know what else they did? Had rhyme battles, like a less painful version of 8 Mile. And they think a magician's going to turn them into sparrows. What do you think the odds are that they actually know how to smoke a buffalo?" "She does look a little green," Patrick admitted, inspecting a strip of meat. "She'll probably make us sick. Then you can throw her up in effigy. Now eat." Ben pried open a can of Dole mixed fruit to go along with the last of the bison, and the pair ate their lunch as the yellow mist roiled around them. "Paunch would want me to be the one to eat her," Patrick said sadly. "I know I said it was you, but I lied. It's me. The great spirit of the Illinois would like Paunch's buffalo strength to transfer to me rather than anyone else." "Is it a problem that I already sucked down 98% of her buffalo strength then?" Ben asked. "No, I'll just have to eat you next." Ben was sipping the juices from the bottom of the fruit can when he noticed the road sign across the highway. "Hey, how sure are you that we're in Florida?" Surer every second, Patrick said, swallowing the last bit of paunch. I was only 89% sure before lunch, but, as you know, Paunch had excellent directional capabilities, and now, with her navigational prowess augmenting my own, I can say that I am 100% certain that we are, in fact, in Florida. Really? Yes, really. I'd stake your reputation on it. Why do you ask? Well, I'm just wondering why Florida would have a state highway sign in the shape of Alabama. He pointed to the sign. Patrick turned and examined it. So much for your reputation, he grumbled, such as it was. You truly are a marvel of, what was it? Navigational prowess. Shut up. Florida's right over the hill. I can feel it, Ben, and it feels like retirement. But Florida was not waiting for them over the next hill. What was waiting for them over the next hill was a sign that said, "Welcome to Mobile, Alabama." Weird name for Florida, Ben said. Well, I'm sure we're close, Patrick muttered, fumbling with his bag. He turned away from Ben and dug through the backpack. When Ben moved to approach, Patrick quickly shifted his position to keep Ben's prying eyes away. Hey, what are you doing? Ben said. Nothing. Go away. I want to see, Ben complained. I'm looking for my underwear, Patrick lied. You are not. Ben grabbed Patrick's shoulder and pulled him off the bag. Patrick turned and swatted with his bad hand, but Ben dodged and dove for the backpack. He snatched it up and peered inside. An atlas! An atlas? Where the hell do you get an atlas? But the red dots on a few of the maps inside told all. You stole it from the journalist? No, I bought it from the journalist. With what? With my charm. Wow, she really came out behind on that deal. Well, she didn't know I was buying it from her, but that's the price of being charmed. I knew you didn't have an internal compass. I knew it. You're a phony. And even with a map, you got us lost. Mobile, Alabama instead of Florida. You can't even cheat right. He flipped to the map of Alabama and scanned the southeast border looking for Mobile, but came up empty. Is Mobile even on this map? He traced his finger along the state until he located it. Then he closed his eyes and dropped the atlas. You fuck. What? Patrick picked up the map and looked for himself. You took us at least 3 days in the wrong direction. Patrick spotted Mobile on the map. Ah, so I did. He cleared his throat as he closed the atlas and stuffed it back into his bag. Then he clapped his hands together. Well, listen. Don't think of it as 3 days in the wrong direction, he insisted. Think of it as 3 extra days that 2 best friends get to spend together on their last great adventure. Besides, this is great material for my biography. Oh, I've got plenty of material for your biography. Plenty of material. And also, I'm not writing your biography. Who do you think you're fooling? Mobile was, to be blunt, a disappointment. In death as it was in life, Patrick observed. You've been here before? Ben asked. No. The city was boring and colorless, without even much rubble to give the landscape a bit of flavor. Only one building really stood up against the pale yellow skyline, a weird Art Deco modernist hybrid that looked a little like a miniature Empire State Building topped with a conceptual metal flame. Most of the other buildings were squat, ugly, rectangular dwarfs edged with brown weeds and trash-strewn city sidewalks. Even the water was depressingly brown beneath its bobbing yellow dust surface. The relatively warm Gulf air whipped the apocalypse fog away from the bay, giving them a wide panoramic of the ocean down below. Yellow monkey dust crusted the entire Gulf of Mexico as far as the eye could see. How much of the ocean do you think got monkeyed? Ben asked, indicating the yellow filmy evidence. Ben, there's a statistically significant chance that the entire world got monkeyed. Oh yeah, Nate Silver? How do you figure? Well, When we got bombed, the dust had to have gotten caught in the jet stream, right? Given the average strength and speed of jet stream winds, it should have blown out of the U.S. and into the Atlantic in a matter of weeks. Think back to the second or third week of the apocalypse. Did the fog thin out? Ben tried to remember so far back. No, he decided. No, right? It got worse, didn't it? Wait, did it get worse? Maybe it was better. Wait, trick question. It stayed the same? Your powers of observation rival those of even the greatest stick. No, it got worse. I mean, look around you. It's constantly foggy. We actually got more of the chemical compound blowing into the States, which means a new batch originated somewhere in Europe. Or maybe the Balkans. I'm willing to concede that it may have been the Balkans. Those Jamaicans got us good. Fucking Jamaicans, Ben grumbled. Fucking Jamaicans, Patrick agreed. I can't believe my spring break $06 went to funding global terrorism. My spring break $06 went to funding Tijuana donkey farms, Patrick shrugged. 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. They ambled down St. Joachim Street, passing through St. Louis, St. Michael, and St. Francis streets. Religious bunch, weren't they? You do realize we're in the Bible Belt, yes? I thought Baptists didn't believe in saints. Well, you can't call every street Jesus Street or Mary Street. At some point you have to make concessions. You know what I don't get about the South? I'd wager there's plenty you don't get about the South, like noodling and grits. Yeah, I don't get what the fuck those words mean. He nodded. But also, how can they have a reputation for being both emphatically religious and extremely racist? Isn't there a bit of a conflict of interest there? Patrick patted Ben on the shoulder. That, my good sir, depends on which racist preacher you ask. They continued on St. Joachim past its New Orleans-style second-story iron porches across Dauphin Street, where the path became markedly cleaner. On the right stood a tall brick building with a rusty theater marquee hanging precariously over the sidewalk, with the name Sanger painted in flaking dappled cream against a faded red background. The sidewalk and street in front of the Sanger Theater was clean for almost the entire block. Not just clear of rubble and trash, but actually clean, as if someone had recently swept and mopped the asphalt and polished the low metal pylons guarding the theater entrance. Patrick let out a low whistle. This block seem alarmingly tidy to you? Ben nodded. Alarmingly is the key word. Yep, that settles it, Patrick nodded. This street spells adventure. He unsheathed the machete and sliced it a few times through the air. For crying out loud, Pat, can't we go the boring way just once? Boring? Cried a high-pitched voice from above. A spry little man bounced to life above the theater's marquee. The entire heavy metal overhang rocked back and forth with the weight. He grabbed onto the giant S adorning the front and dangled over the street. Did you say boring? He swung over the edge of the metal roof and spun lightly to the ground. He was small, easily a foot shorter than Ben, with bushy white whiskers and mischievous green eyes. He wore brown pants with purple stripes and a clean white shirt under a purple patchwork vest. On his head he wore a brown bowler hat with a wide purple satin ribbon. On the whole, he looked like some sort of homeless leprechaun. Nothing's boring on this block, not if the Sanger players have anything to do with it. He danced a quick little jig over to the entry door and grabbed a black curtain that Ben hadn't noticed before. It hung from a track that ran along the perimeter of the marquee above. The little man ran around the sidewalk, sweeping the curtain shut behind him. "Come!" he said, beckoning to the two visitors with his free hand as he ran, "and experience the wonder, the excitement, the grandiose entertainment of the stage." He whipped the curtains all the way closed with a schnook, closing himself inside the overhang. Ben raised a finger to Patrick before he could open his mouth. "No, absolutely not." "Oh, I think it sounds fun," Patrick said. Ben shook his head emphatically. "You are such an idiot. Where's the notebook?" Patrick dug it out of his backpack and handed it over. Ben opened to the page of perils. "You know what a mummer is? It's an entertainer, like a jester or an actor, like Willy Wonka in there. We've seen enough peril, okay? I'm sitting this one out." "Oh, puh! I'll have you know that I've been thinking about that list, and I don't think it's even accurate. I think Old Lady White Eyes was full of stuff and nonsense." "Oh, really?" "Oh, really." Patrick crossed his arms and harumphed. "Well," Ben held the list up and ruffled it dramatically. "Let's just see what we have here. The Light Bringer." "I have seen no lights worth noting, nor any bringers of such," Patrick insisted. "No, just a demonic preacher who drove a stake through your hand." "He was not made of light," Patrick pointed out. "But he sure as hell thought he was bringing you into the light of the Lord." "Let's see, what else? The Running Man. Oh my, if only we'd come across a running man somewhere along this trip." "There's no proof that she meant those running men," Patrick said. "Lots of men run, not just drug addicts and politicians." Ben continued, "The Butcher. I think we can all remember a little group of hopeful transsexuals who turned out to be excellent butchers, can't we?" "Don't you dare bring Ponch's death into this," Patrick cried, leveling a warning finger at Ben's nose. "Don't you dare." "The Butcher," Ben insisted, "and the Fire Drinker." "I have not met a single fire drinker," Patrick said, stamping his foot. "Of that I am absolutely certain." "We met a man whose last name was Tinder and who had a killer bar in his study." "Oh, come on! A Tinder who drinks is a fire drinker? That's a stretch. It's also a match. That leaves the Siren, the Something Tom/Hollow Man duo, and the Mummer. That," he said, pointing to the curtain, "is a mummer. Please, for the love of God, let's just keep moving." He stowed the notebook and took a few exaggerated leading steps down the road. "Come on, let's go, away from peril." But Patrick just stood, staring at the black curtain and stroking his paltry whiskers. "If what you say is true, and the batty old disappearing woman was right, then I think we have no choice but to go into the mummer's lair." Ben shook his head violently. "No, no, no, we do have a choice. Right now, I'm giving you the choice. Let's go." Patrick's eyes narrowed and he bit thoughtfully on his thumb. "You know what I think? I think this is fate." "It's not fate, it's stupidity." "I find the two are often interchangeable." "With you, they often are." Ben sighed miserably. Patrick grinned. "Hey, Benny boy." "What?" "Remember the first rule of the trip?" "Oh, please don't." "I call the shots." "Then you can go in alone." "You'd send me in to certain doom alone?" "No, no, no. I call this one a double-barrel shot. We both go, friends to the end." "If you drag me in there, our friendship is staying out here." "Friends to the end," Patrick insisted. Ben pulled out the wrench. "I want you to know that I'm doing this under protest, and that if I find a professor's jacket somewhere on this trip, I'm braining you with this wrench in a study." He smiled smugly and pumped a fist into the air. "Clue joke! Nailed it!" "Noted." They pushed through the heavy black curtain. The little man had been busy while they lingered outside. He'd pulled a large puppet cart out onto the sidewalk from inside the lobby. It was a sturdy wooden cart topped with a high frame made of 2x4s. A silky blue curtain was draped along the frame. The cart itself was painted a darker blue with small white stars dotting the plywood night sky. The words "Sanger Harlequins" were painted in the center in huge block letters. A pair of feet showed beneath the cart. The puppeteer, whoever he was already in place. The old mummer stood just off to the side of the cart, his hands clasped proudly behind his back. "Good evening, gentlemen," he squeaked. "It's early afternoon, tops," Ben grumbled. The mummer pushed on, undeterred. "Welcome to the historic Sanger Theater, where the lights light, the props prop, and the actors do their best to act. Our next performance will begin in just over 15 minutes. We apologize for the delay, but we do hope you'll enjoy a bit of preliminary entertainment before the show." He gestured grandly to the puppet cart and stepped dramatically away, slipping off to the edge of the sidewalk. The curtains slid open and revealed a standard Punch and Judy setup. "Judy, Judy, where are you?" the little Punch doll demanded. "I'm right in front of you," said Judy. Punch jumped in surprise. "Gads, I didn't see you. It's this cursed yellow fog. It's utterly destroyed my eyesight." "That explains a few things about your bedroom performance last night," Judy cackled. "Why, you—" Punch picked up a bat and swung. Judy ducked, and Punch fell over from the momentum. Judy beamed open-mouthed into the audience. Ben heard a light footstep behind him. He turned just in time to see the small mummer swinging his own bat directly at Ben's head. Ben wasn't as quick as Judy. The bat caught him just above his right eye in an explosion of colors and pain. He hit the floor and fell into darkness. 15. It was Calico who saw the girl first. He gave the signal for the men to halt. He moved in closer, creeping through the Mississippi woods. When he reached the clearing by the little river, a wide grin spread across his face. The girl was tied to a tree, and she was alive. That damn near made her the girl of his dreams. When Ben came to some hours later, he was alone on the curtained-off sidewalk. The puppet cart was gone, along with the puppeteer, Patrick, and the old leprechaun bastard with the bat. Thudding pain crushed through his head. He struggled to his feet and groped blindly for the curtain. His hand closed on the heavy velvet, and he tugged at it until he found the edge. He threw it open, and dim, watery light filled the sidewalk. Even the low glow of the monkey fog pierced his eyes like tiny pins. He shied away and waited for his eyes to adjust. Dried blood cracked and flaked from his right cheek as he grimaced the pain away. "If Patrick's still alive, I'm gonna kill him." He staggered out the portico and into the street. He peered out into the gloom, and as he watched, the building across the way pulled itself apart like an amoeba, then jellied back together. "Well, that's not right," he thought. He blinked hard. The building pulled itself back into soft focus. It still wavered, but not quite as badly. He scanned the road, searching for a clue, any clue, as to Patrick's fate. He found a very good clue in the shape of two spindly legs kicking out from the top of a round metal trash can one alley over. Ben stumbled his way toward the frantic feet, his own legs behaving oddly. They appeared to be averse to head wounds. The closer he stumbled to the alley, the louder Patrick's muffled cries became. "Get me out of here! This shit is awful!" he bellowed from inside the can. Ben approached the alley and reached for the can. He stumbled toward it, the world swimming in and out of focus, and lost his balance. He pitched forward, smashing into the metal can with the crown of his head. The can, its occupant, and the rotten trash inside all tipped over with a mighty crash. Patrick wriggled out of the felled can and spat something out of his mouth that might have been either a coffee filter or a diaper. Either way, it was used. "What were you saying?" Ben asked. Patrick plucked loosely rolled cigarette butts from his hair. "I said, get me out of here. This trash tastes awful." "Are you okay? I thought you were dead. There was a lot of blood." "Yeah, I don't feel so well." He put one hand on the brick wall and the other on his hip, trying to stabilize both his legs and his stomach. "You probably need a transfusion," Patrick pointed out, wiping some soft, yellow, crumbly paste from his shoulder. He brought a bit to his nose and sniffed. "Woof!" "You volunteering your inner juices?" Ben asked. Patrick shook his head. "All my innards are full of garbage. Maybe we'll find a Red Cross tent. They like to pitch those things in disaster areas, don't they?" "Yeah, usually. They really screwed us on this whole apocalypse thing. Abandoned us in our time of greatest need. I never trusted them. They probably blew all my donations on crack and horrors. Or maybe that was Toys for Tots." He wondered. He dismissed the thought with a wave of his hands. "Bah! Doesn't matter. Either way, short of finding a hollow tube and 2 clean needles in this rubbish, you should rest before we move on. Build some of that blood back up. Don't move, okay?" Ben nodded. "Okay, but also we can't stay here. I don't think it's safe." "You know what I like about you? Your clear-headed leadership. It's one of my many excellent qualities. Never taking my advice, that's another great quality you have. I think I'm legitimately sick of saying I told you so." He proved it by retching into the gutter. "Oh boy, don't be alarmed, but I'm pretty sure you have a concussion." Ben groaned as he pressed the hem of his shirt to his head. It instantly soaked through with blood. "That's because I got smashed in the head with a baseball bat. Why didn't he use you for batting practice?" Patrick shrugged. "Probably out of respect for my sheer awkwardness. It's not nice to kick a man when he's down, cosmically speaking. He hit you, then threatened me, and I, of course, flew into my instinctive and lethal opossum mode." "You fainted?" "I woozed." "And the Smurf was able to stuff your ass in a garbage can?" "Technically, he stuffed my head into a garbage can." "Great. I get a concussion and you get a Charlie Chaplin film. You have a hole in your head and I have a hole in my hand. It all works out in the end," Patrick said cheerily. "Seriously, though, we should get the hell out of here. Think you can make it a few blocks? There's got to be a cozy gutter somewhere a little more out of the way." "Yeah, I can make it." Ben heaved himself off the wall, faltered a bit, then stood on 2 uneasy legs. "Can you grab my bag?" Patrick sucked in a mouthful of air through his teeth. "Bag," he said slowly, inclining his head ever so slightly. "Right, yes, the bags. Your bag and my bag. Well, see, the thing about the bags is, the King of Munchkinland took them." Ben's head lolled back on his shoulders, narrowly missing the brick wall on its way down. He snapped it forward again and wobbled as dark stars beamed in front of his eyes. He wasn't doing so well. "What do you mean, he took them? He took who?" "He took whom. And whom he took is the bags, both bags. 2 bags, your bag and my bag. And also the machete." "What?" Ben blinked. "And the baton, and the hammer, also the knife, and also the wrench." Ben's hand flew to his belt loop. It was empty. "Son of a bitch!" he screamed. His head rushed with helium and he toppled over against the alley wall. "He took everything?" "No, he didn't take everything. He didn't take our lives, and I think we should be grateful for that." Patrick tried for a little hug. Ben slapped him in his forehead. "Jesus, Patrick, our food, our supplies, our weapons, how could you let him do that?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I should have consulted with you before I let myself be thrown into a trash can by a midget with remarkable strength. Except I couldn't, because you were on the ground, unconscious and completely useless. As a matter of fact, the way I see it, this is your fault." "My fault?" The little blood Ben had running through his veins was pumping like gasoline. "How in God's name is this my fault?" Patrick, however, remained oddly calm. "Because you let yourself get hit with a bat, And that was the wrong thing to do in that situation. Ben opened his mouth to scream some more, but his strength left him and he crumpled to the ground. He pitched forward and pressed his cheek to the cold asphalt. Patrick continued. It's especially surprising after that run-in we had with the first duster. You saw how he used his head to smash that bat to bits. That's what you do when someone swings a bat at you. You use your head to smash it to bits. You don't let him bash your brains out with it. I hope you learned something valuable here today. And then, for the first time in probably 2 decades, and completely against his will, Ben began to cry. Patrick frowned down at him, his hands on his hips. Oh my God, he thought, I broke Ben. Come on, Benny boy, he said, crouching down and patting his friend lightly on the back. Can I say something? This just makes it more of an adventure, and I think we can both agree that's a positive thing. Ben spit a stream of pink, foamy mucus. Remember when you said, hey, let's go watch this dumbass show because I'm fucking retarded? And I said, no, you are fucking retarded, but we should go and not follow this creepy-ass midget into a dark theater? I don't think those were the words exactly, Patrick began. This is what happens when you make the rules, Ben rasped. You get a hole in your hand, your buffalo gets slaughtered, you find rotting bodies in a lunatic's basement, we get attacked by drug addicts, I get my skull broken by a midget with a bat, and we lose every bit of food we had in a place where it's very, very difficult to find more food. That's what happens when you make the rules. Do you understand that? Actually, I've been meaning to remark on how shockingly easy it's been for us to find food on this trip. Yeah, keep making jokes. You're pretty fucking good at that. You're not very fucking good at keeping your best friends safe. You're not very fucking good at keeping anybody safe with your stupid-ass decisions. But hey, you can deliver a punchline. Congratulations. Patrick sat down on the freezing asphalt. He picked at the bandage around his hand. After 3 years, he could still recall the entire conversation he'd had with Annie that last day on the phone, every single word of it. He also remembered the words that had gone unsaid. Where are you? Why aren't you here? Why didn't you protect me? And he remembered that he didn't have an answer, not then and not now. Benny, my boy, he said quietly, look, all joking aside, you're right. I'm still living like it's 5 years ago and bad decisions are fun because no matter what sort of trouble you get into, there's always a doctor or a lawyer or a policeman or a wife to get you back out of it. But that's not the world we live in. Ben snorted. Patrick continued. I don't know how to deal with this, with any of this. I don't know how to do this, to live this life without them. I'm flying blind here, and I'm mucking it all up. I'm sorry. I am really sorry. It's a serious thing that you got hurt, and a serious thing that I got hurt, and a serious thing that we've lost our supplies. But I want you to know that as soon as we get you back on your feet and not possibly dying of blood loss in a gutter, we're going to find the evil leprechaun who did this, and we're going to get our shit back. Because he has our weapons and our food and our bandages. And he has the pudding. You know the trip is pretty much for nothing without the pudding. Ben sighed. No, I don't know that. Because honestly, I have no goddamn idea why we're on this trip. Except for the fact that it now apparently has something to do with Izzy's pudding. Patrick bit at his lower lip. Then he nodded, mostly to himself. He slipped the folded piece of paper from his back pocket and held it out. Ben eyed it suspiciously, raising one eyebrow high. Go on, Patrick said. Read it. When Ben was done, he refolded the paper and handed it back to Pat. He shook his head and rubbed solemnly at his temples. Jesus, Pat, he breathed. He struggled to his knees. All right, he said. All right. Patrick grasped his arm and helped him up. Ben steadied himself against the brick wall and turned his crystal blue eyes to his friend. "But from now on, we make decisions together, if we live long enough to make any more. No more of this king of the road bullshit." Patrick raised 2 fingers. Scout's honor. "You know I'm going through this hell-fuck odyssey because of you. And frankly, that's pretty much as good a reason as any, but I do not want to die for this. 'Cause dying is bullshit." "Dying is bullshit," Patrick agreed. Rule number 22. Patrick looped his arm under Ben's and braced him as he tested his strength. Together they hobbled out of the alley and turned onto Conti Street. The sun must have been near to setting as they walked. The monkey fog was dappling into its pale pinkish grayness. They could hear water lapping in the distance. The muffling fog made it difficult to determine from which direction the sound was coming, but they took a right at Royal Street and headed south. The roads were quiet, eerily quiet, even for an abandoned city. The air itself hummed with a white noise charge, which somehow made the atmosphere seem even more desolate and bare. Patrick slowed to a stop, his good hand still clutching Ben's arm. "Does this feel strange to you?" he asked. "What do you mean?" Suddenly a torrent of rain crashed down from the sky. With no warning, they were deluged by a brick wall of water. It battered down on them and drove them to their knees in the street. In just seconds, the gutters were overflowing. The rushing runoff threatened to sweep them away. "We gotta get out of this!" Patrick shouted, but even he couldn't hear his words over the sudden and crashing storm. He looked wildly from side to side. Off to the right, he saw a pair of figures dart down the street and into the intersection. They ran up to a building on the southwest corner and pounded on a large metal gate. It pushed open from the inside, a weak flame barely illuminating a man who ushered them in. Ben tugged on Patrick's sleeve and pointed toward the building. Patrick nodded and they darted through the rain. The man with the lantern caught sight of them just as he began to swing the gate closed. He waved them forward. Sloshing across the street, Ben's eyes began playing tricks on him. From here, the building didn't look like a building at all, but a high stone wall, like a castle wall, with cannon nooks cut into the top every few dozen feet. It was something off the set of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Ben must have lost more blood than he realized. He was hallucinating castles in Mobile, Alabama. They hustled past the gesturing gatekeeper. The stone wall wasn't terribly wide, and there was barely room for the 3 men to stand out of the rain under the archway, though technically none of them was truly out of the rain, which seemed to be exploding on all sides like grenades and splattering them with cold, wet shrapnel. The man with the lantern pointed at a building across the castle's courtyard. "See that doorway with that light? That's where we're going, okay?" he shouted. They both nodded. The man hauled the heavy door closed and latched it shut. Then the 3 of them bolted back into the rain and across the swampy courtyard. The rain felt unusually heavy, like soft lead balls, and Ben stumbled a few times as he trudged across the yard. He could practically feel the thinness of his own blood as it splashed through his veins. His head was spinning when they finally reached the rectangle of light. He tripped over the door jamb and splayed out onto the hard, knobby wood floor. It seemed as good a place to black out as any. 16. "He's fine," Patrick insisted, blowing steam from the hot mug in his hands. "I told him he should eat some cookies after giving so much blood, but the boy just doesn't listen." "He looks pretty banged up," said the man from the gate. "And you don't look so hot yourself. You guys run up against the Carsons?" Patrick shrugged and sipped his tea. It tasted earthy, like mud and bark with some flower petals thrown in. He picked a splinter of some dark root from his lips and wiped it on his jeans. "We met Old Man Mighty Mouse at a theater up the road," he said. "Short guy, dressed like the Joker, not very hospitable." "Spiver," the whole gang said in unison. "Bat or knife?" asked a somber-looking girl by the fire. Her eyes were large and sad, pale green against the orange light of the flames. She had delicate pale skin and dirty blonde hair pried back from her face into a long ponytail. She was rail-thin with knobby elbows wrapped around pointy knees. Her wide eyes gave her a look of perpetual sincerity. A long white scar ran down the right side of her face from temple to chin. Patrick thought she looked like the saddest girl in the world. "Bat," he answered. The girl nodded thoughtfully. The man who had opened the gate clapped his hands together and rubbed them excitedly. His irises were deep brown but full of light. The corners of his eyes crinkled from years of easy smiles. His brown curly hair tufted out at all angles, and his beard was splotchy with uneven bristles. But his unkempt appearance somehow served to make him look boyish and playful, despite being maybe 30 years old by Patrick's estimation. "All right, introductions. I'm James, and that's my sister Annie," he said, pointing to a freckled firecracker of a redhead on the other side of the room. She smiled with all of her teeth. "That's an excellent name," Patrick said, giving her a small nod. "Ugh, I hate it," she soured. "It sounds like a West Virginian prostitute's name." "It was my wife's name," Patrick pointed out. James coughed lightly. Annie leaned forward. "Was she from West Virginia?" "And this is Sarah," James hastily interrupted, motioning to the sad-looking girl by the fire. Patrick nodded hello, but she only blinked at him. "And this dislikable fellow," James said, clapping the man next to him on the back, "we call Dylan. He won't tell us his real name." Dylan appeared to be the source of a sour, faintly herbal scent in the air. A thin, tightly wrapped joint hung from his lips, its gray smoke twirling toward the ceiling. He was easily the oldest member of the group, his graying hair pulled off his forehead with a wide bandana. His eyes were hidden behind small, dark, circular lenses. He was more or less clean-shaven, with rough stubble coating a small portion of his jaw. He wore loose, faded clothing of indeterminable material. An odd tic claimed his left hand. He clenched his fist, opened it, wiggled his fingers, then clenched again, opened again, wiggled again, over and over, incessantly. "Dylan as in Bob?" "Dylan as in anyone but Thomas," the older man said in a gravelly voice, rough from years of inhaling God knows what. "Welsh fucks, cattle bleeders, and sheep stickers," he muttered. He took a long pull on his joint. "You're not Welsh, are you?" Annie asked with a grin. "I've never bled a cow in my life," Patrick pledged. "Our resident Dominican friend, Amsalu, is around here somewhere," James continued. "Probably out on one of his little getaways. He'll be back. You'll meet him later. And that's it these days. A colony of 5. "Will you stop calling us that?" Annie groaned. "You make it sound like a reality show." James smiled his easy, lopsided smile. "Sorry for my sister. She's socially retarded." Annie slugged him in the shoulder. "And physically abusive," he added. "You're more anti-Annie than actual Annie," Patrick decided. She opened her mouth to defend this accusation, then stopped, considered, and finally nodded. "I can roll with that." "Well, it's nice to meet you all, up to and including Anti-Annie. I'm Patrick, and that poor sod snoring away in the corner is my friend Ben. Thanks for taking us in. Between the bat beating and the hurricane, we were pretty much ready to call it a life." "Hurricane? This?" Annie asked, jerking a thumb toward the window. "Ha! This is a spring drizzle." "You haven't spent much time in the Gulf, huh?" James asked. "These storms pop up pretty much every day. They come in hard and fast, then they're gone 30 minutes later. You'll see. Should be wrapping up any minute now." "I'm a St. Louis-Chicago hybrid," Patrick admitted. "I know very few things about the Gulf. You need some lake effect snow information, though. I'm your man. Are you two from the Gulf? You don't have the accent. We're from Iowa originally, but we both went to Tulane. We blew around a bit after Katrina, but found ourselves back here after the big bombing. Annie rolled her eyes. Leave it to my brother to find us a military fort after the apocalypse. Oh, what? You're complaining? James teased. Which part of St. Louis are you from? Sarah asked, hugging her knees tightly to her chest. Jeff County, one of the lucky few who escaped without a mullet. I'm from St. Charles, she said quietly, her green eyes clouded with memory. Patrick waited for her to continue, but she had nothing more to say. I liked St. Charles, he said, acutely aware of the statement's insufficiency. What about you, Dylan? What part of the Midwest are you from? Dylan sucked on the joint and held the smoke deep in his lungs. Midwest, he squeaked, small gray puffs escaping from his mouth. He beat his chest 3 times with his stable hand and exhaled a long, twisting serpent of smoke. Do I look like I patch-fuck gun barrels and self-pleasure pie? Patrick cocked an ear toward him, thinking maybe he'd misheard. Sorry? I'm not from the Midwest, he said, shaking his head lazily. He said the word Midwest like one might say the word disgusting when referring to a particularly perverse and heinous joke. He reached into the cloud of smoke with his twitching left hand and scattered the wisps to the ceiling. I'm from the land of Kunu, man, in the valley of pity and lust. His accent is Pittsburghese, Annie said. Maybe Philly, but I don't know. He's pretty dickish even for Philly. What are you smoking? Patrick asked, enchanted by the madman's nonsensical responses. Ash, he answered, stubbing out the last few centimeters of the joint. He reached into the front pocket of his oversized shirt and pulled out a small battered tin with a rusty hinge lid and passed it over to Patrick. It appeared to be an old-fashioned tobacco tin, apparently licensed by way of some gross oversight on the part of Jim Henson's marketing team. The familiar white carnival letters of The Muppet Show were now yellowed to match the sour orange hue of the logo background. A cartoon Kermit sat in the O of show, his little green head propped up on green toothpick arms. If the very existence of a Muppet Show tobacco tin was surprising, then the racy drawing of a completely nude Miss Piggy with a human woman's body on the underside of the lid was outright troubling. Peekaboo box, Dylan explained, wiggling his fingers. Peekaboo. The drug inside was indeed a gray, flaky ash, cut with wild lavender, grass clippings, and a dark, brittle bark that smelled like mushrooms. Patrick admired the mixture with what he considered to be the appropriate combination of horror and awe. I didn't know you could smoke ashes. With enough flame, will, and puddle fucks, you can smoke anything you set your mind to, Dylan said, gesturing for Patrick to return the tin. This isn't a drug, man. This is rollable education. This is the universe and all its parts siphoned through the dusty trumpets of the tree of knowledge. This ash, man. This ash is life. Patrick nodded. I can tell it's very nurturing. It's why I have the age of the spirit. I will smoke this on your graves, he said, rolling another joint. James shook his head and grinned. So you can see why we like to keep Dylan around, he said, patting the old stoner on the back. What does he burn to get that ash? Patrick asked. James held up a finger and pricked up his ears. Hey, check this out. The rain stopped. He hopped up and threw open the front door. Sure enough, the air was once again calm. The violent winds had whipped away the monkey fog, and Patrick could actually see thin gray clouds overhead. Annie bounced to her feet and raced out the door. Sarah remained near the fire, stroking her long hair thoughtfully. James beckoned to Patrick. "Come on, I'll give you a tour of the place." Ben was still snoring away peacefully on the cot, so Patrick shrugged and followed his host. Now that the world was lighter, Patrick could see that the building in which they had been sitting was just one in a row of low apartments built up against the wall of the fort. "All these buildings were here when we found it," James explained. "I guess that's pretty obvious, like we're going to build row houses, right? They're all pretty much the same. We use a few of them, mostly storage and stuff. We keep a few empty in case more people drop by. You guys can have the second from the end there if you want. I mean, you don't have to. You can do whatever you want. That one's just a really cozy one. Some of them have drafts, you know, but that one's pretty nice." "Which one has the hot tub?" "Oh, we just had all those taken out. Totally low efficiency. If you want, though, the Gulf gets pretty warm in the afternoon. 40-degree water easy." Got anything less tropical?" "Sorry. That's the problem with being a post-doomsday resort. We don't offer anything less than the absolute best." James took him around the perimeter of the wall and pointed out a few stone foundations of buildings that seemed to be original to the fort. "I don't know if they fell down because of doomsday or if they'd been down for a century. We mostly stay away from them, though, out of respect." Patrick nodded. "Respect for the fallen. Stones." James shrugged. "Any time a massive structure falls down, I assume someone got killed in the process." "Safe bet. I'll tell Ben not to desecrate the area." "Thanks. We actually have a great desecration area right outside the walls there. Lots of sticks and shovels for ruining stuff. He'll love it." "Perfect." James clapped Patrick on the shoulder and spun him around to face the center courtyard. "And this," he said proudly, "is the heart and soul of Fort Doom." "You named this place Fort Doom?" "It seemed appropriate." James shrugged. "That is a fantastic name." "Thanks." "Sorry to interrupt. You were saying heart and soul?" "Yes. Hold on, let's do another take. Get the drama going. Turn back around." They did, and James once again put his hand on Patrick's shoulder and spun him toward the center. "And this," he said proudly, "is the heart and soul of Fort Doom." Patrick gasped and applauded enthusiastically. Of course, it wasn't as if he hadn't noticed the massive swath of garden as soon as they stepped out of the living quarters. The vegetation accounted for 80% of the space within the fort's walls. It was hard to miss. Cabbages, carrots, potatoes, onions, and a dozen other cold-weather vegetables grew evenly spaced in long, neat rows. There was enough food in the ground to keep the little group of gardeners in meals for 8 or 9 months with a little conservation. It was the first organized agricultural project Patrick had seen since M-Day, and it was truly an applause-worthy sight. "It's incredible," he admitted. "How long have you been doing this? I mean, is it safe? What with the poison chemical gas and all?" "Pfft, poison chemical gas, schmoison chemical gas," James said with his easy grin. "Actually, we were pretty worried about the first crop. Obviously, we didn't die from the airborne gas, but once it got into the soil, who knows how concentrated it got, you know? We actually drew straws to see who'd eat the first carrot, to see if it'd have any negative effect when he ate it." "Who won that lottery?" "Dylan. He was the first to try it." "How on earth would you know if it harmed him?" "Exactly! Ha! He ate it and was just as weird as ever, but shit! So we drew again. A guy that used to be with us, Turk. He tried a potato, and 5 days later he was still fine. We've been farmers ever since." "Put in a few sheep and an outhouse and you'd never have to leave the fort," Patrick said. James snapped his fingers. "That's what I forgot. The last room on the end there is the outhouse." "Ah, good to know." "Yeah, you don't want to sleep in that one." Patrick toed the dirt piled high around the flowering cabbages at his feet. Not bad dirt, all things considered. It wasn't exactly potting soil, but it was rich enough, and moister than he'd expected. He nodded toward a patch of wilting carrots 2 rows over. Any idea why some of these aren't coming in so well? You just saw it. The storms make it hard to grow with any sort of consistency. The rain falls so hard it washes out a lot of the younger crops or drowns the bigger ones. We lose probably 60% of what we sow. Rusty wheels slowly creaked to life in Patrick's brain. He rubbed his chin, staring thoughtfully at the garden. "You know what you need," he said, squinting and wagging a finger in the air. "You need a water distribution system, something that'll collect the rain and distribute it evenly through the garden over a longer period of time. That's what you need." James nodded. "That sounds useful. Think they have those at Home Depot? Sure, you could pick one up next time you run into town. Or you could have one custom designed by a wandering, talented, yet unfortunate-looking engineer." Aw, damn! We just lost our last wandering, talented, yet unfortunate-looking engineer last week. "Fear not," Patrick said, clapping James on the shoulder, "for I too am a wandering, somewhat talented, yet unfortunate-looking engineer, and believe me when I tell you, I would be thrilled to design a water distribution system for you." "That sounds good to me," James nodded, smiling out over the garden. "How long do you think it'd take?" "The design itself wouldn't take long. I could have something drawn up in a day or 2. Building it, though, that'll take some time. Maybe 2.5 weeks, depending on how easy materials are to come by." "Well, we'd sure appreciate any sort of plans you could come up with, if you don't mind sticking around a day or 2. I'll do you one better. I'll help you build the whole blessed thing." James raised an eyebrow. "You don't have anything better to do for the next few weeks than build a glorified watering hose?" "I have very good things to do," Patrick admitted. "This is true. But James, old boy, fish gotta swim, raptors gotta hunt, and engineers gotta geek out over complex structures." James's lopsided grin nearly tipped over the side of his face. "Well, we're happy to have you. Like I said, you're welcome to an open cabin and stay as long as you want. I hereby declare that I will not rest until your water distribution system is complete," Patrick cried, hoisting a determined finger in the air. "You should probably rest at some point," James said. "Well, sure, I'll rest. I didn't mean that in the strictest sense, more in the royal sense." Patrick rubbed his hands together. Dozens of designs were already cranking through his brain. He felt an old, familiar flush of excitement. It was no steam-powered locomotive death engine, sure, but it was a project. But before he got started on the watering system, first things first. "You said the last one on the end there is the outhouse?" "Last one on the left," James said. He reached down, plucked a few cabbage leaves, and slapped them into Patrick's hand. "Enjoy." Something inside Ben was burning. Not like acid reflux burning, but like blazing pit of hell burning, as if a pot of coals had caught fire somewhere in his left lung. "Oh, shit," he thought. "Shit, shit, shit! I swallowed a firefly. It broke open in my throat." Then he saw the rascally little firebug, not with his eyes, of course, but with some internal, unseeing, all-seeing vision. The firefly's bioluminescent behind had been swapped with a tiny kerosene lantern, and Ben watched as the lightning bug buzzed around and around his lung sacs until it spun out of control, heady with vertigo, and smashed into his upper lobe. The lantern broke, the bug's fire exploded into Ben's pleural cavity, and he caught fire from the inside out, like that big poor bastard whale in Pinocchio, with plumes of black smoke billowing out of his mouth, his nose, his ears, and his tear ducts. He coughed his way awake, though it was at first impossible to tell dream from reality, because when he opened his eyes he did indeed see smoke, a great charcoal pillar of it enveloping his head. And when he spied the round face of a bespectacled stoner pushing through the surface of the haze, he knew he was in hell, his own personal hell, where hippies would torment him for all eternity. "Breathe it in, man," said the hippie, his voice echoing through the fumes. "Breathe it in and be free." Ben was weak, so weak, and his throat was raw with second-hand smoke. He was on the cusp of damnation, but for this one last moment his will was still his own. He summoned his last desperate breath and rasped, "Don't tell me what to do, hippie." He closed his eyes and fell back onto the pillow, conceding his soul to the fire within. But then gentle fingers touched his cheek, fingers too soft and smooth to be attached to the patchouli-stained hand of the flower child. He cracked open one eye. There was another face next to the hippie face, a smooth, ovular face with large, sad eyes and a long, sad scar running down the cheek. "Get out of here, Dylan," she said, her voice a thin lilt. With a flick of her hand, she fanned the hippie away and his devil's smoke with him. The air cleared. The fire in his lungs petered out. This woman, this sad angel, had saved his life. In return, he hacked smoky phlegm into her face. "Oh, God," he said, sitting up and wiping his hand across his mouth. "I am so sorry. I am so sorry. That was—" He turned his head and retched out a few more clouds of smoke. The girl bristled noticeably. "It's all right," she said evenly, her lips thin. "You inhaled a lot of smoke. Are you okay?" He nodded and hoped his watery eyes wouldn't betray him. "Fine. I'm fine. Smoke is just it's bad for my lungs. Yes, perfect. A sparkling conversationalist am I," he thought. Christ. "That smoke is bad for most people," she said softly. The hippie wheezed somewhere off to the left. Ben pulled himself all the way up and examined his surroundings. He was in a cabin that was divided into 2 rooms, a living room and a room that maybe passed for a kitchen. The front door was closed, but windows on either side showed it to be dark out, probably dusk. A low fire crackled in a small stone fireplace against one wall. The old hippie sat before it. He held a thin joint between his lips, and he was leaning in close to the fire, trying to light it with no hands. His salt and pepper bangs flopped forward into the fire and began to smoke. The smell of burnt hair and sweet ash filled the room. Ben thought he might vomit. "Is there a bathroom?" he asked, burying his chin against his chest. He might have coughed on the sad angel, but by God he would not throw up on her. "Out the door, down the row, last cabin on the left," she said. "Thanks." Ben pulled himself to his feet and took exactly 2 1/3 steps before his legs turned to jelly and he crashed to the floor. The hippie made a sound. The girl just stood over him with her arms folded. "You've inhaled too much ash. Do you need help?" "No, I'm good. It's nice down here." The floor was cool against his cheek, and the nausea passed. Thank God. The girl watched him disinterestedly. Finally, she said, "I'm going to find your friend." She left him alone with the hippie, who retrieved a broken piece of chalk from his hip pocket and began to draw the solar system on the wood slats of the floor, using the fire as the sun. He worked his way across the room, drawing spheres and rings in increasing distances from the fiery center. Ben was lying directly on top of where Saturn should go, so the hippie drew a circle with a thick ring right across his cheek. "Thank you," Ben said, closing his eyes. "Shh! Do not speak, Cronus." "Ben! Benny boy, you live!" Patrick exclaimed, bursting through the door. "You live!" I lie, Ben mumbled from the floor. Yes, you lie, he agreed. Well, to lie is to live if you live to lie. Ben groaned. My head hurts. Patrick plopped down on the floor next to his fallen and chalk-dusted friend. The damsel with the serious expression tells me that you, my friend, are as high as a gym teacher's hem. The hippie did it, Ben grumbled, pointing at Dylan. Hippies never do anything, Patrick said, patting Ben on the head. You know that. He lives, cried James, stepping into the cabin. Too bad. We could have used the fertilizer. Who's our hilarious new friend? Ben said, not looking up from the floor. This, my good man, is our noble host, James. We are guests in his camp and shall show him all proper respect. You may throw yourself prostrate at his feet. He clapped his hands together. Perfect! Well done! James stepped forward and handed Ben a leather flask. Here, drink this. He eyed the jug suspiciously. What is it? Beet juice, freshly squeezed from our own garden. It'll clear you right up. Ben took the flask and drank. He turned his head and spat the beet juice into the fire, which in turn had much the same reaction. Holy God! He coughed, his face pinched in disgust. I think I'll just let it run its course. Nope, Patrick said. We're the guests of honor at dinner, so you need to be clear. Drink up. As they ate, Patrick regaled the crowd with a spirited retelling of his and Ben's cross-country adventure. Sarah asked about the bandages on his hand, and the answer turned into the full, epic tale of their journey from Chicago to Mobile, flavored here and there with the spice of exaggeration. Ben's shortened message of flame became a sweeping prairie fire. Madame Sequo's restaurant transformed into a dark, dank cave. Reverend Maccabee's eyes became the dark, bottomless pools of inky black hell. The Dusters became green-skinned, salivating monsters. The Tinder family began speaking only in robotic monotone. The brothers of the post-alignment became shabbily robed nincompoops who beat each other about the head with Nerf bats. Paunch took on folk hero status and spoke directly to Patrick with his soul. Then, of course, Ben got the shit beat out of him, and that's how they ended up at Fort Doom. What's the next stop? Asked James. Patrick slapped his hands together. Fire rang through his injured palm. Ow, damn it! Why do I keep forgetting about that? He wondered aloud. Anyway, our next and final destination is Orlando, Florida, and the wonderful world of Disney. You're going to Disney World? James laughed. We are. Annie snickered. If you leave now, you can make breakfast with Mickey. A capital idea. Ben, add it to the royal itinerary. What's at Disney World? Sarah asked gently, picking at her toes on the other side of the room. What isn't at Disney World? Patrick cried. Doctors, offered Annie. I think I need one. My left foot started smelling like cottage cheese today, all on its own, with no discernible catalyst. Definitely not healthy. Thoughts? James groaned. Anyone care to offer a subject change? Patrick raised his hand. Some say love, it is a razor that leaves your soul to bleed. I say love, it is a flower, and you, its only seed. Discuss. Let's go back to the foot, Ben groaned, eyes rolling. The cosmos are one big, great fuck you, unless you're a worm spore. But that price is high, hombre. Annie guffawed. Please, Dylan, the grown-ups are talking. Tell us more about the omens, Sarah asked, her dull eyes brightening a bit. The perils from the oracle. Have you hit them all yet? Ah, an excellent question. Patrick straightened up into full storyteller posture. As it happens, we have not. The oracle has foretold of 2 more challenges that will plague our odyssey. Sirens and Bobcat Tom and the Quiet Man. That's 3 things, Annie pointed out. Boy, I take it back. You are like the real Annie. Patrick said, shaking his head. The last two are one. I think they're one. You know, she never actually said that, come to think of it. It was more the way she said it that makes me think that. So, at least two more challenges, possibly three. Sirens, Bombastic Tom, and the Invisible Man. I thought it was the Quiet Man, said Annie. And is it Bobcat Tom or Bombastic Tom? Added James. Patrick frowned. Did I say... What did I say? Secretary? No one spoke. Patrick coughed and looked pointedly at Ben. Oh, that's me? I'm the secretary now? He asked. Patrick nodded happily. Yes, please read it back. I'm not your secretary. Fine, Patrick huffed. Give me the script. I'll take it from here. There is no script. I mean the notebook, Patrick hissed in a loud stage whisper. Hand me the notebook. Yes, I know what you mean. We don't have the notebook. It was stolen, along with everything else we own. Used to own, Annie said happily. Well, you're as bad a stage manager as you are a secretary, Patrick frowned. He turned to the rest of the group. At any rate, the last two are almost certainly a pair, but I seem to have forgotten what they're called. But the other one is definitely a siren? Definitely, Patrick nodded. That one I know. What sort of siren? Sarah asked. Like ambulance sirens? Annie asked. Maybe, Patrick admitted. The whole fortune-telling thing was cryptic. It could also be sirens in the Greek sense, Sarah suggested, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Women with beautiful voices that drive men to crash on the rocks. There are a lot of rocks around here, James nodded, right along the coast. If you got into a boat, you could definitely circle back and crash into some. How are your voices? Patrick asked. Annie laughed out loud. Mine's about as sweet as a bullfrog's. James nodded his agreement, and one look from Sarah made it clear she did not sing. Amsalu plays the guitar, James said, but he can't sing, and who knows how long he'll be gone this time. Could be months, so I think you're safe. Also, we don't have a boat, Patrick pointed out. We're definitely safe. For now, Ben said miserably. It'll catch up to us eventually. Patrick agreed. Sure, it's like the Buddha said, certain brutal death will always seek you out. But all will be well, he added. The witch promised a safe arrival at our destination. A tender soul with a warrior's arm, said Dylan suddenly. He breathed deeply of his ash and turned to face Patrick. A reflection of firelight gleamed from his glasses. In the end times, a man will come, a man built to stand the test. He is good and strong, a leader of men. He is the icon of the apocalypse, the Apocalypticon. He blew a line of smoke in Patrick's general direction. Pat coughed and waved the smoke away. They waited for more, but Dylan was finished. He turned back to the fire and relit his joint. Anyway, said Patrick, bringing them all back, we should focus on the here and now. This potato soup, for instance, which is here right now, is terrific. He slurped down the rest of the watery soup. Glad you like it, James said. Where did you get the salt? Ben asked, draining his own bowl. We make our own fish oil. Believe it or not, Annie's actually good for something. I catch fish like sorority girls catch the clap, she said proudly. You know, there was a time, said Patrick dreamily, and I'm speaking of the time before this afternoon, when we had a splendid cache of wine that would pair wonderfully with this soup. James's eyes grew wide. You had wine? Ben nodded. And vodka. And vodka, Patrick agreed. And wine. And I think some bourbon, too. Was there bourbon, Pat? Patrick shrugged. Who can keep track? There was definitely something brown that was intoxicating. It may or may not have been bourbon. As I was saying to Ben earlier, it's been stunningly simple to come by luxury victuals in this post-apocalyptic wasteland. There was a soft, moaning sigh from across the room. It was Annie, whose eyes had gone glassy. A line of drool trickled out from the corner of her mouth. James was similarly affected, and even Sarah couldn't suppress a twitch of longing. In fact, the only one not having some sort of palpable reaction to the idea of liquor was Dylan, who was distracted by a quest to determine which of his arms was longer. After several moments of stunned silence, it was James who snapped to action first. "That settles it, then," he said, slapping his legs in determination. "Tomorrow we steal back your things, and you'll reward our bravery with wine and whiskey," he said. "So the food and weapons that might keep us alive don't interest you one little bit, but the hooch gets your bravery fires burning?" Patrick asked. "Well, sure. You don't need food or weapons. We have food and weapons, and what's ours is yours." "Communism," Ben said sharply. Patrick elbowed him in the ribs. "Don't piss off the Reds." "Sorry." James smiled and continued. "But what we don't have is alcohol. And man, is that something we miss." Annie nodded vigorously and did her little sigh moan again. She looked like she was about to melt all over the floor. "I miss my hammer. I wouldn't say no to a morning snatch and grab," said Ben. "I've never said no to a morning snatch and grab," Patrick snickered. "High five!" He put his good hand up. Ben did not slap it. "Come on, Ben. I mean, like, sex. Get it?" Ben sighed. "Spiver's not the brightest bulb in the box," James continued. "He only has 2 or 3 hideouts, and if we go search him out first thing in the morning, he'll either be passed out or hung over." "On our liquor," Ben said sadly. "On some of it," James admitted. "But hey, he's small, and alcohol's hard to come by. His tolerance is probably low as hell. It won't take much. I'm sure there's plenty left over." "What about the rest of his gang? He was with at least one puppeteer that we know of." "And then some," Sarah said. But James shook his head. "The Carsons are a loose pack. It's rare for them to all band together if they're not raiding. And no one raids at 7 a.m. Old Spivey might have a friend or two lying around, but we won't see the whole gang. And I think we can take a small hungover group of theater dorks." "I love this plan," Patrick exclaimed. He clenched his good fist. "My hand feels empty without my machete." "Your hand is empty without your machete," Ben said. "So it's not just me, then." "We'll head out right after morning chores," James said, looking to the group for confirmation. They all nodded except Dylan, who was inspecting the floor for messages from an alien race. "Chores! We love chores!" Patrick declared. "What can we do to help?" "Come on," James grinned. "You're our guests. You do nothing. We'll wake you when we're done, we'll go get your bags, and then we'll celebrate on into the night. And I can get the plans for the watering system underway, because let me tell you, if there's one thing I like better than designing complex tools, it's designing complex tools after a few shots." And so it was settled. They finished their dinner, lounged around the fire for a while, then bid each other good night. As Patrick and Ben left the little cabin to make up a bunk in another, Ben thought he caught Sarah giving him the wryest little smile out of the corner of his eye. He turned toward her, but if there had been a smile, it was gone now, replaced by her typical facial reservation. Still, she had smiled. Hadn't she? Maybe? Something down behind his intestines fluttered. Alabama wasn't so bad after all. 17. Today feels like a good day for justice, Patrick decided. What say you, comrade in furry little arms? Ben looked up from his bowl of boiled carrots and dried apples. I just want my wrench back, he said, his mouth full of food. Well spoken, Patrick said. We should retrieve your wrench or die trying. No, not die trying. I don't want to die trying. I refuse to die trying. Let's just get the wrench back. by trying, he added. Fear not, gentle Ben, for the Lady of the Illinois has foretold to us the— Yeah, Ben said, waving off his friend. I got it. What you got is firepower, Auntie Annie hollered, kicking her way into the cabin. The door smashed against the far wall and snapped off at the top hinge. Whoops! Ben had started at the sudden burst, and his breakfast now coated his shirt. Aw, come on, he mumbled, brushing the lumpy carrots to the floor. A decent entrance, Patrick decided. I give you a 7. You will give me a motherfucking 10, Annie yelled. She hoisted 2 large M16s, one in each hand, and stood in the doorway with her legs spread like a deranged rock star. Whoa! Ben breathed, forgetting about the mess on his shirt. You guys have assault rifles? That's what we're using against Spiver? Patrick breathed, horrified. Annie shrugged. Nah. She tossed the guns to the floor. They fell like dead weights. They're just for show. No bullets. Great for an entrance, though, right? Top of the morning, James said, shouldering in past his sister. How'd everyone sleep? Good? I slept the sleep of the sleepy, Patrick said. Fine, muttered Ben, who was more than a little disappointed he wouldn't be getting to use a machine gun. I see Sarah brought breakfast, James said, nodding to their mostly empty bowls. Ben, just so you know, for tomorrow morning, the food goes inside the mouth. Patrick shook his head sadly and clucked his tongue. I still have so much to teach him. Annie towed at one of the assault rifles. Think we should bring 'em for effect? But James shook his head. They look good, but they're heavy as hell, and if we do get into a firefight, they'll learn pretty quickly that we don't have any ammo. Annie sighed. No fun. She scooped up the guns and bustled them out the door. James turned back to his guests. You gentlemen ready for a little early morning justice? I was just ranting about what a perfect day this was for justice, Patrick beamed. Wasn't I, Ben? Ben shrugged as he scooped the rest of his breakfast into his mouth. You were ranting about something. Patrick waved off his friend. Don't mind him. He's grumpy in the mornings. And afternoons. And most evenings. And probably while he sleeps. Well, finish up your breakfast, then meet us outside, James said, flashing his easy grin. It's time to choose your weapons. They joined the rest of the commune out in the yard. Their new friends were huddled around a low fire, inspecting various implements of death in the flickering light. Pick your poison, Annie said happily, gesturing to a large cache of weapons on a blanket near the fire. We usually draw straws, but we figured since you're the guests, you can pick first. The fires of Solomon burn heavy in my eye. The weight of the earth is a feather to the one who sees, whispered Dylan. Patrick took James by the arm and muttered under his breath, Is he going on this little mission? James grinned. He's good in a tight spot. You'll see. Ben leaned in over the blanket and inspected the weapons. Holy shit! You guys have a crossbow? James nodded. Only 2 bolts, though, and it's hard as hell to load. It's a really old model, and the crank doesn't... But Ben wasn't listening. He snatched it up and hugged it tightly to his chest. I'm going in with a crossbow, he breathed in total awe of himself. Aw, man, Annie frowned. I wanted the crossbow. You've never used the crossbow in your life, Sarah said quietly from the far side of the fire. Annie shrugged. Yeah, but now that he has it, I really want it. How about you, Pat? What looks good? James asked. Patrick rubbed his hands together carefully and approached the weapon cache. It all just looks so good, he said. There were 10 different kinds of knives, a length of rusty pipe, 2 sets of brass knuckles, a sledgehammer, a rubber mallet, 3 tire irons, a couple of bricks, and even an old-fashioned branding iron. Washed up on the beach last year, James grinned, following Patrick's stare. It has a PC brand, and it's pretty handy, if you like the letters PC burned into things. I do, Patrick exclaimed. I also like playing Jack Bauer in the interrogation room. He reached for the iron, but another little implement of destruction caught his eye at the last second. Oh, goodness, he breathed. I think I'll have that. He reached over and pulled a bullwhip from the pile. Apocalyptic, Dylan said through an exhale of smoke. The gang turned to look at him. He opened his mouth and hissed at them from the back of his throat. The rest of the group shrugged and turned back to the fire. Are you sure you want that whip? James asked. It can be sort of... Look out, Short Round! Patrick screamed. He whirled the worn brown handle excitedly around his head and flicked it toward Ben. The thong flailed out madly and sailed across the fire in a shaky arc. The popper brushed lamely against Ben's shoe. He looked up at Patrick, unimpressed. Hold on, Pat said, reeling in the whip. I can be Indiana Jones. I can do this. He gathered it in again and took a deep breath. Maybe you shouldn't, Sarah began, but he cut her off with a wild war cry. Take this, Nazis! He twirled the whip around and around his head, doing his best human helicopter impersonation. The others dove for cover, Annie missing a popper to the eye by just inches. Patrick twisted his wrist and snapped the handle. The thong waved crazily through the air, then snapped back and bit Patrick on the shoulder. Ow! Guten Morgen! He cursed. Ben held up a cautious hand. Pat, maybe you should just... No, I can do it! I can do it! He took a deep breath and gripped the whip as tightly as his injured hand would allow. Then, with all the grace of an elderly moose, he spun around, leapt into the air, and threw his wrist toward the stack of logs near the fire. But the fall of the whip caught around his ankle, and the thong fell lamely against his chest. He shook the whip, trying desperately to dislodge it from his ankle, but the more he struggled, the tighter it cinched around his feet. He flailed against the leather thong like a man caught in a giant spider web. He yanked the handle and gave it a final hard snap. The whip jerked his own feet out from under his legs, and he landed on the cold earth with a hard thud. Must be my injured hand, he gasped, out of breath, staring up at the sky. It doesn't whip like it should. Must be your injured brain, Ben said. Take the branding iron. No, the whip will be fine. I've got the hang of it now. Clearly. Ben helped Patrick to his feet while the others selected their tools of doom. James grabbed the rubber mallet, and Dylan chose the branding iron. For reclamations paid out on the devil's corporate culture, he explained. Annie picked up the iron pipe and hefted it a couple of times in her right hand, testing its weight. This ought to do, she decided. Then she raised it above her head and ran full speed at Ben. Give me that crossbow! James caught her around the waist and hauled her back. Easy, kiddo. Play nice with our new friends. My pipe wants to play nice with his head, she hissed. Ben sighed. Look, if you want the crossbow, you can have the crossbow, he said. Really? Hell no! He raised the weapon and leveled the bolt at her chest. But you can have the arrow. Stop this, said Sarah, her soft voice taking on the slightest edge. Her sad eyes carried an eerie, grave weight. You're wasting time. Sorry, Ben and Annie mumbled in unison. Ben lowered the crossbow and Annie stuck the pipe in her belt. It was decided that Sarah would stay behind to guard the fort while the rest of them went in search of duffel bags and vengeance. Stay close to the gate, James warned. There's a good chance we'll be coming in fast with the Carson gang on our tail. Sarah nodded once. I know. You sure you're going to be okay here by yourself? Ben asked. She squinted at him. Why wouldn't I be? Ben's just a chivalrous sort of creature, Patrick said, throwing his good hand around Ben's shoulder. He meant no offense, heroine of Fort Doom. Yeah, Ben sighed. Someday he was going to talk to a girl like a grown-up. I wish Amsalu were here, Annie whined. Just the sight of him and Spiver wets himself. James nodded. He picked a bad time to go rogue. But what we lack in intimidating immigrants we'll make up for in really hard swings of metal. And leather, Patrick cried, shaking the whip. Really hard swings of leather. Will you please take a weapon you know how to use? Ben sighed. Absolutely not. All right, everyone ready? Said James, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Let's go kick some ass. Ule forte palate. What did I just say? Calico asked, hitting the monk in the jaw with an oak branch. No more bullshit. Please, there's no reason for this, said the head brother, wringing his hands nervously. We're happy to speak with you. I just ask that you have patience until we finish the ceremonious birth of the post-alignment. Calico glanced at the scrawny monk near the fire, who had stripped down to his underpants and was lathering himself with something that looked like egg whites. Another monk was applying the same shiny, slippery gel to an oval-shaped hole they'd hacked through the trunk of a tree. Piker, you ever know me to have much in the way of patience? Calico asked, spitting a long brown stream through his front teeth onto the head monk's feet. I ain't never knowed you to have any decent qualities, Piker admitted. Shut the fuck up, Calico said, smacking Piker in the forehead with the branch. The redcap fell like a sack of potatoes. Course, he's got a point there, brother damn hell. Brother tried it, the monk corrected him. Calico's blue eye twitched. Don't never correct me. Yes, I'm sorry, of course. If we could just finish our ceremony, I'd be happy to— I tell you what, Calico interrupted. He stripped a thin twig from the branch and used it to pick at his teeth. You stop talking right now, or I'll give you a sodomistic experience with this branch. The monk gasped, then clamped his mouth shut. Calico wheeled around to the rest of the hooded assembly. I need answers, but I'll take smashing in faces just as quick, he bellowed. 2 men came this way not too long back, a big-headed skinny one and a stupid-looking small one. I want to know where they's headed. We'll start with you. He pointed the branch at a dopey-looking monk with nervous sweat dripping down his face. What's your name? Brother Half-Staff, he gasped. Who the fuck names you people? Calico muttered under his breath. All right, Half-Staff, where they headed? The monk looked around at his brethren nervously, uncertain whether or not he should speak. Calico helped him make up his mind by hoisting the branch and cocking it like a baseball bat. Disney World! The monk cried, closing his eyes and holding his hands up to block the blow. They went to Disney World! Calico lowered the branch and eyed the monk suspiciously. What the fuck they going to Disney World for? We don't know, piped up one of the monks down the line. Calico whirled around to face him, a fiery blaze in his eyes. Bullshit. Ah! The monk fell to the ground, cowering under Calico's seething figure. It's true, they never said. They didn't, agreed the other monks, bobbing their hoods from side to side. Brother Trident said nothing, but averted his eyes to the ground. Calico lowered the branch. Truth be told, it didn't much matter if they knew the boy's motives or not. He grinned widely, turning his sharp teeth toward the nodding brothers. Y'all've been very helpful, he hissed. He bashed them each in the head with the branch anyway for good measure, then gathered the redcaps and galloped southeast. It only took them an hour or so to track Spiver down. After they came up empty in the Sanger, Annie led them to a small apartment building on Dauphin Street. It's one of his flop houses, she said. I followed him back here after he torched the FBI building that time. You followed him? James asked, eyebrows raised. Hell yeah, I followed him. He'd just set fire to the FBI, you guys. It was like the most turned on I've ever been. James groaned and shook his head. Please tell me you're joking. Oh, God, and please tell me you didn't—" "A lady never tells," she said indignantly. The group fell uncomfortably silent. Ben turned away and tried to look disinterested. Patrick cleared his throat. "What?" Annie demanded. "It was before I knew he was such an asshole. He was just some guy who'd turned a federal building to ashes, and you can't tell me that's not hot." More silence from the crew. Annie huffed. "I can't help it," she whined. "Rebellion makes me horny as—" James held up his hand. "Please stop talking, sister." They crept into the apartment building through a busted-out window on the ground floor. Inside, the dark walls were covered with black mold. The sweet, tangy smell of must and decay perfumed the heavy air. Patrick pulled the collar of his shirt up over his nose as they slipped through the room and mounted a flight of creaky, dilapidated stairs. They moved slowly, each of them wincing every time a wooden stair squeaked underfoot. Halfway up, Annie leaned against the thin metal railing. It groaned under her weight. "Shh!" James hissed. Annie shrugged. "Sorry." They tiptoed their way to the second floor, where they found Spiver snoring away in a wreck of a room at the end of the hall. He'd managed to light a dozen or so homemade candles before passing out cold, and a few of them still flickered with the last gasps of life. In the dim light, they could just make out the stolen backpacks behind Spiver's sleeping form. They could also see the outlines of 3 other men, their chests slowly rising and falling with sleep. James silently beckoned the group out of the room and led them back down the ruined hall. "Looks like they're pretty well out," he whispered. "If we're quiet, we might be able to grab the gear and slip out unnoticed." "The unseeing eye sees all," Dylan warned, sucking down a long drag of ash. "It sees you. It sees the traitorous moon. It sees the lava." "Okay, so you stay out here in the hall," Patrick said, patting Dylan's shoulder. "You all stay out here in the hall," Annie whispered. "I'll get the bags." She turned and took a step back to the apartment, but Ben grabbed her shoulder. "Are you serious? You're like a feral cat in a trash can. I'll go. I'm stealthier." "It's true," Patrick agreed. "His shaved head makes him built for speed. All he needs to make a clean getaway is a good hand with a whip covering his 6. He unfurled the whip and flailed it around the hall. The thong slapped against a rusty sconce holding on by its last screw. The battered piece of metal went clanging to the ground. There was a low "th" as every single member of the group drew in a sharp breath. They held it and waited for the sound of stirrings from the apartment down the hall. But there was nothing but silence. "Maybe you should stay here too," James whispered. Patrick nodded. "That's probably best." "Ben, I've got your back." James gripped his mallet and gave it a few practice swings. Ben gave him a curt nod. "Let's go." The 2 men crept lightly down the hall. Spiver's candles glowed dimly in the apartment at the end of the tunnel, guiding them through the darkness. "How dangerous are these guys? Like, when they're awake?" Ben whispered. "Dangerous enough. Spiver alone's probably got 5 or 6 notches in his belt, and he's the tame one." "And by notches in his belt, you mean—" James grinned. "Let's just say he probably won't leave you alive a second time." The men were still snoring away when they slipped back into the room. Ben held the crossbow to his shoulder and wished he'd taken a few practice shots out in the street, preferably at that Annie girl. She was the worst. James tapped him on the arm and brought his lips close to Ben's ear. "You get the bags. I'll watch out." Ben nodded. He snuck forward, avoiding broken glass and plaster where he could see it through the gloom. He shuffled carefully past the freestanding kitchen island, where he saw a half-empty bottle of his vodka. A low heat burned in his cheeks. It was one thing to bash someone over the head and leave him bleeding on the sidewalk. It was another thing entirely to drink another man's booze. This aggression will not stand. Spiver and company were in the adjoining living room. One man slept on the couch near the window. Spiver and the other 2 men lay on the floor, forming a low, grumbling wall between Ben and his bags. One of the sleeping men grunted and shifted, rolling over, slapping his palm onto the floor just inches from Ben's foot. Ben looked doubtfully at the crossbow. Upon further reflection, it probably wasn't the world's best close-range weapon. He slipped the bolt out of its groove and set the crossbow on the countertop. He gripped the arrow tightly in his fist, holding it like a knife, pointy end down and ready to stab something. He tiptoed over the closest man's hand and skirted around the prostrate Spiver. He crunched lightly over the rubble, wincing with every step. The low-burning candles threw wavering shadows across the floor and up the walls, and every time he took a step, Ben was sure someone was stirring. He held his breath and reached for the first backpack. The food shifted inside as he lifted it, and Ben gritted his teeth as the cans clacked against each other. The man on the couch snorted and rolled over. He tumbled off the couch and crashed to the floor. He yelped in surprise, punched the ground drowsily with his fist, and mumbled nonsense at it. Then he picked himself up, threw himself back onto the couch, and settled back into sleep. Ben exhaled. He slid his arms through the nylon straps and pulled the backpack in tight against his shoulders. He reached for the second bag. It was unzipped, and the weapons inside stuck out of the top like an apocalyptic cornucopia. As he lifted the bag by the nylon loop at the top, the zipper fell open farther, and the pipe wrench tipped out. Ben shot out his other hand, dropped the arrow, and caught the wrench just 6 inches from the floor. He turned toward James and thrust the wrench into the air. "Did you see that?" he mouthed, even though there was no way James could see his face in the dim light. "I am Bruce fucking Lee." James waved him back with his hand. "Hurry up!" Ben tucked the pipe into the bag and picked up the arrow. He grabbed the front flap of the backpack and cinched it closed with his hand. There were a few random supplies lying around the room, some food, a couple bottles of liquor, the machete, but he figured he'd come back for them. Or just leave them there and not risk his life again. Either one. He turned back and stepped between Spiver and another member of the gang. Spiver shifted in his sleep, and Ben had to change direction mid-step to avoid coming down on the outlaw's ribs. He hopped forward, and his foot came down hard on a discarded shot glass. It shattered under his shoe. Ben gasped as the tinkling of breaking glass echoed off the walls. Then, all hell broke loose. A new form, one they hadn't seen in the darkness, leapt up from behind the couch, mumbling and grunting. He pitched forward toward the front hall, but he slipped on plaster dust and went crashing into the wall shoulder first. He let loose a low growl of surprise and pain, wheeled away from the wall, and tripped over the arm of the couch. He went sprawling to the floor, crashing into Spiver. Spiver cried out in pain and flailed out with his hands and legs, scrabbling to push the other man off him. His fist caught Ben in the shin just as he was hurrying past. It was enough to push him off balance and send him stumbling over the man sleeping against the wall. Ben's heel came down on the man's hand. He awoke with a scream and lunged forward, driving his shoulder into Ben's hip and pushing him back over Spiver and the other man wrestling on the floor. "Get in here!" James screamed over his shoulder. "Now!" He ran at the nearest gang member, the one who'd rolled close to the kitchen. He was just sitting up, groggy and confused, when James brought the rubber mallet crashing down on his head. There was a soft crunch as a piece of his skull snapped off and caved in. He crumpled back to the floor. Ben dropped the bag he was holding. The weapons splayed across the floor. He rolled off Spiver, but the man on the couch leapt from the cushions and tackled Ben into the floor hard. He beat down on the back of Ben's head with huge fists, smashing his face down into the concrete floor with each blow. Ben turned the arrow over in his hand and stabbed wildly back over his head. It caught the man in the shoulder, sinking deep into his flesh. The man howled and backed away, scrabbling furiously at the arrow. Patrick burst through the doorway, yelling and flailing the whip. He dove into the man with the arrow sticking out of his shoulder, but bounced off him like a raindrop off a windshield. He fell into a heap near the couch, where Spiver and the other man grappled and rolled over on top of him. The other man, the one whose hand Ben had stepped on, dove forward and grabbed the hammer that had spilled out of the backpack. He swung it at Annie, who had run into the room with her pipe held high. She dodged back, but the hammer caught her right hand, and she cried out in pain as the pipe went clattering to the floor. The man shoved her hard, and she slammed back into the wall. James darted forward and swung the rubber mallet, but the man turned just in time, and the mallet glanced off his meaty upper arm. The man jabbed the hammer into James's stomach. James doubled over, and the man drove his knee into James's forehead. He went down hard. Spiver and the man from behind the couch were still grappling on the floor. Spiver planted his feet against the man's chest and launched him backward. He crashed into Patrick, who was just getting back to his feet. Spiver leapt up and drew a knife from his boot. He lunged at Annie, swiping at her with the blade. She danced away from it, whirling just out of reach as Spiver hacked at the air. "I've been waiting for you and your band of misdicks," he snarled. "What the hell's a misdick?" Annie said. She jogged to the left as Spiver sliced from the right and collided with the man with the arrow in his shoulder. Spiver plunged forward with the knife, and Annie ducked to the floor. Spiver's blade buried itself deep into the chest of the other man. "Well, shit!" the man muttered in surprise, staring down at the blood spurting out of his chest. Then his eyes rolled up into his head, and he fell over dead. "You bitch!" Spiver snarled, yanking the knife out of the man's chest. "Hey, you're the one who did it," Annie said, scrabbling on the floor for something to hit somebody with. Her hand closed on the pipe wrench, and she whirled around, aiming for Spiver, but hitting Ben instead, who had just pulled himself back to his feet. The gangster with the crushed hand had wrestled the man from behind the couch off Patrick and was holding him firmly by his hands, which appeared to be tied behind his back. The bound man snarled and spat angrily, but his words were muffled by a dirty piece of cloth that had been tied around his mouth. The man holding him opened his mouth to speak when the prisoner threw his head back right into his captor's face. The man's nose broke with a wet snap. He let go of the prisoner and covered his bleeding face with both hands. "You motherfucker!" he shrieked. James climbed unsteadily to his feet and stumbled over to him. He brought the mallet down against the man's temple. He crashed over onto his side, spitting and cursing. James finished him off with a few hard swings of the mallet. "Drop your goddamn weapons!" Spiver screamed. Everyone looked up. The little mobster held the prisoner, his knife pressed tightly against the man's neck. "Put him down or I open his throat." Patrick frowned up at the prisoner. "Who on earth is that?" he asked. "It's Amsalu," James replied. "He's one of us." The dark-skinned man struggled against his bonds, and Spiver pulled the blade closer against his throat. "Put him down! Now!" he demanded. James slowly set his mallet on the floor. Annie cursed and tossed down the wrench. Patrick briefly considered using his whip to catch Spiver's wrist and fling the knife away, but decided that move was perhaps a little advanced, given how dark it was in the room and all. So he tossed the whip aside. It landed on the prostrate Ben. "Hey," Ben said weakly. "Sorry." "One step, and I'll slice him open," Spiver snarled. "No one's stepping anywhere," James said, raising his hands into the air. "Just let him go, Spiver. You let him go, and we'll let you go." The little man spat laughter back at them. "Sure, sure, sure." He tightened his grip on Amsalu's bonds and pulled him backward, knife still poised to slice at his throat. Amsalu, for his part, seemed weary beyond belief. Heavy black circles sagged below his eyes, and he wavered on his feet like a punch-drunk boxer. Though he was quite a bit taller than his captor, there was no mistaking who was in charge. "Just let him go, you asshole!" Annie screamed. She kicked at the rubble on the floor, sending bits of plaster skidding against their feet. Spiver growled and pulled Amsalu back toward the door. "You wait till the boys hear about this," he snarled. "You've just signed your death warrants, you goddamn meddling sons of bitches." They scooted back into the kitchen. "Your little camp is gonna burn," he spat, "and you're all gonna burn with it. You hear me? You're all gonna burn with—" Dylan's branding iron came down hard on the crown of Spiver's head, staving in the skull and squirting blood across the kitchen. "The cavernous worm leads the stars to water, and all things must go their path," Dylan said softly, puffing on the joint balanced between his lips. James shook his head and nudged Patrick in the ribs. "See? Told you he was good in a pinch." Annie unbound Amsalu, who needed help standing. He gave them the Cliff's Notes while bracing himself against the kitchen island. He'd set out for a few days at Bellingrath Gardens, a place where wildflowers still grew, a place he often went to be alone and calm his mind, often for weeks at a time. But before he'd even made it out of Mobile, the Carsons had jumped him and dragged him back here to the apartment. He'd been bound and gagged in the corner for almost a week, surviving on the slick dregs of canned beans. "Looks like they worked you over pretty good." James frowned, inspecting Amsalu's wounds. The man nodded once, angrily. "Any particular reason, or are they just that brand of sadist?" Patrick asked. "They think I am Jamaican," Amsalu replied. He dug into a packet of crackers they found in the living room, while the rest of the gang gathered up the weapons, food, and liquor and stuffed it all back into the knapsacks. Most of it was coated in blood. Ben pulled his arrow out of the man's shoulder and gingerly wiped it against the dead man's shirt. "Sorry, guy," he mumbled. "Insult to injury. But it was your blood in the first place." Despite the circumstances that led to their death, it didn't seem right to leave the corpses strewn about the apartment, though no one was champing at the bit to dig 4 graves. So Annie stayed behind and, with the others watching from the sidewalk, happily set the whole apartment building on fire. As the flames consumed the building, Amsalu mumbled something into the blaze and made the sign of the cross with his hand. "Last rites?" Patrick asked when he was done. "Even those who stray are children of God," he replied. The mourning period didn't last long. Once they were safely back inside the walls of Fort Doom, Annie snatched a bottle of whiskey from Ben's bag and thrust it triumphantly into the air, whooping and laughing like she were already drunk. The rest of the crew joined in, laughing and slapping high fives and shaking off the general unpleasantness of justified slaughter. Sarah pulled Ben aside and inspected his head wounds. "These look bad." She frowned, prodding at his bruises. "Yeah, well, Ow! The floor was pretty hard," he said. "Come with me. I'll help you clean up." She took his hand and led him to one of the cabins. Ben's heart battered against his chest cavity like a caged animal at her touch. He shot Patrick a pleading look over his shoulder and mouthed, "What do I do?" Patrick gave him a thumbs up and mouthed back, "Just don't be yourself." Ben frowned as he stumbled after her into the cabin. Patrick slipped off his backpack and set it on the ground in front of him. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he opened the bag, dug through the cans of beans and vegetables, dug all the way to the bottom, and there, dented but unbroken and unopened, lay the butterscotch pudding cup. He exhaled with a smile and cinched the bag shut. James stoked the mid-morning fire while Annie cracked open the whiskey. Amsalu went in search of his guitar, and Dylan retrieved a fresh tin of ash. Patrick leaned back against a log and twisted the cap off a bottle of wine. He clinked bottles with Anti-Annie, took a long swallow of the sweet red, and passed it across to James. Eventually, Ben and Sarah rejoined them, Ben's head wrapped in dirty bandages. They sat around the fire drinking whiskey and wine, singing old songs, and swapping stories about the absurdity of the apocalypse. Tomorrow, Patrick would start on the rain-catching system, and Ben would practice talking to a girl. As for the next day, or the next week, or the next month, who knew what awaited them? But for that moment, right then, with Amsalu strumming his guitar, James grinning his lopsided grin, Annie shrieking with laughter, Dylan smoking his ash, and even Sarah cracking a smile, There was no doubt in either of their minds that they were exactly where they were meant to be. Calico crouched low, inspecting the dirt underfoot. He plucked a long blade of browned grass and chewed it thoughtfully. "What?" the man standing over him said. Calico raised his mismatched eyes and grinned. "Looks like our boys started to drift." He stood and arched his back, popping it along the spine. "Florida's that-a-way," he said, pointing away from the sun. "But they looped their way south." The other man gritted his teeth. The monks lied. But Calico shook his head. "Nah, don't think so. That little piece tied to the tree and those weird-ass monks told the same story. They headin' to Disney World, all right. They just got no clue how to get there." The other man removed his cap and rubbed at his temples. "Options," he said quietly. "Well, hell, we could keep on after 'em. I'd say they're up on us by 3 days. We could probably make up that ground. But I think we keep on keeping on to Florida. That's where they're heading. That's where they'll end up. Stop going after them. Let them come to us." The other man nodded slowly. It was a fine plan. 18. Patrick yawned and stretched and mumbled a sleepy hello to the morning sun. He pulled on his sweater and crept out into the yard, closing the door gently so he wouldn't wake Ben. He wiped the sleep from his eyes as he crossed to the fire. "Morning," James said. He picked the percolator from its grill shelf above the flames and poured a cup of steaming coffee into the empty mug at his feet. He set the percolator aside and handed Patrick his mug. "Mornin'," Pat replied with a yawn. "You looked a little shifty sneaking out of your bunk this morning," James grinned. "Trying not to wake the mice?" "Trying not to wake Benny boy. Those mice, they'll sleep through anything. But Ben, he needs his beauty sleep." "Not likely with you clomping around like a sick elephant," Ben said, emerging from the cabin. He yawned and stretched and scratched his belly. Then he zipped up his jacket and ambled over to join them. "I do not clomp," Patrick said, hurt. "If anything, I saunter. Some have said that I sashay." "Whatever you do it loudly and clumsily." Patrick sighed. "Not the first time I've heard that." "Morning," James smiled, pouring Ben his own mug of coffee. "Morning," he mumbled. He took the mug and blew away the rising steam. "I think you're beautiful no matter how much sleep you get," James said. Ben snorted grumpily. "So, Pat, how's your paw these days?" Patrick proudly unraveled the bandage around his palm and held his hand up for all to see. "I do believe it's just about healed," he said. "No more hole." "Excellent news," said James. "Fort Doom, gangrene-free for almost 2 full years. OSHA would be proud. James grinned. "So what's on the docket today?" "Ah, excellent question. I've got some repairs to make to Gully, then I—" "Gully?" Ben interrupted. "Who's Gully?" Patrick gestured to the giant tin and tarp structure looming over the garden. "That is Gully." Ben sighed. "You named your water spreader?" "It's not a water spreader, Ben. It is a high-concept precipitation distribution platform," Patrick insisted. "And it's not an it. It's a she." He turned back to James. "Anyway, Gully needs a little work, and I have to mess with the new alarm system. I tested it out last night. Stepping on the panel only gets one of the groups of cans clanging. Need to figure that out. Then I thought I'd try my hand at designing a rapid launch weapon system to mount above the gate over there." "Ooh, rapid launch weapon system. That sounds exciting." "Well, don't get too worked up. It'll likely only launch very small rocks. But if all goes according to plan, it'll launch them very, very quickly." "I like it." "Why don't we just fill a bucket with rocks and dump it on people who attack?" Ben asked, sipping his coffee. "That's pretty rapid delivery." Patrick frowned. "It's also 18 times less fun. Stop waging a war on fun, Fogelvy." "What about you, Ben? Any plans for the day?" The door to Sarah's cabin opened, and she stepped out into the yard. The three men turned in unison to look at her. She marched directly over to the outhouse cabin without sparing so much as a glance at any of them. When she closed the door with a quick, curt slam, Ben turned back to the fire. Patrick and James grinned at him like a pair of idiots. "What?" he asked. "Perhaps today is the day you finally speak to yon fair-haired angel in a tender and romantic manner?" Patrick teased, jiggling his eyebrows up and down. "Shut up! And no, I'm going to start patching the southern wall today. Amsalu and I'll bring back a few loads of bricks and start working on the hole." "Bricks yet?" Patrick cried. "How resourceful! Where'd you find them?" Ben squinted at Patrick. "Gee, Pat, I don't know. Where in this apocalyptic wasteland full of building rubble could I possibly find some unused bricks?" He shook his head and sipped down the rest of his coffee. "Man," said James, slapping his hands against his knees, "an irrigation system, an alarm, a rocket launcher, a new wall. You guys are spoiling us." "Just trying to earn our keep," Patrick said. "Ha! You've done more than the rest of us combined, and we've been here for 2 years. You guys have only been around for—" He trailed off, frowning in concentration. "How long have you been here?" he asked. "Who knows?" Ben shrugged. "Rule number 18. Patrick leaned back on his log and did some quick calculation. "If I had to guess, I'd say 14 weeks, maybe 16. James let out a low whistle. 4 months already? He shrugged. "I guess time flies." He picked up a stick from the ground and used it to stoke the pale flames. "Remind me where you guys were headed when you got here?" Patrick opened his mouth to speak, but stopped himself. Where had they been going? He crossed his arms and bit his lip, struggling to remember. He knew they'd been headed somewhere. They didn't just leave Chicago for no reason. Did they? He cast an uneasy glance at his friend. Ben? But Ben was struggling too. He furrowed his brow and scratched his cheek. "Maybe New Orleans?" he asked uncertainly. "That sounds like a place we'd go, right? Or no?" James shook his head. "We talked about it your first night here, I know that. But for the life of me—" "Huh." Patrick stared quizzically at his shoes. "Where were you taking me, feet?" He wasn't accustomed to memory lapses, and his brain was coming up alarmingly empty on this one. The feeling was unsettling. "Ah, well," he said, waving away the mystery with a swoop of his hand. "It'll come to us. And besides, wherever it was, it can't be any better than this. Food, water, and friends, am I right?" he said, nudging Ben on the shoulder. Sarah emerged from the outhouse and walked swiftly back to her cabin. "Yeah," Ben said, following her with his eyes. "It doesn't get much better." "Huh." James tousled his tangled hair and shrugged. "Well, at any rate, we're glad you stayed." He grinned. "And speaking of things that are on dockets, laundry's the first on my list today. You guys have anything you need washed?" Ben shook his head. "I just washed my shirts yesterday, and jeans are always clean." "How about you, Pat?" Patrick sniffed at his knee. "Oof! Jeans are not always clean," he decided, pushing himself up to his feet. "These are due. Let me go find a decent pair of replacement pants, and they're all yours." James ambled down to the water's edge and dropped the bundle of laundry on the ground. He worked open the knot and opened the blanket, letting the dirty clothes tumble out onto the rocky beach. He lifted up a pair of Annie's jeans and inspected a fist-sized bulge in one of the pockets. He reached in and pulled out a whole potato. He sighed. He didn't even want to know. "Guess I'd better check 'em all," he muttered. He searched through the pile of clothing and scavenged a guitar pick from Amsalu's jacket pocket and a straight razor from Dylan's patched pants. He didn't even know Dylan had a straight razor. That'd be something to discuss at the next round table. He set the pick and the blade down on the blanket and moved on to Patrick's jeans. He felt around the pockets and was about to toss the pants aside when he heard a light crinkle. He turned the jeans over, reached into the back pocket, and pulled out a worn, folded piece of paper. "I shouldn't read this," he said aloud. "Probably none of my business." Unless, of course, it was some of his business. What if his new friends were keeping something from him? Something important? Could Patrick and Ben be spies for the Carsons, or one of the other Mobile gangs? Or, good Lord, something worse? Someone new to town looking to make a hard move into the city. They could be on an embedded recon mission. Was that insane? Of course it was insane. Right? Right. But then again, there weren't many uses for written notes these days. It had to be communication from someone. And how much did he really know about those two? Only what they told him. James shook his head. It was unlikely, and it was a ridiculous idea. But they themselves had shared with him one of their rules, number 12, err on the side of the crazy. He unfolded the note. Better safe than sorry. As his eyes moved over the note, his heart sank. The words became blurred, and he realized that he had tears in his eyes, which was stupid because he wasn't a crier, hadn't cried in years. He scrubbed his eyes dry. He refolded the note, sat down on the cold beach, and looked out at the swirling yellow mist roiling above the ocean. For almost a full hour he sat there, note in hand, staring out at the water, thinking. But there really wasn't all that much to think about. Something had to be done, and he had to be the one to do it. When he returned to the fort, he hung the clean clothes on the drying line, then he sought out the rest of the group. Ben was lugging bricks over to the southern wall, and Patrick was busy tinkering with the alarm system outside the gate, so James gathered the rest of the crew together behind the row of cabins. "Listen," he said uneasily. "We have to talk about something." 19. The next morning, Patrick awoke with a start. "Something's amiss," he said aloud. He didn't know how he knew it, but he knew it. There was something in the air. He propped himself up on his elbows and glanced around. Ben was snoring softly in his bunk on the other side of the room. "Ben, wake up!" he yawned. "Something's amiss!" But Ben was too soundly asleep to answer, so Patrick fell out of bed, stumbled over to the other side of the room, and brought his lips close to Ben's ears. "I say something's amiss!" he cried. Ben bolted upright with a scream, slamming his forehead against Patrick's nose. "Cripes!" Patrick yelled, the front of his face going warm and tingly. His eyes watered. "What's the matter with you?" "Me?" Ben demanded. "Why are you on my face? Are you kissing me in my sleep?" He shoved Patrick away, then rolled over and burrowed under his blanket. "And why are you waking me up? Let me sleep. It's Saturday." "Is it really? If I convince you that it is, will you let me go back to sleep?" "Absolutely not." He lifted Ben's cover and slapped him lightly on the forehead with his palm. "Wake up. Like I said while you were ignoring me in your sleep, something's amiss." "What's amiss?" Patrick narrowed his eyes. "Something." Ben pushed him off the cot. "Okay, well, when you figure out what it is, come wake me. And when you do, bring coffee." Patrick gasped and snapped his fingers. "That's what's amiss." "The coffee?" "The fire. The fire that makes the coffee coffee. Listen." He held up his hand for silence. The only sound was the Gulf wind whistling through the hole in the southern wall that Ben hadn't quite finished with yet. "Hear that? No crackling fire." Ben shrugged. "So go start one." But I don't have to start one. That's one of the perks of living in Fort Doom. James is always up first, and he always starts the fire. Right? Ben conceded this was true. In all the weeks they'd been living in Mobile, James had been the first to rise every single day, and had indeed gotten a good blaze going in the pit. Patrick rubbed at his chin. Something is definitely amiss. Will you stop saying amiss? Why? Is it making you feel amiss? Keep it up, and my fist isn't gonna amiss your face. The apocalypse has made you cranky. Come on, let's go investigate. Ben grumbled his dissent, but flung the covers away all the same. They stepped out of the cabin and grimaced against the bright glow of the early morning fog. The yard was completely empty. There wasn't another soul in sight. The charred logs from last night's fire lay dark and cold in the ash of the fire pit. Maybe he slept in, Ben offered. Maybe he thinks it's Saturday, too. They crossed up to James's cabin, and Patrick knocked gently on the door. There was no response. He knocked a little louder. Still nothing. He pressed his ear to the door. I don't hear anything, he frowned. See if it's unlocked, Ben whispered. You want to just barge in? What if he's having, like, a private orgy in there? That would be awkward for everyone. With who? His sister? Maybe he picked up some tale at a bar last night in town, and now they're having a private orgy. If they were having a private orgy, I think we'd hear it. Not if they're really bad at it. Just open the door. Patrick turned the handle. The door fell open with a low creak. A rectangle of light fell into the cabin, illuminating the small space. It was empty. They peeked in on every cabin in the row, but they were all empty. Even the fire that perpetually burned in Dylan's room, the one he even left burning when they left the fort, had gone out. What's going on here? Ben asked anxiously. I have no idea. They crossed the yard, searching all the buildings along the way, but there was no sign of anyone. The gardening tools were stowed in the shed, the vegetable baskets were empty and stacked in the corner, and the clean laundry from the day before had been pulled off the line. Patrick stood in the center of the grounds with his arms folded across his chest. He glanced sharply around the area while Ben paced anxiously along the wall, looking for any sign of, well, anything. Look at this, Patrick said, sweeping his hand around the yard. Does this look strike you as odd? The fact that there's no one here? Yeah, it does. No, the fact that everything is so tidy. Ben stopped. He had a point. Since when did garden tools get put away? When were the baskets ever stacked? When were there not a few pairs of pants perpetually clinging to the clothesline? You're right, Ben said. Something's wrong. I think you mean something's amiss, Patrick said, but there was no mirth in it. They hustled over to the front gate. It was closed but unlocked. Benny boy, he said, I think we've been abandoned. Ben started. Bullshit! We haven't been abandoned. Why would we be abandoned? I have no earthly idea, Patrick admitted with a frown. But look, the gate only locks from the inside, and it's never left unlocked. So the only reason to leave it unlocked is if there's no one left to lock it from inside. Get it? Ben shook his head. So what? They all went for a walk. They went to go take pot shots at the Carsons. They went to do whatever, but they're coming back. Patrick rubbed his hands down his face and sighed. I don't think so. What do you mean you don't think so? Ben asked, his voice tinged with panic. Why not? Because it's not just that they're gone. It's that everything is gone. He walked back to the row of cabins, Ben following close on his heels. They burst into James's cabin. Patrick made a sweeping gesture around the room. Look, it's all gone. It was true. James's floor, usually littered with clothes and books, was completely bare. The water bottles he kept in the corner were gone. Even the blanket from his bunk was missing. No, whispered Ben, his eyes growing wide. He dashed out of the room and ran to the next bunk, Annie's. He shouldered his way past the door and came to a screeching halt in the center of the room. It was completely bare. The same was true of Sarah's room, and Dylan's, and Amsalu's. Nothing of any of them remained. Someone kidnapped them, he decided, storming back out into the yard. Those fucking Carsons! We have to go find them. But Patrick merely stood by and tapped his lips with one finger. That doesn't make sense. Hey, we're kidnapping you, but only you 5, not the other 2. And hurry up, we'll let you pack your things. No way. There's no sign of struggle, not even any sign of rush. It's like they planned to go. They didn't abandon us, Ben yelled hoarsely. Patrick sighed. I think maybe they did, Ben. He patted Ben on the shoulder. But come on, we'll take a quick look around town. Ben started off toward the gate, but Patrick turned and headed back to their cabin. Where are you going? To change clothes, Patrick said. I'm not going adventuring in pajama pants. There's such a thing as dignity. The only problem was he didn't know exactly where to find his jeans. They'd been on the clotheslines with the rest of the laundry. But he had a hunch. He went inside their cabin and looked around. Sure enough, the jeans were folded neatly on the floor near the door. Someone had delivered a full laundry service in the night while they slept. He sighed and picked up the jeans. When he did, a yellow piece of paper fell out of the folds and onto the ground. Patrick stared quizzically down at the note. Where did that come from? And why did it look so familiar? He picked it up off the floor. It was old and weathered, practically falling apart. He opened it gingerly, careful not to rip it along the folds. He smoothed the paper on the bunk and read the words written there. Holy shit, he breathed. Ben poked his head into the room. You ready or what? Patrick shook his head and beckoned Ben inside. He held out the paper. Ben frowned down at him. What's that? Read it, Patrick said quietly. Ben took the note and skimmed it. Then he read it again more carefully. Then he read it a third time. Then he read it again. What is this? He said, brow furrowed. Who wrote this? And then again, what is this? Patrick sighed and took the note back. He folded it carefully. It's the reason for this trip, he said, his eyes glazed over with tears. Then, quietly to himself, he said, How could I forget about this? Ben narrowed his eyes. That's why we're going to Florida? Patrick nodded solemnly. Ben scoffed. Well, shit, Pat. Why didn't you just tell me that? Patrick shrugged. It suddenly seemed to be a great effort for his thin, shaking shoulders. I don't know. I thought you'd think it was... He trailed off. I don't know. It's a hell of a lot better than because I've never been, Ben muttered. But, Pat, how did you forget something like that? I mean, how could you? Patrick just shook his head. I don't know, he whispered, his eyes glazed over with tears. I don't... But then the oracle's words returned to him, echoing through his cobwebbed brain, and suddenly he knew how. Sirens, he breathed. What? Sirens. This place. These people. The unlimited number of engineering projects for me, the pretty enigmatic girl for you, food and shelter and good company. Ben, they're nothing but sirens, luring us onto the rocks, making us forget. Ben bit his bottom lip and kicked the door jamb so hard the whole cabin shook. That's bullshit, he said. But they both felt the resignation in his voice. Patrick sighed. Ben, we have to go. It didn't take them long to pack. They hadn't needed to dig into too much of their canned food since coming to Fort Doom, and they still had their little arsenal, but their liquor stores had been all but depleted, So even with the addition of a spade and a trowel that Patrick pilfered from the shed, because you never know when you'll have a digging emergency, their load was considerably lighter. Patrick spent a good 10 minutes scouring the cabin for the pudding cup. He knew he hadn't eaten it, but he couldn't speak for the rest of the group. Like the note, he'd forgotten all about the snack pack, and the more he searched for it, the more frantic he became. He tossed their sheets, dumped out their bags, shook out their clothes, becoming more and more panicked, his heart hammering in his chest, a sudden sheen of sweat covering his face. He gripped the bunk and hauled it away from the wall in a burst of desperation, and there, on the floor, still unopened, sat the little cup of butterscotch pudding. "Must have hidden it from myself," he said, exhaling his relief. "Thank you, instinct." He went out to pull some vegetables from the garden while Ben did a final round of inspections of the other cabins, searching for some sign, any sign that the rest of the group had found it hard to leave. But there was nothing. Their new family was completely and utterly gone. "How could they do that?" he asked angrily, joining Patrick outside in the yard. "How could they just leave?" Patrick shook his head. "I don't know. But they obviously didn't want to be here when we woke up." He placed his hands on Ben's shoulders and looked him squarely in the eyes. "Listen to me. When we're done with Disney World, we'll come back. If they're not here, we'll go looking for them. We'll spend the rest of our lives looking if that's what it takes. That'll be our new quest," he promised. "So speaketh the Apocalypticon." They watched in silence from the roof of the building across from the fort as the two men passed through the gate and turned down toward the bay. "Guess they found the note," Sarah said quietly, her arms crossed tightly at her chest. Her cold, dull eyes followed them as he ambled down the street, looking back over his shoulder every few steps, looking, she knew, for her. It was the right thing to do, James said. He placed his hand on her shoulder and squeezed, but she shrugged him off. "Some great friend you turned out to be," Annie told her brother, rolling her eyes. James frowned. "It's tough love," he said. Then he added quietly, "Tough for all of us." "Do not worry," said Amsalu, closing his eyes, lifting his face to the mid-morning light. "We will see them again, if it is God's will." Dylan snorted and flicked his spent joint off the roof. "The City of God has a vacancy sign," he said. "Elvis has left the building." 20. Rock, paper, scissors. Patrick threw rock. Ben bounced an extra time, then threw scissors. "Damn it, Pat!" he cried in frustration. "You said 1, 2, 3, then shoot." "That was seconds ago, Ben. Literally seconds. I can't be expected to remember paltry details for entire seconds. Besides, that gave you the upper hand. You could see what I threw, and you still lost. That means I double win, and we take to the sea. And may God have mercy on your pitiful hand-eye coordination." He headed down the street toward the sound of the Gulf, whistling a merry tune. "I want to be on record that this is the latest in your string of really stupid trip decisions," Ben grumbled, shuffling down the street after him. He cast a few hopeful glances back over his shoulder, but the streets behind them were empty. "Glad to see we're picking right up where we left off." "This is not a stupid idea," Patrick insisted. "Some of those earlier ideas, yes, those were stupid ideas. But this idea is an excellent idea. I feel the Gulf wind calling us. We will sail ourselves to Florida." "Do you know even anything about sailing?" Ben asked sourly, his cheeks flushing red. Patrick got the sense that maybe he was not on board with this exciting new plan. "Ben, I get the sense that maybe you're not on board with this exciting new plan," he said. "But I don't want you to worry. What's to know? You get a boat, you raise the sail, and you wait for a giant cloud with a face to float down and blow some wind. I've seen cartoons before. I know how this works. Or are you forgetting rule number 26? When in doubt, defer to the entertainment media. That is a stupid rule, Ben declared. You came up with it. Because you didn't want me to have a dog. That stupid I Am Legend dog didn't exactly save Robert from blowing himself apart with a grenade now, did he? But he made life bearable, Ben insisted. And your dog pissed on your head while you slept. He had a nervous condition. He probably got a whole lot more nervous when you threw him out into the Chicago wasteland. What? You think I'm going to sit there and get peed on every night? No, thank you. Who am I, Charlie Sheen? This continued into a fierce argument that made Patrick extremely regretful that he'd ever agreed to dispel the first rule of the road. He briefly considered invoking martial law, but then he remembered that Ben was approximately all the way stronger than him. And besides, the argument was healthy. It was getting Ben's mind off what they were leaving behind. You'll love sailing, Patrick promised as he sauntered down toward the bay. Fresh air, cool breeze, minimal monkey fog, calm waters. This will be great, and in no way dangerous or life-threatening. I promise. Before long, they reached the water's edge. A little ways down the coast, a handful of empty docks jutted into the Gulf. The only boats in sight were ones that had smashed against the rocks or had run aground on the beach. They were either half sunken in water or splintered on the shore. Any boat retaining its ability to float had long since pushed off from the wharf. "Okay, Popeye, now what?" Ben asked. "We can't sail without a boat." Patrick turned and searched the edge of the city. An old rusty sign declared a particularly sleazy-looking building to be the Two Hearts Motel. A broad smile spread across his face. "Benny boy," he declared proudly, "I have a plan." "You have got to be kidding." "I never kid about romance," Patrick said. "There is nothing romantic about this." Ben tried to imagine what the room might have looked like 3 years ago, before the apocalypse. He gave the motel as many benefits of the doubt as he could mentally muster, but even so, the place had been slimy. He pictured the brown shag carpet, luxurious and new, unsoiled by the mysterious stains that he knew were probably there long before the end of the world. The circular bed had either spun or vibrated, possibly both, when whatever Deep South Don Juan that inhabited the room for the night, or more likely for the hour, dropped a quarter in a now-defunct box on the wall. A dramatic trident-shaped candlestick of tarnished brass held the uneven stubs of 3 mostly melted candles that had once glowed dimly against the soft pink walls. The ceiling had once been fully mirrored, though now it looked like a reflective checkerboard. A few of the mirror panels lay shattered on the soiled carpet, the lazy brown webs painted on the surface almost a perfect match for the dusty shag. The silk bed sheets were still in reasonably good shape, though in his mind Ben preferred to picture them without the large ovals of sticky residue that signified that this room had been inhabited at the time of the Jamaican attack. The lovers' clothes were still splayed across the floor in various stages of decomposition. But the thing that held Patrick's attention wasn't in the main sleeping area. It was in the oversized bathroom. In fact, it practically was the oversized bathroom. It was a large, heart-shaped jacuzzi bathtub set loosely into a wood-paneled dais. It was filthy, covered in dust, dirt, years-old soap scum, and a thin layer of monkey dust, but the fiberglass appeared to be sturdy and unbroken. It used to be romantic, in simpler times, and if you play your cards right, he said, placing a hand gently on Ben's arm, it might be again. "Get off me," Ben demanded, squirming out of reach. "What the hell are we supposed to do with this thing?" "This thing, as you so disdainfully call it, is our ticket to the 7 Seas. Patrick rubbed his hands together excitedly. "It's a bathtub." "It's a jacuzzi," Patrick corrected him. which means this outer piece is our fiberglass hull. Grab that end." He pointed to the tub's left ventricle. Ben sighed and approached it reluctantly. The lip of the tub had conveniently come away from the wooden support. He wedged his fingers in the crack and tried not to think of the fact that they could be across the Florida state line by now if they'd headed out north from Fort Doom on foot. "All right," Patrick said, grabbing the pointy tip of the heart. "Now pull!" They both heaved against the dirty red fiberglass. The tub creaked and moaned against its moorings, but age and neglect had weakened the wooden base, and a series of pops indicated success. They groaned with effort as they pried the tub up away from the base. Ben pulled the edge of the tub up 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, until he could comfortably grab the plexiglass with both hands. He wrenched his arms up, deadlift style, and the giant heart broke completely free of its bonds. "You are so handy," Patrick panted, setting his end back down. "Now, we just need to haul this thing out of here, find a way to seal the jet holes, and we've got ourselves a boat." It took about 20 more minutes to lug the tub out of the bathroom and through the motel room door. Both doorways were just slightly too narrow for the tub to go through on its side, so the men kicked away the cheap wooden trim and rammed the sturdy tub through the naked doorways. Streaks of broken drywall dust lined both sides of the jacuzzi as they rolled it to a crashing halt outside the motel. Ben stopped a minute to catch his breath. Patrick had a few good qualities, but physical strength was not among them. Ben had been doing almost all of the heavy lifting. "How do you know there'd be a heart tub in here?" he wheezed. "Please tell me you've stayed here before." "No, but if B horror movies have taught me anything, it's that shady love motels are guaranteed to have jacuzzis. The heart shape is an unexpected and pleasant surprise." "It's something, all right," Ben murmured. "It's naturally aerodynamic," Patrick explained. "This baby'll cut through the water like a knife." He went back into the room and retrieved the stubs of candle wax from the holder by the bed. He searched through 3 rooms before digging up a half-empty book of matches with Two Hearts Motel stamped in gold on the cover. He lit one of the candles and used it to melt the other 2, dripping the wax over the jet holes on both sides of the tub. "Will that hold?" Ben asked, a familiar cloud of dread settling over his brain. "No clue," Patrick admitted. "But we're about to find out." He pointed up at the sky. Ben turned to find a solid wall of thick black clouds. Almost instantly, lightning cracked against the horizon, and huge pellets of rain began slamming down from above. "Quick!" Patrick cried, lifting the side of the tub. "Everybody under!" Ben wondered why his default response was always obedience. What he really wanted to do was run back inside the motel and wait out the storm. But instead, he ducked under the tub, and Patrick lowered it down over them. "Ah, so cozy," Patrick declared, snuggling up to the grimy sides of the overturned heart. Ben, on the other hand, tried to stay as centered in his ventricle as possible. The smell of the dust and filth made his stomach flop. Rain deluged the tub. The pounding was deafening. What dim light there was outside filtered through the red fiberglass, casting a grayish-pink glow inside the little red shelter. Ben could see streams of rain running down the outside of the tub, and some little rivulets of water pushed their way under the lip of the jacuzzi between the fiberglass and the asphalt. But the wax seals held tight, and not a single drop of water seeped in through the closed jet holes. After about 15 minutes, the storm passed, and Patrick flipped the boat over excitedly. "She'll hold!" he cried, literally jumping up and down. They sloshed their way through the puddles back down to the water's edge, holding the Heart boat up over their heads. When they reached the ocean, they heaved the boat down onto the beach and dug it securely into the rocky sand. "Now we need a sail," Patrick said. After a little scrounging, their best hope was a long vinyl banner, about 15 feet in length and 3 feet wide. There were words written on one side of the banner, albeit in a language that neither of them recognized. Yabawem Tfayamatka was stamped into the dirty white vinyl in blue letters big enough to read from 100 yards away. "What do you think it says?" Ben asked. "I believe it says, 'Safe Passage.' I feel that in my heart." As they scavenged for a mast and rope, a few native Mobilians began to stir. They were all silent, haunted folks, most of them gaunt and hungry. Ben eyed them all suspiciously. Most of the locals they'd run into over the last couple of months had been peaceful enough, just as wary of the Fort Doomers as the Fort Doomers were of them. But there were just enough malicious assholes out there to keep a man on his toes. Every time someone came within 50 feet of their boat, Ben pulled out the spade and made violent stabs in their direction. It seemed to get the point across fairly well. Patrick took a different tact with the quiet natives. After Ben chased them away, he waved happily after them, calling, "Yabawem Tfayamatka!" This garnered him more than a few strange looks and even the occasional glare. But before long, he'd been able to rig up a mast out of driftwood and a set of discarded bungee cords, and by the time the sun sank over the horizon, they had a homemade sailboat. They stood back and admired it in the green-tinged sunset. It looked like a kindergartner's art project set to scale. "This'll go badly," Ben said, knowing with absolute certainty that it was the truth. "This'll be exciting," Patrick countered. And Ben had to admit that this also was true. They took turns guarding the boat that night, and at first light they pushed it groggily into the Gulf. "Oh, good Christ, that's cold!" Patrick screamed as he stumbled clumsily into the water. "It's like ice daggers in my leg soles." "Your legs are soulless, just like the rest of you." Ben hopped into the boat from the dry beach and fell into it with a thump. The boat rocked back and forth, splashing water up higher on Patrick's legs. He howled curses at the sky. "You're a motherless scant of a whore pup!" he cried, hopping out of the water and back onto the beach. "Grab the shovel on your way back in, will you? We're going to need that." Patrick swiped the spade off the sand and lobbed it at the boat. Ben yelped and ducked. The blade missed his head by 6 inches and splashed into the ocean. Ben reached over and drew it in. "You coming or what?" he asked, using the spade to row away from the shore. Patrick grumbled under his breath. The boat was floating farther and farther away. "I hate you, Ben Fogelvy," he called out over the lapping waves. Ben smiled and waved back at him. Patrick took a deep breath, steeled his innards, and rushed like a madman into the frigid surf. After Patrick had pulled himself into the boat and shaken off as much water as he could, the pair found the ship to be a bit of a tight squeeze. Between the mast, their backpacks, the spade, the hammer, the baton, the machete, the wrench, the trowel, and the 2 mariners, there wasn't much space to loll around. But as close as it was, the boat floated marvelously, and they were both soon in high spirits. "See? Isn't this nice?" Patrick asked as he paddled. "I have to admit, it's pretty good," Ben said, nodding approvingly. "I mean, I don't want to say you were right, because I would never say that, but we're 50 feet from shore and we haven't drowned yet." "And the sun is shining," Patrick pointed out. "The sun is shining," Ben conceded. "The water is smooth." "The water isn't awful." "And we won't stop for anything." "Not for anything?" Ben asked, cautiously hopeful. "Not for anything," Patrick said. "I tell you, when this boat stops, we'll be at the Florida coast or the bottom of the sea." They shook on it. "And the wind! Oh, the wind, she is a-blowin'! A little bit farther and we'll unfurl the sail." The farther they paddled from land, the happier Ben felt. The sea breeze was really clearing his mind. "Man," he said as they sliced through the water, "we should have done this from day one." "Yes," Patrick agreed, pushing the water with the spade. "We should have taken one of those land boats." We should have skipped Memphis and taken that speedboat all the way to the Gulf. Aye, in hindsight, that would have gotten us here sooner. But think of all the fun we would have missed. True, it was really fun to watch your hand get drilled by a railroad spike. I hope you'll recall my stoic bravery when you write the story of my life. He estimated that they were now far enough from land to unfurl the sail. He hauled in the spade and secured it against the side of the boat. "All right," he said, rubbing his hands together. "Time to move. Benjamin, please remove your feet from the bow." "Which end is the bow?" Ben asked, puzzled. Patrick stared blankly at him. "Which end is the bow?" "The end with your feet in it, which need to be removed, you clod." "Hey, shut up!" Ben fussed, curling his feet back into the left ventricle. "It's early, and there's no coffee." "Don't you dare talk about coffee," Patrick warned. "Don't you dare." He scooted clumsily toward the front of the boat and began working on the sail. "Why do they call it the bow anyway? Why don't they just call it the front?" "Such things are not for us to question," Patrick said, unhooking the rolled banner from one of the bungee cords. "It is simply the seafarer's way." "Well, I got news for the seafarers. They're dead. Everyone's dead. The end of the world happened, and we're still following the same old rules." "The world didn't technically end," Patrick said. "The world still exists." "Whatever. Semantics. The apocalypse happened, and we still kowtow to the old ways. You know what, Pat? We've been lazy survivors. We've been doing too much loafing and not enough remaking the world in our own image. Who cares if the front of a boat used to be a bow or if the back of the boat was the brim?" "Stern," Patrick corrected. "Weren't you ever a Boy Scout?" "Whatever. Who cares? That's my point. There are only 2 people left on the entire planet who still discuss the right words for the ends of a boat, and only one of them knows the proper terminology. That's only 50%. That's not even a majority. I say to hell with tradition. I beat the apocalypse, so I get the right to rename the parts of a boat. That," he said, leveling a finger at the front of the boat, "is now called the point." "The point of the boat?" Patrick asked, a little less than convinced. "And the back is forthwith to be called the ass." "That is a horrible name." "Quiet! I'm nestling against the ass." Patrick finished rigging the sail and hauled it up with another bungee cord. It rose smoothly and flapped open in the wind. It caught a stiff breeze blowing in the right direction, and the Heart Tub lurched forward. "Success!" he cried. "We're sailors, Ben! We sail!" "It is no longer called sailing," Ben said. "It is now called hauling ass." The little boat hauled ass for almost 3 straight hours, never waning in speed. The wind blew favorably, and the boat skimmed smoothly across the surface of the ocean. "If this wind keeps up, we just might make it by dawn," Patrick said, studying the atlas. Of course, having never aquatically hauled ass before, he had no real idea how quickly they might cover ground. Still, he felt in his heart that with a little luck they could dock by morning. "As long as the wind holds." He spent some time explaining the particulars of sailing to Ben, inasmuch as he knew them himself. These particulars basically amounted to raising the sail when the wind blew them forward, lowering the sail and paddling when it didn't, and keeping the shore on the port side of the boat. "That's the Benward side," Ben insisted. "It's on the side of Ben." The wind still blew toward the east when they broke into their vegetable stores for lunch. "This may be the sea air talking," Ben said, tearing into a head of greens, "but I think I'm actually starting to like cabbage." "You've gone sea crazy," Patrick said sagely. "The thrall of the open water has you now." The day's storm came and went without much power. Rain fell heavily into the boat, but not in such great volume that they were in danger of sinking. Patrick pulled down the sail, and they managed to hold the boat steady and more or less on course as the waves rocked and tossed them about. And just as quickly as the little storm gathered, it disappeared. The sun broke back through the clouds and fog, the ocean calmed, and the point of the boat still faced east. They wrung out their clothes, Patrick raised the sail, and they were soon back up to speed. The conversation drifted as they sailed on. At one point, Ben raised a question that he'd forgotten to be curious about as Fort Doom worked its amnesiac magic on them. So, Dylan, he was from somewhere out east, right? I don't think he ever actually said, but everyone else said. That's weird, right? I mean, it pretty much shoots down the whole theory about the Mississippi. But he's also the only person we've run into so far who's not from the Midwest. It's weird, right? Oh, Ben, Patrick said wistfully, I was hoping you wouldn't ask. Why? Ben asked. Patrick sighed. Because Dylan's survival doesn't disprove Lindsay's theory. It actually solidifies it a bit. Ben frowned in confusion. How so? Patrick resituated himself in the boat. He wasn't quite sure how to say what he had to say. Well, Lindsay's theory was that one of 4 factories pumped something in the water that made us all immune, right? Right. In the Mississippi River water. Right. Right. Which he's never drunk. Right. Right. Now, you remember how we're all really hoping that it wasn't the crematorium that saved our lives? Yeah. Well, I think we can put that hope to rest. The look on Ben's face made it clear that he still didn't follow. Patrick clicked his tongue a few times and shifted again in his seat. You know the stuff Dylan smoked? What about it? What was it called? Hash. Patrick shook his head. No, that is roundly incorrect. How did you just spend the last 3 months with him and never once hear him correctly? He didn't say hash. He said ash. Ash? Ash. And did you notice how he'd disappear for long stretches at night, and always had that fire burning in his cabin? I don't know if you actually saw the powder he was smoking, but... Ben, look, I'm almost positive that it was literally ash. Human ash. Ben cocked his head to the side. Bullshit! I shit not your bull. Seriously? Patrick nodded. That's disgusting, he said flatly. Patrick watched his friend's face closely. He could practically see Ben remembering back to his encounters with Dylan. It was only a matter of time. Oh, my God! Ben started, rocking the boat precariously. His face soured, and he turned a pale shade of green. Oh, my God! Our first night there! He blew that smoke into my mouth! Oh, my God! Pat! I inhaled dead people! Well, if it helps, it's not the first time, Patrick reminded him. I think I'm going to be sick, he said, leaning over the edge of the love boat. It's okay, Patrick said, patting his back. Seasickness is a natural part of life. It's nothing to be ashamed of. But it's also disgusting, so I'm going to have to push you overboard. Ben swatted him away and managed to keep his food in his stomach where it belonged. He leaned back against the Benward ventricle and closed his eyes and tried not to think about swallowing human ashes. The boat sped on, the coastline slipped by, and despite the chill in the air, it was really a pleasant day. The tall banner flapped heavily in the wind. Yabawem tvayamatka, Patrick waved to the fish that splashed out of the water. Yabawem tvayamatka to you all. And so they sailed through the Gulf, raising the sail when there was wind, paddling when there wasn't, and closing the gap between them and the Magic Kingdom. Eventually, the sea air helped Ben forget about ashes and about their friends at Fort Doom, and by the time it was dark, he even found himself able to sleep. 21. Ben awoke with a start when the boat slammed into the beach. "Wakey, wakey!" Patrick cried, leaping out of his ventricle. He splashed into the shallow water and pulled the boat onto the beach. Ben struggled to sit up and blinked sleepily at the world before him. They were docked on a mostly deserted beach, presumably somewhere in Florida. The glow of the sun was just breaking somewhere behind the eastern fog. "Holy shit!" Ben yawned. "We're alive! This stupid idea was actually not that stupid of an idea." Patrick gave him a low bow. "A thank you." "Did we make it? Where are we?" "An excellent question." Patrick turned toward a man who was either sleeping or dead farther down the beach. "Excuse me, sir," he called out. The figure stirred and sat up. "What's the name of this town?" "Hudson, Florida," called out the bewildered-looking man. He had a thick Eastern European accent. You come here by boat?" he asked, confused. "We do. We are in search of Disney World. Where might we find it?" The man pointed toward the hazy morning sun. "1 day's walk," he said. "Huzzah!" Patrick exclaimed. "Thank you for your help. Yabawem tvuya matka." The man leapt to his feet and made an obscene hand gesture. "Fuck you," he said. Then he stormed off down the beach. Patrick turned to Ben and shrugged. "I guess he doesn't want safe travels." "He didn't sound like he was from the Midwest either." Ben blenched. "He eats dead people." After a quick breakfast of carrots and pearl onions, they gathered up their few belongings and bid farewell to the trusty seacraft. They hiked up the beach and into the town of Hudson, bearing due east. The road to Disney World was unsettlingly quiet. After the man on the beach, they didn't see a single other soul as they plunged into the heart of Florida. They picked their way through entire cities that showed no signs of life. The air was still, and the only sound was the occasional scrabble of rats against the rubble. The farther they walked from the water, the more thickly the monkey fog settled back onto the earth. By the time they reached the city limit sign of Ardmore Gardens, they found themselves once again walking through the old familiar yellow blind. The Florida landscape was different than any they'd yet encountered. The ground was marshy and wet, dotted with lakes and creeks and little swamps. The unsettling combination of wetlands and human desertion had a quieting effect on the two travelers. They talked little as they pushed deeper and deeper into the state, when by all rights they should have been growing more and more excited. "I'm just going to say it," Ben said after a few hours of near silence. "Florida is creepy as shit." "God, tell me about it," said Patrick. "Why did anyone want to retire here?" They were still walking when night fell. They had just crawled out the far end of a large swamp and entered a small empty town. "What do you think? Camp here for the night? I mean, God knows how much farther we have to go. Want to call it for now?" Ben asked. "Patrick? Pat?" But when he turned, Patrick's eyes were glazed over, sparkling with teardrops. "I know how much farther we have to go," he whispered. He pointed up at the highway toward a battered road sign. "Walt Disney World, next 5 exits." "Holy shit," Ben breathed. "We made it." Patrick shoved him playfully. "We made it." He shoved back. "We made it! We 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 made it!" They bounced around the highway shoulder, laughing and dancing like idiots. They howled at the growing darkness, their excitement reverberating off the overpass and shaking the deserted buildings around them. They skipped around delirious until Patrick stumbled in a pothole and fell into the guardrail shoulder first. "Ow!" And that's how Patrick died, 3 feet from his destination. "Shut up! You gonna lay there all night? Or are we gonna go to Disney World?" Patrick rolled to his feet. "To Disney World!" he cried, pumping his fist in the air. "To Disney World!" said Ben. "Which park?" Patrick stopped, his arms frozen out at awkward angles. "Come again?" "Which park are we going to?" "What do you mean, which park? We're going to Disney World, that park." Ben shook his head. You are the single worst planner anyone has ever followed blindly into a post-apocalyptic situation. That reflects more poorly on you than it does me, Patrick pointed out. You still have those maps from the zombie whisperer? Maybe. Patrick dropped his knapsack and dug through the pockets. Ah, yes, here they are. Right. They. 4 of them. 4 maps, 4 parks. Which one do you want to go to? Patrick frowned. He stared at the maps in his hand and tried to let the spirit of the Illinois guide his decision. The Epcot map had a rocket ship on the cover, and he hated flying, so that one was out. The map for Hollywood Studios showed some doofus singing on an American Idol stage, so that one was definitely out. He tossed it over his shoulder. This one looks promising, he said, holding up the Animal Kingdom map with a huge pissed-off lion on the front. The lions are dead, Ben reminded him. The Animal Kingdom is an animal graveyard. Right, Patrick said. He stared down at the last map. The cover just showed a big circular something or other with the words Disney's Electrical Parade written in light bulbs. It didn't exactly scream excitement. You're letting me down, Great Spirit, he said. Oh, I know. Hold on, let me see if I can get anything from this. He produced a folded piece of paper from his back pocket and examined it closely. The tip of his tongue poked out the corner of his mouth while he read. Yeah, no, nothing, he finally decided. He folded it back up and returned it to its hiding place. He crossed his arms and cupped his chin in his hand. Okay, Ben, so if you were a man, I am a man, and you had to pick one park to see, complete with burned-out baby skeletons, which would it be? The one with the castle, obviously. The castle, Patrick cried, snapping his fingers. Of course, Neuschwanstein. Neuschwan what? Neuschwanstein. It's the real castle that the Disney castle was modeled after, in Germany. Seriously? It was designed after a real castle? It was. I don't believe you. Google it for me. I can't. Because you don't have a data plan? Because I have no idea how to spell it. German is hard. And that word is a holocaust of vowels. Ben squinted at Patrick. Patrick squinted back. I said it. Ben shook his head. Okay, so, Magic Kingdom. Magic Kingdom. Patrick leafed through the map, but it only gave the layout of the park itself, not the location of the park in the larger scheme of Disney World. Okay, look, I know you're bad at this sort of thing, but you've been here before, so I ask you, can you get us to this Magic Kingdom, despite your complete and utter ineptitude when it comes to cardinal direction? Yes, ass, I think I can. Patrick placed his hands on Ben's shoulders. And here, at the final stretch, you begin to prove your worth at last. When I write your life story, every chapter's going to start with a reminder of how much of an ass you are. I knew you were writing my life story. They hiked up to the overpass and entered Disney property. Ben led them along the highway, stopping to read each purple and red road sign that hadn't given up in the fight against neglect. It was slow going in the dark, made even slower in Ben's estimation by Patrick's self-imposed and self-accepted challenge to concoct at least 50 Disney-themed innuendos before they reached the park. Starting with, "My pants are a magical kingdom. I'd like to tinker with her, Belle," and "Those aren't mouse ears." But at last they came to a junction with a sign that read, "Magic Kingdom, next left. That's where we find the castle," and without looking at a stolen atlas for help, Ben said proudly. Then he added, "Suck it." They turned onto World Drive and began hiking the last stretch of road to their destination. As they walked, Ben was stricken by how little everything had changed, all things considered. Tall trees still lined the roads and masked the many secrets of the park. The entryway to Hollywood studios, though empty and covered with debris, looked like it was one good sweeping away from being open for business. The fog and the darkness made it hard to see, but Ben could still picture the Hollywood Tower Hotel looming above the trees in the distance. The monorail track appeared alongside the road. It loomed starkly over them, floating in and out of view as the dark fog swirled above. Some sections had cracked and broken away, leaving mountains of concrete and steel along the roadway. They crossed over the shimmering lake, smooth as obsidian in the night, and passed the clean outline of the contemporary resort on the right. "If memory serves, the Magic Kingdom is just over yonder," Ben said, pointing ahead and to the left. "Yonder close?" Patrick asked. "Yonder close," Ben confirmed. They turned down the drive that led to the parking lot. As they approached the park, Ben noticed something glimmering in the distance. Patrick saw it too. "Look at that. They turned the lights on for us," he said, furrowing his brow. Ben peered into the brownish-yellow evening fog. There was a second glimmer, and a third. Then more and more, until Ben counted 8 points of light in the distance. They flickered and flashed in the air. "Torches?" Ben suggested. "Looks like it. Maybe they are still in business." Ben stopped walking. "I don't like this. It's not right." "No," Patrick agreed. "It's probably not." "Think we should wait till it's lights out?" There was no mistaking the fear in his voice. "There's still one more peril before we're done. Bombastic Tom and—" Patrick started. "Ubasti Tom," he said. "Come again?" "Ubasti Tom. That's what the old lady said. I don't know why it just registered. Ubasti Tom and the Hollow Man." "What's an Ubasti?" "I have no idea." Ben frowned. "It doesn't sound pleasant." "No, it doesn't," Patrick admitted. An invisible hand of ice closed around Ben's chest. "The old lady said we would make it to Disney World," he realized aloud. "But she didn't say we'd survive all the perils, did she? Specifically." "No," Patrick said gravely. "That tricky minx, she did not. I had assumed we'd face all the perils before getting here, but—" Ben shifted uneasily from one foot to the other. "What do you want to do?" Patrick's face became hard and unmoving, uncharacteristic and impossible to read. "She was right about everything. She'll be right about this. Whether we go now or we go tomorrow, whatever's going to happen is going to happen." "It doesn't have to," Ben insisted. "This isn't the time traveler's wife. This is Disney World. We're here. We made it. This is it. Hooray! Now we can turn around and go, right now. Make your peace here, or hell, we go to friggin' Epcot. We don't have to do this." "We didn't come here to make a stand in the parking lot," Patrick said, shaking his head. "She wouldn't have just stood in the parking lot." "No," Ben sighed. "She wouldn't have." Patrick took a deep breath. The words of the fortune-teller rang in his head. "The bulldog or the mouse hunter must fall. You will choose." "Ben," he began, but Ben held up a hand and cut him off. "Save it." "I know." "No," Patrick insisted. "You don't." Ben gritted his teeth. "Well, let's just say if I don't know, then I don't care. This is the part of the story where you say something sentimental or heart-wrenching or some bullshit, thinking maybe I'll go and let you go on alone to face the doom of a dozen sentient torches in the night, right?" "Well, yeah, something like that. I'm not leaving, and anything you say can only make me regret not having the sense to leave, so save it." Patrick shook his head sadly. "If you were a superhero, your power would be loyalty." "I am a superhero," Ben said, gritting his teeth. "And don't no one forget it." They crossed into the grass and approached the line of torches, Patrick pulling the machete from its scabbard, Ben grasping the wrench. What the dark night's fog couldn't hide, the brilliant flames shining into their eyes did. "Ooh-wee!" called a voice from the darkness behind the row of light. "What do we have here?" "Wait," Patrick thought. I know that voice. He stepped through the line of torches stuck into the grass and crossed onto the pavement. He squinted into the mist. A burly figure emerged from the darkness. Calico? Patrick said. Bloom's henchman gave him a smart little salute. Don't sound so surprised, Yank, he said, grinning his horrible grin. I told you I'd be coming for you. Technically, you wrote it, Patrick pointed out. Oh, come on, Ben groaned, his heart falling like a lead weight. You tracked us all the way to Disney World? From Illinois? Are you fucking crazy? Not crazy, just determined, came a low, even voice from the gloom. Patrick's eyes were adjusting to the light of the torches, and at the edge of their halo he noticed a second man sitting on the asphalt. The man stood and walked toward the torches. You cost me something very dear. The man stepped into the light. Patrick gasped involuntarily. He recognized the cold, hollow eyes instantly. Bloom, he whispered. The left side of Bloom's face was wrinkled and scarred. He noticed Patrick staring at it. Gravel burn, he explained, tracing a finger down the side of his face. I wanted to thank you for that, and for the experience of drowning. That was new to me. You look dry enough now, Patrick said. I make a hell of a lifeguard, Calico grinned. Patrick swallowed. Yes, well, the scars look totally natural. A little concealer and you'll be fine. Nice catching up, but we should be going. He grabbed Ben's arm and turned on his heels, but Calico leapt forward, quick as a snake, and grabbed Patrick by the scruff of his neck. Don't think so, he grinned. He whirled Patrick around easily and shoved him over toward Bloom. Patrick stumbled and fell to his knees on the cold, hard blacktop. The machete flew from his hands and went clattering across the asphalt. He looked up just in time to see Ben leveling the wrench at Calico, keeping a distance as he crept his way toward his fallen friend. Pat, you okay? I'm daisies, Patrick said. Bloom kicked the machete across the parking lot into the darkness. Then he picked up a bottle from the ground and took a thoughtful sip. I was dead for almost 4 whole minutes before Calico gave me the breath of life. Think about that. 4 whole minutes. The human body is a wonder. He tipped the bottle toward Patrick. Care for a drink? Patrick examined the bottle. Whiskey? Rum? I'm not thirsty just now, he said. Bloom shrugged. Suit yourself. He set the bottle on the ground. Calico, call the others. Calico dug into his pocket and produced a little whistle. He blew into it, one loud, sharp, shrill note that rang off into the distance. He waited expectantly. 5 seconds later they heard another whistle, the same sharp note from beyond the trees. Them boys is gonna be happy as pigs and shit when they come back and find your 2 sorry asses dead on the ground. Calico pocketed the whistle and drew out a dagger. He hauled back and threw a hard kick at Patrick's ribs. Patrick rolled to avoid it, but not quickly enough. The toe of Calico's boot caught him in the stomach. The air blasted out of his lungs like helium from a popped balloon. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ben charging, wrench raised high. He swung it down at Calico's head, but the man whirled deftly to the left, threw a hard punch into Ben's stomach, and tossed him aside into the gravel. Patrick watched miserably. Ben would just keep coming until they put him down for good. God damn it! Bloom looked on disinterestedly as Calico tightened his grip on his dagger and squatted down next to Patrick. You owe us a train, boy. Guess I'll take the payment out in pounds of flesh. He flicked the knife forward, digging the point into Patrick's shoulder. Patrick grunted in pain and reached out with his other hand, grabbed the whiskey bottle by the neck, turned and swung it up at Calico's face, exploding it against his temple. Calico screamed and clutched at his eye, brown liquor and blood pouring down his face. Patrick pushed himself to his feet and awkwardly dodged a blind swing of Calico's dagger. He grabbed one of the torches at the edge of the asphalt and yanked it out of the grass. Calico charged him, blade brandished. Patrick lowered the torch and shoved the flame into Calico's face. The whiskey roared to life, blazing hot yellow and blue flames across his face. He screamed and screamed, dropping his knife and swinging his fists blindly in the air. He fell to his knees, scrabbling at the fire until his hands blistered and his skin peeled and popped. He spewed vicious obscenities into the night, his legs kicking wildly, his entire body writhing in pain. Soon the whiskey burned off and the flames subsided. Calico sobbed and clutched at his face. It was black and melted and already scarring over through the bubbles. "Jesus, Pat," Ben breathed, steadying himself to his feet. "What did you do?" Bloom approached the fallen redcap quietly. He knelt by Calico's side and took stock of the damage. He sighed heavily. "That is disappointing." He drew his saber from his hip and slid it across Calico's throat. The screams stopped instantly. A strip of steaming blood spurted open across his neck. A river of red soaked his coat, and with one final flap of his legs, Calico was dead. Patrick watched in open-mouthed horror, stunned by his own actions as much as by Bloom's. Bloom slid the saber back into its sheath. He rose to his feet just as Ben charged again. "Ben, don't!" Patrick yelled, but he was already swinging the wrench. Bloom ducked the blow easily. Ben spun off balance. Bloom grabbed him by the throat and, with his free hand, landed a hard jab to the nose. The bones crunched under the force, and Ben went down a second time. "Leave him alone!" Patrick yelled. "I threw you off the train. This is about you and me." "It is," Bloom admitted, shaking out his hand. "I admit when Calico was so hell-bent on tracking you down, I was more than happy to let him off the leash." He removed his cap and ran a hand over his shaved head. "I don't begrudge you what you did. You chose a side and you followed through. I respect that. I would have done the same. But you understand, Mr. Dean, that there are consequences for every action. Even after the world has been destroyed, there must still be balance. Order. Do you understand that?" Patrick nodded. "Sure, I understand. I mean, where I'm from we call it petty vengeance, but whatever. Tomato, tomato," he said evenly, despite the hammering in his chest. His blood was really pumping now, and his shoulder throbbed with pain. Bloom gave a wan little smile. "Well, vengeance isn't so petty." He moved like water. His hand flew to his sword, and he drew it in one smooth motion. He glided forward like a man on ice. Patrick tried to dodge, but Bloom was too fast. He buried the blade deep into Patrick's belly. Patrick looked down, stunned, at the pool of black blood spreading through his shirt. "So close," he thought as darkness began to settle over his eyes. "We are so goddamn close." He heard Ben yelling thinly, as if he were hearing him through a storm. He felt Bloom's blade slide back out of his gut. He closed his eyes and sank to the ground. He moved his hand to the wound and felt a warm spill running through his fingers. He opened his eyes one last time and saw Bloom's face returned to its normal placidity. "And so, order is restored," he said simply. "You could have just gravel-burned my face," Patrick thought. 22. The world rang with silence as Ben watched Bloom shove the sword into Patrick's stomach. "No!" he screamed. His mind scrambled, and he was choking. He couldn't breathe. He saw Patrick's eyes gloss over as he fell to the ground. "I'm in shock," Ben thought dully as he pulled himself to his feet. His skin tingled with numbness, and suddenly the scramble faded, and he could think clearly, logically. He walked calmly over to the machete in the shadows and picked it up. Bloom flicked Patrick's blood from his sword. Ben stepped up behind him as the man bent down and whispered, "And so, order is restored." and very calmly Ben raised the machete and hacked the blade down on Bloom's neck. When Ben came to his senses, he was cradling Patrick's limp body near the torches. How much time had passed? He turned and saw Bloom's body splayed out on the ground to the left. His head was somewhere nearby. Ben turned back to Patrick, hot tears stinging down his cheeks. Pat was still breathing, but shallowly. "God damn it, Pat," Ben said, his voice thick with mucus. "I told you we should just leave." Patrick coughed a weak laugh. "Fighting was a good idea at the time." "Shut up," Ben choked. "Hey." Patrick grabbed Ben's sleeve with a blood-soaked hand. "You gotta get out of here." Ben shook his head. "Bloom's dead." But Patrick persisted. "More coming. The whistle. Go, now." Ben grimaced. He felt more tears choking their way up his throat. "I'm not leaving you like this, goddammit," he said through gritted teeth. He could feel his face flushing hotly. "I am not leaving you like this. Didn't come all this way so both of us could die," Patrick rasped. He smiled thinly through the pain. "They catch you here, they'll kill you." "I'm not leaving," Ben insisted. "Think I'm beyond repair," he said, choking out another little laugh. "Ben, go back to Fort Doom. Be with friends. Learn how to talk to that girl. Rebuild a world. Remake a life, or whatever dumb stuff normal people do after the apocalypse." Ben wiped a string of mucus from his nose. "It's not dumb," he said. Patrick tried to shrug. "It's pretty schlocky." Ben heard men shouting from off in the distance, back the way they'd come. "Shit," he swore. "They're coming." Patrick nodded. "Go." "No." Ben wiped his nose with his sleeve, then slid his hands under Patrick's shoulders. "You're coming with me." He heaved backward, dragging Patrick across the asphalt. Patrick cried out in agony. "Stop!" he gasped, shrinking into himself. "God, please, stop!" Ben released his hold and fell to his knees, hot tears dripping from his cheeks. Patrick whimpered and grasped at his gut wound. "Go," he said again. "Please, Ben, go." Ben's chest heaved with labored breath. He shook his head and clapped his hand awkwardly over Patrick's shoulder. "I'm sorry we didn't make it," he whispered. Patrick patted his hand reassuringly. "We did," he said. "We did make it." Then he closed his eyes, and Patrick was gone. Ben screwed up his face and scrubbed his eyes with his sleeve. He wanted to scream, to pick up the torches and smash them to bits and burn goddamn Disney World to the ground, but that would bring the other men all the faster. His chest heaved with silent sobs as he pulled himself to his feet. He grabbed Patrick's bag and dug through it, frantically pushing aside weapons and cans of food. Near the bottom he found the little cup of butterscotch pudding. With the world swimming through a sheen of tears, he set the snack pack next to Patrick's pale form. "This stays with you," he murmured. Then he cleared his throat, shouldered Patrick's bag, grabbed his own, whispered a shaky goodbye, and turned and ran away from the lot. By his best guess, he was heading west. 23. Patrick opened one eye and watched Ben tear across the parking lot. He smiled wanly. "I'd like to thank the Academy." He struggled slowly to his feet. He'd lost quite a bit of blood and he was woozy, though he wasn't quite as bad off as he'd let on. From what he could tell, Bloom had miraculously missed all major organs. Hell, if he could stop the bleeding, he could probably even survive the injury. Under other circumstances, of course. Circumstances that involved emergency rooms, peroxide, stitches, and gallons of morphine. He would have loved to have gone with Ben. He'd been looking forward to starting over, really starting over with the gang in Alabama. They were good people. Ben would do well there. As for Patrick, well, he'd given a bit of a white lie when he told Ben that they'd made it. Close but no cigar, as his grandpa used to say. He still had a little farther to go. He reached down, wincing with pain, and grabbed the little pudding cup. "Thanks for this one, Benny boy," he thought. He moved forward toward the turnstiles of the Magic Kingdom. The voices were getting louder behind him, so he picked up the pace. He hopped painfully over one of the metal gates and struggled up the mall. He had no idea where to find the castle, but he figured he was bound to stumble across it even in the dark. It was the hallmark of the friggin' place, right? They probably weren't hiding it. A wide path opened up before him, bisecting 2 rows of shops, now in various stages of decay and dismay. It looked like a main pathway, so he dragged himself along it, one hand pressed firmly to the hole in his belly. As he stumbled up the road, the mist around him began to glow a soft yellow, and he knew the sun was rising. "That'll help things a bit," he thought. Light filtered down through the monkey fog, and suddenly, there it was, looming straight ahead, the dark outline of Cinderella's castle. From the sound of things, the redcaps in the parking lot had just found the 2 dead bodies. There was a lot of shouting, and someone was giving orders. Patrick looked down at the path behind him. He was leaving a pretty unmistakable trail of blood. A blind detective could follow that. He quickened his pace and hurried toward the castle. The stairs proved to be more difficult than he expected. His lightheadedness increased with every flight, and several times he had to stop on a landing and wait for the stairwell to stop spinning. The steps were utility stairs made of cold iron and shut up in a dark section of the castle. Undoubtedly, there had been some magical elevator that whisked guests up and down in the time before. But the castle wasn't as tall as it looked from the outside, and before long he stumbled his way to the top floor. He burst through and found himself in a small hallway. There was another door straight ahead. He pushed through it and practically fell into Cinderella's bedroom. "Ooh-wee," he said, letting out a low whistle. The room was extravagant, even in ruin. The walls and ceiling were dark wood with what looked to have once been gold paint. There were beautiful stained glass windows set into the walls, some of them even intact. Majestic doorways separated the rooms of the suite. Patrick stalked through them, admiring the detail of each piece of furniture as the world grew brighter outside and cast more light on the castle. At the far end he found a window that had been broken out completely. He poked his head out and looked down. He was standing at the front of the castle looking down the long main Magic Kingdom walkway. Through the fog he could see shadows of redcaps sprinting up the path. He had 10, maybe 15 minutes before they made their way up the stairs. Perfect. He kicked out the little points of glass that remained in the window edge and climbed onto the sill. He was deathly afraid of heights. For some reason, high places always seized him with the illogical thought of, "Oh my God, what if I jump?" But he forced himself to straddle the sill, one leg in, one leg out. Cinderella's room on his left, Disney World spread before him on his right. It was a good place to be. He looked down and admired the snack pack in his hand. That stupid little pudding cup that he'd carried and kept safe for 1,500 miles. His heart swelled in his chest, threatening to burst. "And me without a spoon," he said. He peeled back the foil lid and dipped 2 fingers into the butterscotch goo. After so many months of vegetables and beans, the sweetness of the pudding took him by surprise, exploding in his mouth in a wonderful, sickly symphony of sugar. In 4 scoops, the snack pack was empty. He held up the little plastic container and kissed it. "We made it, pudding cup." He set it down on the ledge and reached into his back pocket, ignoring the pain in his gut that flamed to life when he shifted his weight. He pulled out the letter and unfolded it, gingerly and for the last time. Tears stung his eyes as he moved his fingers over the familiar scrawl. The letters were sharp and uneven, the careful scribble of a child. "My summer vacation," it said across the top. "Isabella Dean, age 6. Patrick wiped a tear from his cheek and blinked hard as he read the words he knew so well. "This summer I will go to Disney World. I am excited. Daddy says I can be a princess like Cinderella. Mommy likes Mulan because she is a good role model, but I like Cinderella. Mommy says magic things happen at Disney World. It is our first vacation. Daddy never went to Disney World, and I never went too. Daddy says our first time will be together, and that makes it special. I am so happy to be going to Disney World." Patrick folded the letter and held it to his lips. He breathed in the musty smell of the worn paper, remembering the scent of baby powder and Annie's lavender lotion. He looked down and saw the last of the redcaps disappearing into the castle. He thought he could hear the rattle of their footfalls on the metal staircase. He clutched the letter tightly in his hand and turned to face the rising sun. A gust of wind blustered up from the east and pushed the yellow fog swirling away. The wan yellow disk appeared on the horizon, bathing the park in its glow. Cinderella's castle sparkled in the light. "We made it, Izzy," he sighed with a smile. "I am so happy to be at Disney World with you." Then he closed his eyes and waited for the end of the world.